Well, good morning, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Welcome to City Hall and to Council Chambers. Today, our invocation will be led by Father Thomas Bartz with St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Church. Father.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Amen. O Creator and Author of mankind, and Giver of all spiritual graces, Bestower of eternal salvation, do Thou, the same Lord, send down Thine all-Holy Spirit with a blessing from on high upon these Thy civil servants, so that, fortified by the might of Thy heavenly protection, they may be able to help and aid all who come to them. Further, we ask of Thee, O Lord, to protect all those in public service. Grant them the ability to serve and govern in peace, that through the faithful conduct of their duties, we may live peaceful and serene lives in all piety and holiness. We ask Thee through our Lord Jesus Christ, who together with Thee, the eternal Father, in Thine all-holy good and life-creating Spirit, now and ever and unto the ages of ages. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father Bartz. Thank you. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Zena Garcia. She's a second grader at Rafael Galvan Elementary School. She's an A honor roll student all year round. She's part of the robotics club. Gosh. And she's a participant in the Art of Innovations Multimedia Fair. So Zena, would you like to?
Go Explorers.
I know. Can you pull the microphone down? Yeah.
Okay, ready? Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. It's okay. Close your eyes and do it. Go. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And then please join us in honoring the Texas.
Please join us in the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Great. Thank you, Zena. Good job. City Secretary, Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Gil Hernandez. Here. Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Seckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. So now we'll move on to Section E, which is our City Manager comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Yes, ma'am. Great. Thank you, Mayor. And good morning, Mayor and members of the Council. We did have 3 items initially to present this morning, but I'm going to present just 2 of them, and we'll postpone the 10 major initiatives for next week. That'll give me time to get a weather briefing at about noon with the National Weather Service, and I think the Mayor is going to join as well. So we should have enough time between now and then to take care of these 2 items that we have. So the first one I'll begin with is our budget and finance report, and we're going to pull up a presentation. For this was included in the City Council material. So this is our second quarter finance and budget report. The city charter does require that the city manager present to City Council a quarterly financial report, so that takes care of that requirement. This city has done a great job, even prior to me getting here, on producing quarterly reports on our finances. Well before the age of placing things on the internet, the city did that. We have a quarterly report that our budget office has produced for many years. This is a copy of it here, and it's this one is 69 pages. That'll be available for City Council later today. So this summary that I'm going to give you this morning is a summation of that. And we'll begin on slide 2, if we can advance the slides. So this is the second quarter. This takes us through 6 months of the current fiscal year that we're in. So that would be October of last year through this March 31. So the figures presented today are unaudited. And as I mentioned, this is part of our requirements and part of our strong financial management as well. So let's begin on this next chart, which is our general fund revenues. We're going to look at the general fund revenues and expenditures. This chart here, the council's familiar with it. It shows our annual budget for the current fiscal year for 12 months. And then the second quarter is from October through the end of March. And that shows how much we anticipated based on trend analysis to collect. So if you look at the bottom line total, we had budgeted $325 million with an anticipation of collecting $219 million for the first 6 months. And we surpassed that just slightly over $3 million, which is good news. We always want to collect a little bit more than what we anticipate. On the variance column, you can see based on the major categories, we have more revenues than that are shown here, but they're rolled up into these categories to make it easier to understand. A little bit down on our property tax. We expect that some of those collections will come in as the year progresses. A good news stories on sales tax were 1.6 or close to 5% better than forecasted, indicating a strong economy still in our region. And then if we go down to the interest and interfund and intergovernmental, that $1.2 million better is from interest earnings. Our interest rates are still up on investments, and so that generates more than what we anticipated, about $1.2 million more. You can see variances slightly up and down in some of those other categories, but that pretty much explains the bulk of that $3.1 million. Let's turn next to our expenditures, the other side of the equation. And so our budget, including carryovers from the prior fiscal year, is $362 million in the general fund. We expected that through the first 6 months, based on trend analysis, working with our departments, that we would spend about $170. And you can see that through the second quarter, the departments have spent about $160 million, or 9.8% less than what was anticipated. So the 9.8% variance equates to about 6% of the budget. In the past, that's been almost double, meaning that in the past couple of years, for the first 6 months, the departments have spent less than what was planned. So this is good news in that we want to be able to be putting into production what we say we're going to. And in fact, in all the directors and assistant directors' performance appraisal plans, that's one of the indicators that I placed in, which is that they need to spend, I think it's 90% of their budget. In the past, it wasn't that. It was 85, in some cases even less, which means we're not filling positions, we're not producing what we said we would. So while there's a little bit of variance, there's good news in that we're spending more than what we had in the past, and not to frivolously spend, but saying that we're producing and we're providing those services that we say we will to the community. So on our next chart, just a reminder, in this current budget, and probably we won't see this next fiscal year, and we're going to talk more about that in the future, but this budget using fund balances and better revenues than what we will be seeing this coming fiscal year. We had 91 budget initiatives that totaled about $32 million in increase and added services to the community. We tell council at these meetings where we are, where the departments are. So 20 of the 91 initiatives have been completed. 53 are on schedule, and so that's about 83 of the 91. There's about 18 initiatives that are slightly behind schedule. Some of the initiatives, not that are behind schedule, but some that were in the budget, you can see below. We added 10 animal care positions, 18 public safety positions. We have a police and fire training academy, and so on. The 18 initiatives that are behind schedule, we're working with the departments. Eddie Houlihan, our budget director, who's here with us, and his team work with all the departments in September, October to develop implementation plans, so we know what should have been done, and we have reasons why things are behind schedule. A lot of them are procurement related, meaning long lead times and trying to get some of the equipment, or vacancies similarly. So let's turn next to our couple other funds, including our hotel occupancy tax fund. This is another good indicator of our economy. We know tourism is a big part of our economy. So on the revenue for this fiscal year, we had a budget of $21.5 million. through the second quarter, working with Brett Otting, the CEO at VCC, Visit Corpus Christi. He anticipated about $7.2 million to be brought in through the second quarter, and we're just slightly below at $7.1 million, so about $100,000 less than what we thought we would bring in on the hut tax. I think that attributes back to the December timeframe when the budget was a little bit more aggressive than what we actually realized. Next are our water and wastewater utilities, and so these have really good stories in terms of revenue projections and spending according to plan. So this one here is for our water fund. You can see in the top section there the revenues, about $158 million is the annual budget. About $72 million is expected to have been collected through the first 6 months, and we collected that exact amount, $72.6 million in the water fund. On the expense side, the plan here to produce is $66 million through the first 6 months, and the good news is that the departments are spending that, so about $62 million for a $4 million variance, which is good. A lot of the budget will be executed in these remaining months as equipment and other items come in to the operation. And then on the wastewater fund, the companion fund and CCW on the next slide is a similar story in terms of good variances. And so the revenues were $41.4 million through the second quarter. And we collected a little bit more here in the wastewater fund, $44.1 million. So $2.7 million variance to the good, which is good. And on the expense side, $41.7 million was anticipated to have been spent through the first 6 months, and we spent $39.5 million, so a positive variance of $2.2 million, which is decent. And then finally, in our capital budget side, we're just going to highlight two of the most recent bond programs. We know we have a pretty significant capital improvement program with our revenue bonds and our water, wastewater. But this one here shows you and the community how we're doing in our bond programs. We know we have another bond program coming up for consideration. So this shows our 2022, our most recent bond program that had 32 projects. All of them are in design. We know with that mass selection policy that the council has endorsed the last two bond programs, we place all of our projects in design within 6 months of the election, and that's true here. And then 3 projects are under construction. And then for bond 2020, that bond program had 42 projects, and the good report here where 39 projects of the 42 are either complete or under construction. 2 of them are under construction, will be under construction by June of this year. I think we have one on the agenda today and through the rest of June. And then the remaining were just design only, and they're currently under design. So good story there on our bond programs for the last 2 bond programs. Okay, so the summary on the second quarter then is found in this next slide. And our general, as we showed, our general fund revenues are consistent with projections, slightly above, and our expenditures are within line. Our hut revenues are consistent with projections, just slightly below from that one collection in December. Water and wastewater revenues are consistent with projections, both revenues and expenditures, and then we continue to deliver our CIP projects as we've indicated. So next steps for our financial management, the City Council last week had the mid-year budget adjustment. That's part of our financial program where we will bring mid-year any budget adjustments that are necessary to reflect what we've seen in the first 6 months, and we did that last week. We'll continue, I will be continuing with Eddie and Heather and others to meet with all the departments as we develop the budget that we'll present to Council on July 30th. And then in July, you can see I'll be presenting the proposed budget to the City Council for the next fiscal year. That'll be on July 30th. And then we have a total of 6 weeks of work next with then the council and the community. So that includes 6 or more if council wants them. Budget workshops on the budget, and we'll have 6 community input meetings, 1 in each city council district and 1 on the island, so that'll be 6. And then also in August, we'll show the third quarter financial report for this fiscal year. So Mayor and Council, that concludes the presentation. Again, it's a high-level summary. The report, it's close to 70 pages that I'm holding now, will be sent to the Council as we normally do. And then we'll also be placing it on our website. This report has been on our website each quarter for many, many years, predating even my arrival here. So it shows things to include the planned budget, the planned spending amount, actuals to date. It has fund balance material. It has material on all of our CIP projects. And it's a good tool for the communities that's placed on our website, and that'll go up later today. So with that, Mayor, we'll see if there's any questions or comments from the council.
Great. Well done. Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, Peter, on your capital improvement program, you mentioned the bonds, but I want to ask about the overall capital improvement plan. Under the plan, we approved $702.9 million, and then we added the bond projects when they were approved during the election of 2022. Where are we in terms of completion of the CIP plan as a percentage of what was planned?
Excuse me. The report that we have, I don't have it summarized in total, but we'll have that for you next month in July.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll show you, and that's an important question. We've talked about it before. We want to, especially in the water, wastewater, we need to see, are we progressing with what we said? And so we'll have that for you in depth when we show the budget in July.
Okay, so specifically in the water, 222
Right.
million, wastewater, 126 million.
Exactly.
Of that. So
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure that, going forward for future CIPs, that we're doing realistic plans and we're able to achieve them.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
Agreed.
you.
Yeah, you'll see that'll be a report card on the performance, and I don't anticipate amending. We just started with the Parks CIP and one other department, but we're not adding much more. So it's really continuing the program that we set 2 years ago to the extent, to the most part. But we'll have that for you. What we said last year, are we delivering on that? Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Peter, for that report. On the capital improvements, just want to double check. Do we have any projects that are still behind in 2018 or any of the previous years? Because from living here in Corpus Christi, all of a sudden I hear that there's still bonds left from these previous years, and I'm just wondering, want to make sure that we stay on top of that.
Right, yeah, we're on top of that, Mayor. Councilwoman. So we have some legacy bond programs, and the ones that have projects that are not started, but they're going to start soon, pretty much only deal with North Beach and the bridge. So North Beach and the bridge on this side. Some of our parks that are associated with the bridge and some of the road projects on North Beach were delayed on purpose so that the bridge work could be done, and then we'll do the projects. And so 2 of the roads on North Beach, now we're putting them in design now that we know for certain the bridge design concept. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I just would like to have you included in our report so that we don't forget about those bonds, if you don't mind.
We haven't forgot about them.
Okay, well, just for the
right.
public.
Everything's right here in this report.
Okay.
Yeah, so like I said, the only projects that haven't been started are the ones associated with the bridge. And now that the bridge, it's a design build, so the city didn't really know the final design because it's designing it and building it.
And what year were those bonds approved?
Those would have been the 2012, I think, 2018.
2012.
Yeah.
Okay.
2018. Let me double check. Yeah.
Okay. The other comment that I just wanted to make is, last week you placed the desalination trip, from Santa Barbara and Carlsbad on your briefing. May I ask that you do not do that in the future, only because desalination is such a conflicted issue that we have a lot of people that have, a right to say, and I think we're trying to be as transparent as we can, and in the future, if you could at least put it as an agenda item so the public can have access to having public comments. Could you do that in the future,
They can
please?
have comment on that.
Well, not during the briefings, and the briefing did take longer
right
than
after the briefing,
expected.
they could sign up and speak.
I would just ask you to please try to put this in as an agenda item. The
It
other
was an agenda,
controversial,
yeah.
excuse me, wait, what did you say?
It was an agenda item, as I said.
It was in your briefing, though. It was in your manager's briefing, and it is different when you put it as an agenda item so that the people and us can have access to what the presentation will be, because none of it was presented until the very last second. So I'm just asking, please, okay?
Yeah, it was requested by several council members, but no problem. We'll take that into consideration.
Well, I am also a council member and asking you to please do that in the future.
Yeah, right.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Did you have another?
Yeah, so that's it. If there's that's it on the question. So one other item is we just want to highlight the Cole Park splash pad and playground that we commemorated last Wednesday. We know Councilwoman Campos was in attendance and the mayor as well, but we wanted to show this council and the community, if you didn't get a chance to make it, a short video. I'm just going to give you a quick highlight here, and then we're going to show you a video. So we do want to highlight the opening of Cole Park splash pad and playground. We opened that last Wednesday. The new inclusive playground serves people of all ages and abilities, and the playground features swing sets, shade structures, slides. There's a sea turtle climber. It is designed to be all-inclusive for ages 5 to 12, for those that might be in wheelchairs or other mobility devices. The playground was purchased through a company called Game Time. They've helped us in over a dozen of our parks at this point with playground infrastructure. Just some background on it itself. It was designed in the university, at the University of Utah using appropriate principles of play. It was engineered at the company headquarters in Tennessee, and then it was constructed in Alabama, so all-American. That should be something we're proud of. The splash pad at Cole Park has 23 interactive water play elements for kids of all ages, including a bucket trio, there's a pirate cannon, surface jet streams, there's a water tower, a foaming geyser from the ground. How's that sound? Right, better than stuff on our council agenda. So Cole Park is a great example, we like to say, of what we're striving for in all of our city parks, and that includes a lot of amenities for working families that may be working 2 jobs, that don't have the disposable income to go to other places that have facilities like this. So these are all free. Our park at Cole Park has the playground and the splash pad, as I mentioned, but it has much more. There's an amphitheater where Councilman Hunter just passed out the movie night series that begins on any Thursday or Friday when you drive by there, or if you participate. People love that. It's packed with locals that watch movies and hear music on Friday. There's a fishing pier that we know about. There's an upgraded skate park. There's numerous areas where people can picnic with barbecue grills that are there. And there's a multi-use walking and bike trail. People just want to stay healthy. So we do want to thank our engineering services team who helped in the oversight of both of these projects. We had some local architects that helped in the consulting of the designing of them. That includes Levy Dykema, who helped us with the splash pad design, and then Janak helped us with the playground design. Progressive Commercial Aquatics and Gurley Contracting, both local contractors, built both of those facilities. Our Parks and Recs Department now operates 5 splash pads across the city and 5 swimming pools, and we're happy to announce that soon our 6th swimming pool and aquatic center will open. That'll be later this summer at Billwick Park. That's the first swimming pool City Council in the community will see in 50 years, so we're looking forward to that. We know that on the City Council agenda, and Lamont's here from the Hillcrest neighborhood, we do have design approval recommended for a 2nd aquatic center that'll be in the north side on the Hillcrest neighborhood, so that'll be in the future, but coming later this summer will be our 6th park at the Billwick Park, our 6th pool, I should say, at the Billwick Park. So with that, let's watch this video it's a real short video. It just highlights some of the activities that took place last Wednesday. Right, yeah.
Great video.
Yes,
First, let's
it is.
thank our communications department. They do a great job.
Yes, it did. That's all done in-house, so.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
And just to echo your comments, Peter, this is great. There were so many people that were so happy to see this happen here at this park, that you can just, anyone can go and you can do so many things. You can walk, you can run, you can take your dog, you can now bring your kids and just do, with the heat. I tell everybody, just bring an umbrella, because unfortunately we don't have, we don't have a whole lot of shade to right near, but that's the least of it. Kids don't care. They want to have fun and you're playing with other kids that you don't even necessarily know. So it was a wonderful occasion. It was a great day for Corpus Christi. It was a historic day, really.
Yeah.
Because of this park. They're all important, but Cole Park's very special.
Yeah.
It's very special to everyone in this community. So I just thank you to everybody who took part in this and everybody who made it happen. And thank you for your leadership in it, Peter.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, that was a wonderful day. Thank you so much, Peter, and the mayor for making it such a terrific day for the citizens of, all over. Even now, I try to pass by Ocean Drive as much as I can, but seeing the kids and the families and the parents, everyone just enjoying it was so delightful. And I just want to say thank you. Everyone did such a great job. And I was prepared to go into that water. I wore my swimsuit.
Yeah.
I didn't get as wet as I wanted to. I had to go to another occasion, but I just want to say thank you to everyone, and hopefully we can have more splash pads throughout our city so that, our community can enjoy the summers, because I do remember the beginning of summer, and that was like the best time for me growing up. Back then, we used to go to the recreation centers. So anyway, thanks so much.
Yeah. Councilman Pusley.
Okay, I'm gonna rain on everybody's parade a little bit, and you knew this.
God.
You knew this was coming.
The kids are listening.
I know, and I'm very happy about the parks. I'm a big supporter of parks, but Peter, somewhere in your information to us, we're going to look at our ordinances with respect to swimming pools
Right.
and splash pads.
That's correct, Councilman.
Because we have people here who we're fixing to declare stage 3 water restrictions.
Right.
And we have industries here like landscape industries that depend upon being able to make a living doing that. And
Right.
I just think we have to be careful about the message we send with respect to splash pads and spraying water up in the air when we're telling people they can't water their yard, and we're telling nurseries that, you can't go do the business that you need to do. So I'm very happy for everybody that had a good time at the splash pad, but we need to also be realistic.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Councilman. So I'm going to step away here in a moment because we are expecting about 4 to 6 inches of rain finally in our recharge area. So and then there may be a second pending storm, which may divert a little bit a stage 3 requirement, but we are planning on bringing to City Council, no matter what happens with the rain, an amendment to the drought management plan to basically take that out of the stage 3, take that out being the use of filling your pools and running splash pads and city swimming pools. So that's a recommendation we're going to be bringing to City Council in July 16. That includes for home pools as well. So.
Oh, do you click your light?
Usual. I thought we were going to look at the recirculation of the water at the splash pads and how much water we're actually losing at those.
Right, we are doing that. So we're looking, I don't have the information yet, but we want to compare the splash pads to swimming pools to see which one loses more water or how much water we have to use each day. So our splash pads are on recirculating systems. We had a choice 5 years ago to go with a constant use system or reuse. We chose the reuse. So once you fill them, you fill them only again for evaporative loss. And so I want to compare that to swimming pools to see, do they lose about the same, what loses more or less. So one thing we know is that the water garden.
I think you have to do the comparison based on water usage.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
yes, sir. Yeah, so we'll be bringing that in
splash
July.
pads and swimming pools may not exactly jive with respect to the water loss, but as a percentage of is what you need to look at.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay,
So that's
thank you.
coming, that's on our forecast for July, Councilman. That includes home swimming pools as well. We know that's a big investment.
Just echoing what I hear.
Well, I hear it too,
Yeah.
right, I hear
Yeah.
it too, and
You're
that's why
addressing
we're
it.
bringing it forward. Yes, sir.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to run up, if
Right.
Councilman Klein can go
Okay.
ahead and take my place for a few minutes, and we'll start public comment.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm going to start with a statement here. I'm going to move on to item G, that's public comment. I'd like to take a moment to emphasize the importance of this business meeting. We handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. As you enter the council chambers, you were handed a leaflet outlining our council policy and decorum, which we urge everyone to familiarize themselves with. It is incumbent upon me as Mayor Pro Tem, and each council member to adhere to these policies diligently. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council policy, which has been in place for 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it is not the sole method. You can also reach out to members of this council by way of phone calls, emails, or even by scheduling an in-person appointment. With that said, let's proceed with public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to this policy. Before we begin, I would ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the council meeting rules of decorum. These rules will also be displayed on the television screens for our audience's reference. Mr. Risley.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the city council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. Individuals will be called upon the order in which they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. For those speaking in person, please remember that the meeting is recorded, and we ask you to speak into the microphone at the podium, stating your name and address before beginning your comments. We have two opportunities to make public comments on an agenda item or city-related business. First, at its present time, and second, when the item is actually heard. Please select one option. Citizens' comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing the allotted time. Upon completion of the allocated time, a buzzer will signal the conclusion of your comments. If you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking. And with that, we'll begin. The first person scheduled is Sean Flanagan. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street. These are my own opinions. Last week when I was here, I talked about some budget matters, and rather than crying about some things I didn't agree with, I thought I might give you a couple draft suggestions which would bring more transparency and financial responsibility to our budgetary process. I've handed them to y'all. Y'all can look at them, and if they're worthy of consideration, you're going to bring them up again. I would like now to talk about two agenda items you will be voting on today, Agenda Item 6 and Agenda Item 17. They are both grants concerning vaccinations, $100,000 grants in each case. Number 6 comes from the federal government. Number 17 comes from the state government. When you get to 17, or hopefully when you get to 6, I draw your attention on the grant contract to Grant 17 on page 19, item 42. Item 42 clearly expresses, and is one of the contractual agreements of this grant, the prohibition of the use of funding to promote or advertise COVID-19 vaccinations by the state rules and regulations, which were passed in October, that were very prescient. If you listen weekly, there are reports that come on out that indicate the harm that the experimental COVID vaccinations have done to people that received them and continue to do them. It would be irresponsible for us to continue to advertise and promote these vaccines, which have caused so much harm, regardless of how inadvertent it was. My point in bringing this up is it's the contractual obligation of the second grant, 17, that they do this. As the federal grant, number 6, does not have this contractual obligation. However, as the funding, basically the purposes are exactly the same almost. They're going to be commingled. I think it would be very good and save us a lot of problems if the health director would commit to following the state rules in regards to both the state and the federal funding for vaccinations that she is receiving or is trying to receive in these two grants. I think that that would solve a lot of problems. We had some issues with this whole exact issue on the PAV $75,000 grant that y'all were forced to rescind based upon information you received from the health department. If we had great clarity that the state rules would be enforced in regards to COVID-19 vaccinations for both federal and state monies, that would certainly solve us a lot of problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Next, I have John Weber.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. I will be addressing the mayor and the city council regarding city-related matters within my constitutional rights, according to the city attorney, section 5J. The information regarding the Texas Public Information Act came from the 2024 handbook available from the Attorney General. The act applies to records in all forms. The act can also apply to information on privately owned devices of current or former governmental body employees or officials. A current or former officer or employee of a governmental body does not have a personal or property right to public information created or received while acting in official capacity. A temporary custodian with possession, custody, or control of public information shall surrender the information to the governmental body no later than the 10th business day after the governmental body requests it. The Act does not distinguish between personal or employer-issued devices, but rather on the nature of the communications or document. If the information was created, transmitted, received, or maintained in connection with any matter over which a governmental body has any authority, the information is subject to disclosure. I made this simple request for the text messages between Councilmember Pusley and Councilmember Suckley for March 14th, 2023. Last week, the city responded there were no records responsive to this request. That means the city reached out to both council members and asked them for their records and received nothing back. What happened to the records? Were they deleted or were they not given up? Destruction, removal, or alteration of public information. A person commits an offense if the person willfully destroys, mutilates, removes without permission as provided by this chapter, or alters public information. These records did exist. Dan, we have to get Gil to tone the MOU down or it will meet stiff opposition, even from those who support the idea. As with everything, Gil gets way far into the weeds. At this point, I would have a hard time supporting it. Agreed. Pulling back up at the bank when you all are ready. These texts were regarding a matter over which this governmental body has authority over, the MOU with the port. As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber.
Mr. Pro Tem, may I make a comment? Statement of fact, that was a duplicate text message that was provided months and months ago, so responding was not necessary on this most recent request.
Thank you. Next, I have Blanca Parkinson.
Is there a timer? Oh, okay. Go ahead. Blanca Parkinson, Silverton Drive here in Corpus Christi. In regards to the desalination presentation and the discussion that followed last week, number one, the Carlsbad, California plant was taken off of the power plant that it was co-located with, but at that point it was put on a different intake structure, and after a year, that intake structure was deemed infeasible. They are on their third intake structure, and it's costing the ratepayers out there in Orange County $274 million. That plant has not operated in standalone mode. So the city went on a field trip to a plant that has not operated in its final phase, ever. Number two, the Santa Barbara plant is a plant that is 10 times smaller than what's being proposed here in the Inner Harbor, and it provides water for people. Number three, the CC Polymers plant, which is in the Inner Harbor, has received support from the city publicly in TCEQ meetings. It sits idle in the Inner Harbor. M&G went bankrupt. CC Polymers went bankrupt. It's had support from Councilman Pusley. So my point here is, if the city was going to compare apples and oranges, you could have, or the city could have taken a field trip right here to the Inner Harbor. You could have had the photo shoot there. Just put on the orange vest, the hard hats, and have the photographer do your photo shoot there. Save the ratepayer a whole lot of money. It's the same water body, the same ship channel you all are proposing the Inner Harbor in. And number four, the question came up, what difference does it make how much water industry takes? It makes a huge difference, because the first thing it exposes is that the city does not have a conservation plan. What the city has is a money-making scheme to make the ratepayer continue to fund the water department and continue to provide revenue for the water department when they're using less and less water. When you understand the magnitude of what industry is taking and the amount of water they are taking, it makes all the difference. It actually makes the difference in it. What doesn't make a difference is how I wash my vegetables, how I brush my teeth, how I shower, whether or not I water. That doesn't make a difference, and that's completely exposed when people fully see how much water industry's taken. And finally, it changes the narrative with desal, whether people want to drain the bay to continue doing what got us here in the first place. And finally, I mean, you have a contingency plan here in stage 3 that imposes gallon limits on households. Gallon limits on households, okay? Under the threat of fines and disconnection. And finally, I would like to ask the city manager to resign or to be terminated. He has failed to secure water sources. He has failed to secure permits. And most of all, he's pushing a very fraudulent figure for the cost of that plant in the Inner Harbor. It's not going to be $700 million. I have the paperwork. That plant is over $1 billion. And most importantly, desalination plants, water sources are not secured with photo shoots, little vacations. They're not secured with new water logos. They're just give up.
Thank you, Ms. Parkinson. Thank you, Ms. Parkinson. Next, I have Isabel Ariza.
Isabella Raisa, most honorable and ethical city council and staff. I am your humble resident from 326 Ponish. Sorry, here we go. This is a screenshot from page 18 from the 2020 Water Conservation Plan. It says that a more aggressive conservation plan could help municipal demand level off or decrease and defer the need for additional water supplies. This is a chart from that plan. Not only are there only 4 water customer categories here, I want you to note that industrial customers use half of our water and all residential customers used only 32% of treated water in 2019. When I was working on my PhD at Boston College, I read a book called How to Lie with Statistics that discussed ways in which advertisers and propagandists manipulate data. And I have to say the city's approach to discussing water is a textbook strategy. Note, unlike the previous slide, the slide here used 9 categories instead of 4 and eliminated industrial users as a category. What we do see here is that residential water use dropped from 32 to 16%, but I'm not even sure if that's a fair conclusion given the titles of the pie chart changed. Now, I want to turn your attention to the San Pat Municipal Water District, which gets their water from us. This May, Channel 3 aired a propaganda piece that failed to fact-check Brian Williams, the San Pat Water District Manager. Oof, oh my goodness. Okay. Brian claimed that 50% of our water goes to industry and 50% go to industrial customers. But we know that he's lying, and we know that he knows he's lying because of what he testified under oath the year prior. Here's a transcript of his sworn testimony. When attorneys asked him how much water San Pat was giving the industry, he estimated 70%, with 80% of the water going to cooling towers. So when you see plumes of clouds billowing upward from Gulf Coast growth ventures, know that our drinking water is being released into the sky instead of being recaptured and recycled as it can and should be. You know, it's a sad state of affairs when regular residents are forced to read transcripts from lawsuits and review exhibits to try to make sense of what's happening instead of relying on our public officials to act as on the public's behalf. And now that we know you plan to spend an additional $1.5 million on desalination propaganda, you have no credibility with us. We're left to rely on public information requests, public documents, and archives from before you began to take our opposition to desalination seriously.
I think, Steve, you told me that once Steel Dynamics and Gulf Coast Growth Ventures were up online completely, 80% of our water was going to go to industry.
Approximately, I mean, yes.
So I'm going to leave you with this, and you may not like that I bow at the end of my public comments, but really that's the only bowing you're going to get from me, because really what you're asking for metaphorically is for us to bow down to you and to industry and their water request, and that's not going to happen from me. This curtsy right here is the only one you're getting.
Thank you, Dr. Raisa. I'm going to move on to Sally Gill.
Good afternoon. Sally Gill, 302 Catalina Place. Over the past 45 years, I've been involved with the green industry in Corpus Christi. I owned Gill Garden Center and Landscape for 44 years, teaching daily best practices for successful gardening, and sat on the city's water advisory committee from 2013 to 2017. I learned a lot about water systems maintenance and management. While working with the city, we crafted and successfully implemented throughout the city lawn and landscape irrigation between 6 p.m. and 10 a.m. and the once-a-week watering policy. The green industry got behind the changes, and with education and positive messaging, we changed patterns of behavior, and that's not easy. Today, I'm asking the council to please consider postponing moving into the city's Stage 3 drought contingency plan, since meteorologists are expecting South Texas to experience an active tropical storm season. Now, I wrote this a few days ago before what's happening right now, but I still feel that we are on the verge of going into, as you mentioned, Stage 3. One tropical depression that happened in my lifetime filled Lake Corpus Christi and did a lot for Choke Canyon Dam. I know your job as city leaders is to find the fine balance between water management and quality of life for our citizens. Many in our community work hard to keep their homes and neighborhoods looking good. It makes us proud. Allowing for irrigation every 2 weeks will keep most lawns and landscapes alive. They will stress, but they won't die. I understand there are triggers between reservoir levels and releases into the Nueces River Delta. The lower our reservoirs levels, the less water is required to be released. What I didn't understand while I sat on the Water Advisory Committee, and I don't understand today, is why we can't generate a different formula for our drought contingency plan, where we include Lake Texana water, which we paid for and we're using today. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gill. I'm going to move on to Patricia Anderson. Patricia Anderson.
I go by Gail. My name is Gail Anderson, and I live in District 2. I would like to address items 6 and 17 on the agenda, which is the Health Grant Fund to increase immunization, including COVID-19 vaccines. It's hard to believe this council is once again considering pushing the COVID-19 mRNA vaccines on its citizens. The last time our health department was targeting minorities. Remember PAVE from Nacho? In case you forgot, Nacho is not our friend. Remember all the people who came forward before the council and gave their personal testimony in the life-altering effects of the vaccine. Remember Councilman Hernandez recount of how Richard Martinez, the Public Works Director, was probably killed by the vaccine. Remember the video you were sent of public figures dropping dead in public. Remember the largest global study ever involving 99 million people, 99 million vaccine recipients who had a 200 to 700% increase in blood clots, heart, myocarditis, and pericarditis, as well as many other life-altering effects. Remember the scientific study that said shots killed more people than they saved. I could go on, but now I'm switching gears. This wording comes directly from today's proposed grant. I quote, "The purpose of this grant is to prevent and control the transmission of vaccine-presentable diseases in children." Surely by now our health department knows the COVID-19 vaccine does not stop transmission, which the CDC originally lied about but finally admitted. The proposed grant today says it is for children, adolescents, and adults. But on page 4, attachment A1, it says there will be a special emphasis on children ages 0 to 35 months. Let me repeat, this grant is specifically for babies. Babies, for crying out loud. Do you know the efficacy of the COVID vaccine in children? It's 0. It's a big, fat, not a zero, nacho. Let me refresh your memory again. It is unethical and unconscionable to administer an experimental vaccine to a child who has 0 risk of dying from COVID-19, but a well-established risk of permanent heart damage. The vaccine should immediately be removed from the childhood immunization schedule. Now, you can refresh my memory. Isn't it illegal to push the COVID-19 vaccine? You voted in the past to protect our minorities. Now, please protect our children. Protect our babies.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Next, I have Rukmini Cernady.
Rukmini Cernady, 7829 Lavane Drive. Good afternoon. My name is Rukmini Cernetti. I am a rising junior at Veterans Memorial High School. I'm here today to talk about the expanding of the range of our city ordinance for Bletcher Park, which has a no smoking policy, to expand to all city-owned parks and to include e-cigarettes as well. Project Hope of the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation has put together a community park cleanup for the last 2 years, and we have collected 3,200 cigarette butts in 2023 and 3,100 cigarette butts in 2021, with a total of 6,300 cigarette butts in the last 2 years alone, in the 7 parks in Corpus Christi. Many local organizations, such as Christus Swan, CC Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, CC Health Department, Downtown Corpus Christi, Police Chief Marshall, and Fire Chief Wade all support our efforts and believe enforcement would be beneficial to our community. In addition to our local support, we have been contacted by surrounding communities who see these initiatives you are all supporting and wish to mirror them. We spoke with Robstown PD and their police chief, Mike Tamsey, who's extremely supportive of a non-smoking in parks ordinance. We're even planning to do a community park cleanup with them to further showcase the need for an ordinance in their city as well as ours. There is a need and want for a no smoking in parks ordinance in Corpus Christi, as 82% of our population is no smokers. We are asking people who smoke to be mindful of where they smoke, preferably not at parks where the community litters often with cigarette butts and where our children play, as secondhand smoking in children is responsible for between 150,000 and 300,000 lower respiratory tract infections, resulting in hospitalizations between 7,500 and 15,000 each year. Best practice say e-cigarette use is prohibited or restricted in the same public areas where regular cigarettes are prohibited and restricted. We are asking you to think of not only the adults who are affected by secondhand and third-hand smoking, but also our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cernetti. Next I have Jason Hale.
Hi, council members. Jason Hale, 4421 Hamlin Drive. Today, I am requesting that the city publish up-to-date documents relating to the Inner Harbor desalination plant. I believe this request aligns with the city's values of openness and transparency, along with its goal of educating residents on important water projects. Fortunately, the city should already have these documents in its possession and can publish them at little to no cost. The first document I am requesting is the city's most recent core mix models from 2023. Earlier this year, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department made a similar request asking the city to make their modeling and analysis available for review. They state that marine life, like larvae, are sensitive to abrupt changes in water quality, concluding that impacts from desalination can only be determined once the salinity gradient and concentrations are known. The following example demonstrates the importance of salinity gradients. Here, each scenario has the same concentration of effluent within the water column, but has different outcomes due to the salinity gradients. The first example shows an ideal distribution that is evenly mixed, which is what you are aiming for when designing a desalination plant. The second example, however, shows a more realistic depiction where the heavy brine settles to the bottom, similar to what the city's modeling has shown in the past. Here, the effluent is concentrated to a small volume of water, resulting in toxic levels of salinity, thus demonstrating the importance of salinity gradients. Recently, a public information request was made to the TCEQ asking for the models used in the city's final permit application. As you can see, the TCEQ stated that they did not receive these models. This is concerning because significant changes were made to the city's modeling in 2023, and the TCEQ had no way to verify whether or not this information was accurate. For me, the first thing that comes to mind when reading this is, do these models exist? And if they do, why weren't they sent to the TCEQ? By making these files available to the public, the city will be educating the community on important details like salinity gradients and concentrations, which are essential to understanding the impacts of desalination. Secondly, this will enable residents to assess the accuracy of the city's models. For example, are the reversing of tides taken into consideration? If not, then the city is dangerously overestimating the Inner Harbor's ability to operate in a way that is protective of the environment. In summary, without this vital information, city leaders are effectively keeping the community in the dark on impacts from desalination. With this in mind, I request that the city publish these documents as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Next, I have Susie Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. And I come before you today to talk to you about your bond. I am very unhappy in having seen the presentation and the lack of funding appropriated for District 2. We need to have somebody that really fights for District 2 and gets us more things than we need than just a small chair of 2 fire stations in District 2. And don't tell me about the city-wide things that are going to impact everyone, because that doesn't work for me. It works that it be evenly divided among all the districts. The second thing I want to talk to you about is all these people, the wonderful people that are coming before you, telling you not to accept the grants for the shots that are important to some of us. And they're entitled to their opinion. They're entitled to say they don't want the vaccines, but they're not entitled to tell you that you cannot accept the grants on behalf of those of us who believe in them. You might have had a bad experience with them, and somebody else might have, and that's their choice to make those decisions. But those grants are meant for the people, and the people are intelligent enough to decide whether they will take those shots or will not take those shots. We don't need Big Brother watching over us and telling us what to do and when to do it. The right of the people to choose whether they want to take a vaccine or not is their right, not for the few people that come before you and tell you they're bad. Let me tell you, they're good. They saved my life. So as far as I'm concerned, you have a decision to make to let the people choose on those grants, to let the people choose whether they utilize them or not. You are not to play God. You are not God. There's only one of them. So please play that into consideration as you go forward and take care of the bonds, because right now I'm not supportive of them.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Next, I have Rachel Caballero.
Why do people always leave when certain people come up to speak? Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. Good afternoon, public servants of the community and taxpayer-paid employees. Every week we come here and we listen to a 2-minute diatribe of how we, the people that take time out of our day to come here and air our grievances, need to be respectful towards y'all. Here's the thing, this goes both ways. Openness, transparency, and inclusiveness is not happening here. Mocking someone with their credentials because their feelings were hurt is not decorum. Bashing public speakers throughout the meeting after they have left is not decorum and a bit cowardly. These behaviors actually fall in line with that of sociopaths and narcissists. Take note. We come here week after week to go on record that the majority of you are selling out our community or allowing it to be sold out under the pretense of economic development. We see you and we're coming after you in November. Fringe benefits. Chapter 380 to fund a private entity, $5 million. When did the city of Corpus Christi become a bank where we loan money to private people for no costs? Mid-year budget adjustments and amending the operating and capital budgets as applicable for fiscal year 2023 into 2024. Why are we paying $352,000 for a central kitchen at the Del Mar College West campus when Del Mar College has their own tax base? I would again like to request the resignation of City Manager Peter Zanoni for failure to do his job. Where he can toot his horn on these the incomes and expenses, but where is the reporting on all of the debt that he has incurred through the course of his employment and the debt broken out by department? He is incapable of properly maintaining assets, properly and efficiently repairing residential streets, incapable of cutting back spending and staying within budget. Case in point, today's change to the budget. He's incapable of fulfilling public information requests in the time allotted and at reasonable costs. Friendly reminder, this is a community first. We are neither a slave to, nor is this city owned by industry. We cannot afford desalination as a community or as a city that has taken out multiple certifications of obligation without taxpayer notice or vote in excess of $130 million. Our Corpus Christi Bay cannot afford desalination. Put desal on the ballot. The people of this community, we will win. We are the body of Christ after all.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Next, I have Lamont Taylor.
Good afternoon, Council. Lamont Taylor, 522 Hancock. I come to you this afternoon to speak about item 20 on your agenda. I come as the chairman of the CAB, which was set forth in the Harbor Bridge realignment, and they created a Citizens Advisory Committee. Also come to provide some history to the council for those who don't know that Hillcrest is west of Port, not east of Port. For my council people who have never been to Hillcrest, you know that this aquatic center, which I'm a favor of, however, the naming of it as Hillcrest Aquatic Center is a misnomer. That should be the T.C. Ayers Aquatic Center if it's Aquatic Center, because it is not in Hillcrest neighborhood as doing a disservice to the CAB as far as what we presented to the city and in the parks program to make sure that we had a like-for-like pool in which was taken away because of the Harbor Bridge. So we are asking that you not say it's Hillcrest Aquatic Center, because you didn't say it was the Hillcrest desalination plant. You said it was the Inner Harbor desalination plant, but now we know that's in Hillcrest because that's west of Port. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Next, I have Eli McKay.
Lamont's a little taller than I am. Good morning, Council. My name is Eli McKay, and like all of you, I live on the land of the Karankawa and Lipan Apache peoples, which is now called 1008 Marguerite Street in District 1, Uptown, Corpus Christi. So I'm here today to talk about a few things on the agenda that came as red flags for me. So accuracy and transparency are the focus of my comments today. First, I'd like to mention item 18, the sale of the foreclosed properties in the Hillcrest and Washington Coles neighborhoods. Specifically, the two properties that are being sold to the Port of Corpus Christi Authority. These neighborhoods, they're rich in history and culture, and they need to be preserved. I believe that there should be more of an effort to sell properties in the neighborhoods to people who would develop them and build homes that would revitalize the neighborhood instead of selling them off to the port, who instead will dismantle the historic neighborhood. This next leads me to your discussion on the so-called Hillcrest Aquatic Center plan for the T.C. Ayers Park. Progress and revitalization for those neighborhoods are of the utmost importance, as I said. Still, we need to be accurate in how we talk about the park projects being done so that the entire community can understand what's being done. Labeling this park project as Hillcrest is inaccurate since it's not actually in the Hillcrest neighborhood. There's a lot of things in queue for y'all within the next month that are going to shape how the city grows and develops in the future. Speaking about IDAs in executive session is really not a good show of faith or transparency for the community. For years, numerous voices have asked for those areas to be annexed in order to ensure more equitable rates and rules that more equitable like residents and commercial customers have. So at the very least, it would be right for the council to negotiate the IDAs in public so that there is more of an investment in public trust. Please consider this as you move forward with those negotiations. And lastly, I wanted to mention the presentation y'all are going to be receiving on the Casablanca Village apartments. It seems like a good project for the area, and I hope that more affordable housing will be developed in District 1. A red flag, though, in the presentation is the slide that shows that 49% of city employees are below the 2024 AMI of $55,300 for annual income. I don't feel that it is acceptable for half of our city staff to be below this average. With metrics like this, I'm reiterating the fact that I am with the belief that non-uniformed employees should have collective bargaining rights and be paid a living wage for their vital work. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Eli McKay. I believe that's all we have for public comment. There's none from online?
No, sir, not today.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on then to Section G. We have board appointments. We have none of those today. Is that correct?
No board appointments today. That's right.
Very good. Thank you. I'm going to move on then to item I. That's consent agenda. This is items 4 through 18. Are there council members who wish to pull an individual item from the consent agenda?
6 and 17.
10 and 13.
So currently, just to be clear, I've had requests for items 6, 17, 10, and 13 to be pulled from the consent agenda. Is that correct? Are there additional items? All right, very good. I'm going to hand things off to the mayor. Thank you.
I think that's it. Good job, Mayor Pro Tem.
Good job.
It was okay.
In my opinion. Okay.
I should have told you. So these are the items that they want pulled for individual
Oh, let me write that down. Numbers 6, 17, 10 and 13. I can't see. 10 and 13. Right? Okay, is that where we're at right now? Okay, thank you.
The entire agenda. The rest of the consent agenda.
Okay, so we're going to, I'm going to entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items number 6, 17, 10, and 13.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Councilman Hunter? Yes, sir.
Mr. Zanoni, on number 15 with the AEP agreement, we are rejecting their increase. Okay, thank you.
We are, yes. We have a motion, we have a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. So item number 6 was pulled by Mr. Hernandez? No? Oh, Councilman Pusley. Who pulled? Was it you? What? Come on, guys.
We're going to do it.
Well, let me explain for the public what item number 6 is. This is an ordinance authorizing execution of all documents necessary to accept, amend, and appropriate a grant contract for $240,003 for public health emergency preparedness. It's a grant from Texas Department of State Health Services. Mr. Hunter.
I'm just not voting for it, that's all.
Okay. I will entertain a motion. Do we have any other, I'm sorry, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, and we're looking at 6 and 17 because they're kind of related together. Under 17, under that contract, it stipulates in sections 41 and 42 kind of pursuant to what the state laws are. So in 42, it says the contractor understands, acknowledges, and agrees that pursuant to Article 2 of the General Appropriations Act, none of the general revenue funds appropriated to the Department of State Health Services, DSHS, may be used for the purposes of promoting or advertising COVID-19 vaccines in the 2024-2025 biennium. So in your agenda memo item, it actually states it here, for children, adolescents, and adults to include COVID-19 vaccines when requested by patients. So I'm wondering, why did we even include COVID-19 in this agenda memo item?
So this is for awareness purposes?
For what?
So for awareness purposes, COVID-19 is part of the ACIP recommendations, so we have many other vaccines and COVID is one of them.
Okay, but it's prohibited from us from utilizing state funds to advertise a COVID-19 vaccine, correct?
Yes, sir. And
So we are not doing that. We're not advocating for it. We're not encouraging anybody to take it as a public health, as your employees aren't doing that, correct?
No, sir, we don't. It's available. If anyone requests it, we'll vaccinate, but we don't advertise or promote the COVID-19 vaccine.
Is it on the schedule for anybody under the age of 6?
So can I get back to you on that?
Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. I don't think we should turn down this grant as long as we comply with what is required by the state law in the contract that we're signing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Dr. Khan, I just want to confirm, were these were continuations of existing grant programs we've already been a part of?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that what I read?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank
Good point, Councilman. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion to approve item number 6 and number 17.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. Again?
Thank you.
Oh. Thank you, Doctor. Yes, because it's the second item. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, item number 10 was also pulled, and that is a motion authorizing the execution of a 1-month service agreement with Fitness Superstore, for the purchase, delivery, and installation of fitness equipment for the new Corpus Christi Police Training Academy. And I'm sorry, Councilman, who pulled, Councilman Councilman Hernandez.
Chief, I apologize. I didn't get a chance to talk to you this ahead of time, but this kind of reminded me of solid waste in them acquiring a trailer from California, right? And we didn't look at local opportunities, so I wanted to confirm that we looked at local companies, and the one I can think of off the top of my hand is a Hess Fitness Center.
Yeah, we did. I spoke with Albert myself. This actually failed in the first bid process because there were no competitive bids as far as the scope of work was concerned. So they put it back out to include Hess Fitness, Albert Kessler. He was number 4 in the bid. I would have loved to have done business with Albert. I've done business with him for years. Great company, but number 1 bid was substantially lower.
Okay, I just, we all talk about trying to do local preference on some of these things, and it just seems like going to California to get stuff is.
I think there'll be more equipment to buy. This is a rack system. It's a half rack system, university style training groups through. I'm sure you've all seen university style locker rooms. It's something that's special, or I shouldn't say special, but it's not individual equipment pieces.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and for clarity, this is, these are taxpayer dollars. And so we must abide by our protocol, which is to put out a bid, go through a process, and then look to see what is the best use of those taxpayer dollars for the equipment or whatever it is
Correct.
we're going
Thank you for that, Mayor.
Yes.
And for further clarity, I personally have nothing to do with the bid process.
Right. I would love for.
We present what we would like in the academy, and
Right.
of course, procurement does the rest.
And I think it goes, without saying, we would all love for it all to be local, but at the same time, we have a duty to get the best bang for our buck.
Right, it's over $20,000 difference.
I was just going to ask that. What is the difference?
Yeah, about over
So it would cost $20,000 more
if you went with the local.
if we
right.
went with local. Okay.
And Chief kind of mentioned it in the beginning, but this went out to bid twice. The first time there were irregularities. So in the first bid, nobody local bid. So Chief, knowing Hess, he's had a relationship with them for other equipment, asked them to put in a bid so we can have a local bid, because we like local as well. And Hess did, but they were $20,000 more than the lowest bidder. So.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you for asking them to bid.
Yeah, he personally
That
called
also
them and asked
makes
them.
a difference.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilman Pusley.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He has a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I'm going to tell you my big box story. And with respect to this kind of equipment, there's equipment and then there's equipment. So I went a few years ago and bought a treadmill at a local big box store and took it home, put it upstairs, paid some guys to carry it upstairs, set it up and used it, and it lasted about 6 weeks.
Sure.
And I called the big box store and they said, well, you have to go to the manufacturer. Well, the manufacturer phone number, they never answered. And so I had to pay those same guys to come get it and haul it away. And I went to Hess and bought one, and that was at least 10 or 12 years ago, and it's still upstairs and still working. Not that I always use it, but it's still there and working. But I just think you have to be, when it comes to barbells, okay, you can't hurt weights. But when we're buying treadmills and things of that nature, you've got, $20,000 may seem like a lot, but in 6 months, if you have to start throwing away this stuff, that $20,000 may look cheap. So you've got to look at this equipment, because this is coming from a discount place that I'll guarantee you is buying the lowest quality stuff that they can and reselling it.
No, it's a manufacturing company. It's a large company. They do a lot of business. It'd be like competing against Walmart. It's just scale that gives them the opportunity to bid cheaper.
Yeah.
Okay. And as far as the weight equipment goes, we were specific in gauge of steel, size of steel tubing, so that there were minimums.
That stuff is pretty universal.
Correct.
You can't hurt that.
Correct.
A 45-pound weight is a 45-pound weight. So,
yes.
But anyway, I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So I will go ahead and entertain a motion to approve item,
So moved.
what number is this? 10. Thank you. We have a motion, we have a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. And the last item pulled was item number 13. That is a motion awarding a construction contract to McDonald Municipal and Industrial for the Central Kitchen Generator Project. And I'm sorry, who pulled this one? Councilman Hernandez? Your question or comment?
This has more to do with why we're funding this as opposed to the actual contract. So
I'm not sure I'm the best one to answer.
you're probably not the best person to answer this question. So, I understand we have this block grant and we're utilizing it but we're utilizing it at Delmar to build this facility on their property, right? Can you kind of go through the logic on this?
Okay, so the parties are the City of Corpus Christi and Delmar College, and the term is this is a interlocal agreement for the life of the Central Kitchen property that we have there. This is where we prepare 800 meals daily for our Meals on Wheels and our 8 senior centers.
Do they have a culinary facility there at the West Side campus?
I don't know about the West Side campus. I know I've heard something about the South Side, but not the West.
The South Side campus has a culinary school that's there, and it seemed like it would the synergies are a little weird here. So I'm just wondering what the logic is on putting it at the west side campus when their culinary school's at the south side campus, and maybe have some.
Well, that's where our central kitchen has been for.
So is this our facility?
Yes, sir.
So we're just using, do we have, I guess we have the interlocal agreement, do we have the lease there? I mean, is it, I'm just trying to think if they're trying to synergize the assets that they have and we have, but if that's not the case, it's not the case.
Right. I don't believe that's the case. It's been there for several years. I guess this was in 2000 that this interlocal agreement happened, so that's, and that was before the South Side campus.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dodd. I will go ahead and entertain a motion to approve item number 13.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Please submit your vote.
And Mayor, I'm abstaining.
Okay, Councilman Suckley is abstaining. Okay, the motion carries. Mr. Klein also, Councilman Klein also abstained. Sorry, thank you. Okay, that'll take us to section L, individual consideration items. Number 19 is a motion awarding a construction contract to Moore Will LLC for the Lavoya Creek drainage improvements.
I've got a presentation to go through on this. I imagine most of you are familiar with this because this is a project that's been going on for about 5 years. The problem is that we have areas around Lavoya Creek that have experienced flooding during past extreme weather events. The other situation is that when they updated the flood insurance rate maps, the La Molina area, it was heavily impacted and the floodplain greatly increased in that area. We sought and received in 2019 grants to help mitigate both the flooding risk and Airport Ditch and Lavoya Creek, and also to make improvements that would help to get the flood insurance rate maps adjusted in the La Molina area. The grant for the detention pond that's on the downstream end of this was from CDBG DR, that's HUD money that flows through the General Land Office. And another part of the project received a hazard mitigation grant from FEMA. This phase, we're calling it Phase 1 project, is the CDBG DR part of this. This action is awarding a construction contract to Moorville out of Mission, Texas, which is down in the valley, for almost $19.3 million. And the scope includes construction of a 103-acre detention pond that will slow the flow of water from Lavoya into Oso Creek. There's also some minor park amenities along the perimeter. There'll be a gravel trail, and there'll be some benches and shade structures there that people can utilize if they want to visit that site. That shows you the location. The larger circle there, the Phase 1, is where the detention pond is located. There's a future phase to this project to replace the culverts under SPID to help relieve some of the flooding that is trapped on the La Molina side, help that water get downstream faster, and then this detention pond is going to help mitigate the downstream effects from doing that. This slide illustrates the perimeter of the detention pond. If you're familiar with the area near Holly and Bush, back behind the AEP substation is where this detention pond is located. And this illustrates the location of the future project that will replace those culverts. Again, this is just a vicinity map of the areas that will benefit, and we're one of the beneficiaries because this should benefit some of the flooding that we've experienced also at the Greenwood wastewater treatment plant. This is our construction schedule on the project. We're projecting that construction take 18 months. I stand ready for any questions.
Councilman Pusley.
Okay, so 130 acres. How deep at the deepest point is this detention pond, do you know?
I can get that for you.
Okay.
Problem is, it's not very deep. That's the challenge we face here.
Okay. Because I was going to say Lake Corpus Christi is barely 130 acres, I think. So are we going to stock this with
130 acres?
Well, I mean, the depth will, but you talk about a water reuse potential here, I mean.
Well, no. So what this does, when you have a storm and you have very intense thunderstorm, which this basin is sensitive to that kind of.
It's going to detain it while it passes it on.
It's going to just temporarily detain it.
So it's not going to be a retention.
No. It's not for reusing the water or anything like that.
Okay.
It's just
that clears it up for me. Thank you.
Councilman Suckley.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple questions, Jeff. With reading the package and the construction or the project timeline shows construction to be completed December 2025. But there's also a comment in there about the construction must be completed by February 2026. So there's not a whole lot of buffer there. And I know you had an administrative hearing with the contractor to be awarded the work, but this project looks like it's 4 times larger than anything that they list on their resume. So are there concerns about that? And in the event that something occurs that we don't stay on our identified timeline, what's our backstop to try and, do we put the grant at risk of not getting paid if we don't finish by February?
There's that potential. Now, that's where it's currently been extended to. There's the potential to extend it further, but we will have to monitor it very closely. And we've communicated that to the contractor, that we can't play around. If they're not making acceptable progress, we're going to have to intervene quickly.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, can I add to that? Is the contractor here, Jeff? Yeah, good. So the contractor's here, so we appreciate that. So we asked for kind of resumes or scope of work and on a lot of these projects like this. You can see it that they haven't done a project of this magnitude. However, Jeff did meet with them in what we call an administrative hearing, and we feel confident they can do the work. We're going to work closely with them. So if there's any slippage, we can help them stay on track. It's seemingly a good company. The fact that the owner is here today speaks well of the company. This is a very important project for several reasons. One, to alleviate flooding, but as Councilman Suckley said, we do have a timeline on the grant, and we did get an extension, so second one may be a little more challenging, but Jeff, as the lead engineer for the city, and his team who have met with the contractor have confidence that we can do this, otherwise we wouldn't have recommended it today. Just wanted to add that, Councilman Suckley. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, Jeff, as I recall, we started talking about this when Joe McComb was the mayor, right? I mean, it's been a while.
It has.
And we can't take Molina out of the flood zone until phase 2 is actually done. When is that coming?
We're working with FEMA on that. We're having some difficulties. We've actually scheduled a meeting with the IGR folks to help us out with FEMA on that one, but it's coming. The design is far along, and so if we can get FEMA to agree that the benefits are there from that project in terms of floodplain reduction.
Okay, so in looking at your maps, I mean, so do you have a timeline estimated on that, on phase 2?
I could say we'd be pretty close to being ready to bid it. We've got to coordinate that with TxDOT, but the bid documents are in advanced state of preparation. I think within a few months of getting greenballed by FEMA, we could get that out.
Okay. And going to your maps, you have 2 areas identified. You have something north of Saratoga and south of Saratoga. Where is the majority of this project going to be?
Can we go back to the presentation?
Okay.
Okay, oh, sorry.
So if you go here, that's the one that's
That's where the pond is.
That's where it's all going to be north of SPID in between Holly and there's nothing that's going to be south of SPID. I mean I'm sorry, Saratoga. Because I mean
So
we cleared out a lot.
The pond is, and the culvert part of the project is on Airport Tributary Number 1 is what we call it. And
I mentioned SPID incorrectly. What I meant was Saratoga, because a lot of the stuff that we had to clear out was on the other side of Saratoga.
Correct. No, this is on the north side of Saratoga. And if you're looking at that photo, let me see if the other one shows a little bit better. Yeah, just south of this location is Las Colonias subdivision.
Right.
And just a little bit further south is the Greenwood Wastewater Treatment Plant. And that tributary is called Lavola Creek. So the purpose of this is the upstream part, the La Molina part, we're going to try and get that water out sooner, but then we're going to try and hold that water in this detention pond and release it slower into Lavola Creek and Oso Creek.
Because Las Colinas got flooded because of the way the water.
Correct. If we did not do this project and we did the culvert project, it would be exacerbating that situation.
Yeah.
Okay, so just kind of bear with me here because we all remember the flooding that occurred in those areas. But a lot of it had to do with the maintenance of Lavoya Creek itself. So, and this probably something for Gabriel on this, in terms of ongoing maintenance, not only of this detention area, but also the Lavoya Creek itself.
Mayor, Council, Assistant Director of Public Works, Gabriel Nosa. So actually, Lavoya Creek would necessitate a Army Corps permit because it's a Lavoya Creek, just like Oso Creek. So it's not a man-made ditch that we can just go in there and maintain at any point. It would take a permitting process to do any sort of mechanized maintenance of Lavoya Creek. Because I remember we had done some maintenance south of Saratoga, like you were saying, by the wastewater treatment plant. Probably 4 or 5 years ago, we had a project there, and it was very environmentally sensitive. We had to have wetlands delineation, so it took a Corps permit. So that section right beyond Saratoga, just north of it, where you have that kind of confluence of Airport Ditch and Lavoya Creek, that would take a Corps permit in order to maintain that area.
Okay. Well, this won't affect this project, but I mean, it's kind of all has to work together, right?
Correct. So that's taking into account, the existing conditions of Lavoya Creek. You don't get a lot of, outflows or anything beyond Saratoga. Most of it's coming from Lavoya Creek, which reaches all the way to the airport, and then Airport Ditch coming, from La Molina. That point where we're putting the pond is the major confluence of these two water bodies. So it's a good position for the pond.
Okay. Thanks, Gabriel. Appreciate it.
Councilman Roy.
So, I don't know who to address this question to, but in the scope of things, you got 130 acres, right? Is that what it's going to end up being?
Yes, sir.
So, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. If there was a flash flood, something like that, it's 130 acres. It's not, is this something that you're going to be required to let people know when they enter that area? 130 acres is pretty big. So is there any danger there? You get some kids riding around there and all of a sudden, you get 8 inches of rain. Is there something there that notifies people that they're in that area?
So in terms of flash flood, I see what you're saying. So we would probably have to put signage up. I don't know if there's going to be a gate. I know there's going to be like a parking area for these park amenities, kind of that trail around the pond. So I don't know if maybe there's a gate we can put up to kind of close off this area during, these big rain events.
But yeah, but that's 130 acres. You'd have to fence in 130 acres. That's a pretty big task.
I'm not sure. Is there a perimeter fence around this? Yes, there's a perimeter fence around this.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot of maintenance. That's just a lot of everything.
Yes, sir.
But at the end of the day, I think it's well worth it. I was just trying to get my head around it because we were looking at a fence not too long ago at the Garcia Art Center, and it was just a little playground, and I thought we'd have to pull a bank behind us to afford that. So 130 acres, that's quite a lot of fencing and just being able to keep people out and be safe.
Correct.
Will you use it do you think people, when it's not raining, will use the inside that 130 acres for recreational purposes?
I think we'll be looking at that in the future. I think, San Antonio has, soccer fields that have been placed in kind of these detention ponds, so we can look at that in the future. It depends how well this dries off after a rain event. I mean, if we do have some sort of athletic fields, if it takes a month for it to dry off before they're even useful, then that's just something we'll have to look at.
Yeah. All right. I'm just trying to get my head around it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Barrera.
Don't go too far, Gabe.
Okay.
Here, just to give a little history, I mean, how long have you been working on this project?
Probably when I was at Utilities and Stormwater was still over there, so 2018, 2019.
2000, yeah. And so right now, and we're working basically with HUD and GLO. Of course, the money's come from HUD. And
Right.
then it's the same situation. I'm trying to think of, I know there's a couple of staff members that are no longer with Public Works or with Stormwater, so to speak, that now are in different departments.
Correct, sir.
So there's a long lineage of people. How many times have we gone back to FEMA or HUD to try and ask for an extension because we keep finding engineering was finding new challenges?
Well, we got into kind of a conundrum with them because we were approaching a deadline that really didn't allow enough time to construct it. And then we were in kind of a situation where, do you want to take a bid to council and say, okay, we're going to award this bid knowing that it goes beyond the current deadline, and let's just hope they're going to extend it. So we were in that conundrum the first time we bid this, and anyway, we just recently got them to officially extend that to give us enough time to.
Have there been multiple
yes,
extensions?
Yes, there's been multiple extensions.
So I guess that's the thing. I just want to say that there's confidence from HUD that what we're doing, because the thing is that it impacts so many people, and I wish we could have obviously got this done before the new FEMA maps were drawn, because it's had an impact on individuals, particularly homeowners, because now their flood insurance rates have gone up. And I know particularly those people that live in the Las Colinas areas, I'm sure they're dealing with a lot of anxiety right now as to with the water that's coming in, or the potential rain event that's coming up here in the next 24 hours. And the anxiety for our staff as well, because we want to ensure that those individuals, I mean, we've all seen, I think it was in 2019 when this first hit council agenda item, is the news covered it, and they showed individuals where water was going into their living rooms. So, and I guess when it went into Molina hadn't experienced any flooding, but the thing is now is they were affected by the new FEMA maps. So I've been working on this project since I got on the council. I think my first briefing was January 2019, and that's when I was sworn in. So I asked my colleagues that this has been a long work in progress, that we support this because it affects so many people in all those neighborhoods, as Sylvia likes to call the working people, the working class. So this is a very important project, and my hat's off to the staff. Peter, my hat's off to the team. I know, everybody has been, okay, here we go again. What are we going to do? And it's been a reassessment. And I think LAN was our engineer.
That's correct.
So I know Scott Harris and I have had multiple meetings on this project, and this is a perfect example of us really trying to work together with the federal government to make sure that this happens, because it's going to affect so many people. And once it gets done, once it's completed, then there's individuals are going to have a rate reduction with regard to their flood insurance. So with that, I'd move for approval.
Great, we have a motion, we have a second. I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 19? Okay, there being no one, I'll close public comment, and please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries.
Right. Mayor, we'd just like to thank the company owner for being here as well. They came
Yes.
in to,
Yes, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate that, and it means a lot that you're here. Thank you.
Very important project.
Thank you. So we're going to do this, item number 20, and then, what time is it? Time, I know. Actually, I know. Let's go ahead and break for lunch now, so we can, or are we ready, Rebecca? Are we ready for lunch, or where? Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and break for lunch now. The council is going to go into executive session on items 27 and 28 per Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.087. We will return shortly. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. And we had left off on item number 20. That is a resolution authorizing a professional services contract with Kimley Horn, deviating from the city's procurement policy to provide design, bid, and construction phase services for the Hillcrest Aquatic Center. Mr. Edmonds.
Thank you. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. I have a very brief presentation to go through. And for the record, I'm indifferent on whether we call this Hillcrest TCRs. And I don't think a decision is needed on that right at this time. So this is a site map. It's a little bit difficult to tell where that location is. It's actually on Winnebago in between Coke and Port. It's that area that's currently being used as a laydown area by Flatiron. This is a conceptual site plan rendering. This is another rendering. So the scope of the project is to design the whole site of the pool, including the clubhouse and the parking lot. And this is the schedule. So I think everybody's somewhat familiar with this because we're also talking about putting construction dollars on Bond 24 for this. TxDOT has agreed to put money towards this, and we're being told this is not an option, that we need to do this project as part of the environmental justice compliance for the Harbor Bridge. So Half & Associates is the one that's doing the other park improvements. And this was a skill set that Half didn't have in-house. So given the fact that we were kind of under a time constraint and we didn't really feel like we had the luxury of time to compete this, we reached out to Kimley Horn, who was the designer for the Bill Witt pool, and they gave us a proposal, and we are recommending awarding this design contract to them. And I stand ready for any questions.
Okay, Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. So in the presentation, it has the correct name. Is there any more concerns that the neighborhood groups have brought up outside of what was voiced this morning and emailed to us?
So, Neiman Young, Assistant City Manager. So just to make it abundantly clear for the record, the Hillcrest quote-unquote name on the facility was, it's captured in the bond that way simply for reference points, because we've been talking about pools and we've been talking about the Bill Witt pool. So we said Hillcrest pool, so when we talk about it with council or city staff, we know we're talking about the one on the north side. So we're not beholden to the name, and really haven't had any real discussions with the community on what the real name is going to be on the pools. Second, they haven't expressed any additional concerns over the months of engagement that city staff has had with the Community Advisory Board. We actually took a whole lot of feedback from that community group, put together the mitigation plan, and it's basically met all the asks that the CAB had. So they're very happy with the facility, and I think that we have a strong way forward to get it into compliance.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with Councilman Hunter on this one, and specifically that it's in T. Sierra's Park, and we're replacing T. Sierra Pool, that the one that we took out as part of this construction.
Yes, sir.
It should probably be called T. Sierra's as a reflection of history, right?
Yeah, again, we'll simply use it for reference, and if council is so moved or if the community is so moved to name it T. Sierra's Aquatic Facility, we're not emotionally invested in the name, which was utilizing for reference as we continue our planning and design of the facility.
Well, I'd like to say I'm kind of emotionally invested in the name because it's part of our history as Corpus Christi, right?
No,
yeah, that's fine. We can call it that. Yeah,
we're not emotionally invested in Hillcrest Aquatic Facility that has been presented publicly.
Yeah.
If it's going to be TCR's.
That's fine. We can call it, like Neiman said, he just put this in for reference, but we can call it TCR's pool.
Okay. I mean, that's, I think that's appropriate.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I didn't know him personally, but, Okay. The other thing I want to talk about is a little bit is we're putting this on our bond, right? What if the bond doesn't pass? We still have to build this.
Then we're going to have to talk to TxDOT at that point if the bond doesn't pass.
Well, I understand we have to talk to TxDOT, but
Yeah.
we agreed to build this pool
We
regardless
agreed
if the bond passes or not, right?
No, if this is,
can't.
right, this is a plan that we worked with TxDOT and the Federal Highway Administration, the Civil Liberties Division.
Yes, sir.
I believe is their title. So if this plan doesn't materialize for various reasons, there's several pieces of this that have to come together. TxDOT has to give us the $5 million. TxDOT has to give us the property. If the bond has to pass, if any one of those and maybe several others don't materialize, then we're back at the table.
Back at the table.
When do we expect to get the property?
In October.
In October? So it's a month before the actual bond election.
Yeah, October, November. It has to be, TxDOT has to approve it, the Transportation Commission.
That's correct.
And then we have to bring it to City Council for acceptance. Valente's leaving TxDOT, as we know, July 1.
That's correct, Roger, sir.
So that's another nuance we have to work through. It's yeah.
Okay, well, this is just for the design, so this is $600,000 that we're going to be doing for this, but, there's a lot of risk associated here that...
We agree. Yeah, we agree.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Roy?
I just wanted to make the comment that, I understand the public comment today and wanted to call it TC errors. I'm okay with that.
Yes, sir.
If we really wanted to get passed in the bond, we should just call it the Water Gardens 2. But I know in terms of the size of this pool, if it doesn't pass, are we going to look at maybe modifying that? Or, that's an Olympic pool in that area.
And I'd be hesitant to talk about that way forward. As City Manager stated, that if it didn't pass, then that would basically be a trigger for us to return to the table with TxDOT and FHWA and figure out that way forward. And based off of those conversations, that then, determinations on, re-engineering is necessary, or the facility is going to look a little bit different, or it may be a different type of facility. Not certain at the moment. That would be something that had to be hashed out.
Yeah, so there's a possibility that the other, is it 3 parks or 4? 4 parks.
4 parks.
That if they don't pass either, then we'd have to go back to the drawing board on those too.
No, we identified the funding solutions. Council
Okay.
got the funding solutions for the 4 parks. It's just that, the agreements on an aquatic center happened late in the conversations. Hence our reason for requesting suspending our procurement policies and trying to get the pool to catch up with the rest of the project.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't see a problem with if they are comfortable with the name being TC Airs.
Yes, sir.
I'm in agreement with that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, with respect to the name, and we heard Mr. Taylor speak this morning, but he's a member of the CAB board, right?
Yes, sir.
So maybe this is something we ought to turn back to them and say, okay, why don't y'all have a meeting and come up with what you would like this thing, and let them officially designate what they would like the park to be called. I think that would be the appropriate way to do it, is they have a board, let's let them make the decision.
Yes, sir.
Because we heard from a couple of members, but they may have other members who have a different opinion.
Yeah, good point, Councilman.
Thank you.
Take that to them.
Yeah. Okay, great. I think that's all the questions. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Would anyone like to comment on item number 20? It's in our audience. Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment.
I'll move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Please submit your vote. Okay, motion carries. Our next item, item number 21, is a resolution authorizing a 380 incentive agreement with Corpus Christi Capital Group, LLC, and Corpus Christi Party Hotel, LLC, for the development of the Casablanca Village apartments.
Good afternoon, Heather Hurlbert, Assistant City Manager. So we have a great project that we're bringing forward for consideration for council. I'm going to talk a little bit about why we feel like this project is important for the city, and then we'll go into more detail on the project. So this project is what we're calling, it's not what we're calling, it's air development or adaptive reuse, infill, and revitalization. And so why that is good for us is this will redevelop a vacant building. This building has been vacant for a while, and it is already within our city limits. We are not having to extend any type of utilities to it. It already has utilities to it. And these type of revitalization projects are very common. It is a great way to be able to revitalize areas that have either been underserved, have become dilapidated, abandoned, or just have not been active. And so some common examples of this across the state of Texas includes what's happening over in Waco and their Magnolia Market, the Pearl in San Antonio, the Hotel El Jardin in Brownsville, along with multiple office towers in downtown Dallas. And so this is something that is common and is really a great way to reactivate areas that have been not active. And like I said, this is also cost effective for the city. There's already infrastructure. We're not having to extend roads. We're not having to extend utilities. And we are already in the process of maintaining these areas, and so there's not additional cost. So why we feel that workforce housing is very important. So when you look across the metropolitan statistical area in Corpus Christi, our unemployment continues to run very low. So as of April 23, our employment is at 4% and has maintained in that 3 to 4% range. But what we're also seeing is a decline in our workforce. So there has been a decline in the workforce of about 1.5%, or about 3,000 jobs between 2019 and 23. Now, granted, that was within that COVID time period, but we are continuing to see declines within our workforce and expect to see a further decline over 24 to 28. And then we're seeing a decline in population. So, there are some questions. The last census has been called into question just because it was during the pandemic, but we have seen a decline in population, and right now we are continuing to forecast a decline moving forward. But we still have a need for jobs. And so we still need to have a job openings across the MSA, and we really need to decide how we're going to support our workforce and how we are going to attract more people to be able to live within the Corpus Christi area and help fill those jobs that we are having. In addition to that, there's continued construction, and so there's continued need for employees across the MSA. So when you look at our workforce and our housing data, so the workforce, like I said, has stayed almost the same, if not declined a little bit. Our average hourly rates have stayed pretty stagnant. As a matter of fact, over the last couple of years, they've actually declined. But our annual home sales price has continued to really increase. And so between 2011 and 2023, the average home value went from the average home price went from $150,000 to up to $300,000. So home prices have doubled over that period of time. So what that means is that it's really hard to have not affordable housing, not subsidized housing, but to have that workforce housing. And so when you look to see what our AMI is, so our the average median income the area median income for Corpus Christi for 2024 is, for a one-person household, is $55,000. For a two-person household is $63,000, and then on up. So that AMI is adjusted for the size of the family. But what HUD defines workforce is those families earning between 80 and 120 AMI. But what happens when you start looking at what those families can afford for housing? So at one person, at 100% AMI, the 30% guideline would allow for about $1,300 in housing a month, including utilities. And that fluctuates between the 80 and then the 120. There's a little bit less and a little bit more. So when you start looking at our average rents across the city and our average home prices, most of our housing does put those families outside of that 30% guideline. So when you look at the HUD workforce housing rent guidelines, for a studio or apartment, the rent, including utilities, would be a little over $1,000. For a one-bedroom apartment would be about $1,100, and for a two-bedroom apartment would be about $1,300. That is compared to the market rates, where market rates are about $1,100 for studios, $1,300 for one-bedrooms, and about $1,500 to $1,600 for two-bedrooms. So when we talk workforce, this is not, like I said, is not affordable housing. It is for those making 80 to 120 AMI. So for reference, when you look across the city of Corpus Christi's employees, 49% of our city employees are at that 55,000 or that 100% AMI or below. So that when you look at housing, again, into housing affordability. So if we are using a guideline of $1,100 to $1,500 in affordable cost for affordable house or workforce housing, when you look at our housing cost per month for buying a house, these numbers are ranging from $2,100 on up to over $3,000 per month for housing within this area. And that's not just within Corpus Christi, but we actually went outside, looked into Kingsville, Portland, a lot of our surrounding areas. And so this really has priced a lot of our workforce out of the market to be able to buy a house. But even if you look at our rents, a lot of our rents are out of those ranges too. So at a 100% AMI for a single family, actually for a single person, we would have to be below $1,300. And so only they would qualify for a 1, 2, or 3-star apartment. That is not even a market rate apartment. Those are the lower end type apartments. And even if you look outside the Corpus Christi area and you look at our sub-market apartment locations, those rents, a lot of those rents are still out of that 30% guideline. So moving into this project, so this project is located off of Corn Products Road and IH-37, and there are a lot of the major employers that are close to this area. So within a 5-minute drive of the project location, is estimated about over 10,000 employees are within that 5-minute drive, and over 80,000 employees are within the 10-minute drive. So this is proximate and close proximity to those employment centers. That 80,000 is about 40% of the region's workforce are within that area. So this project is right next to some other residential areas. Even though it is primarily industrial to one side, it is residential to the other. So you see where the project is within that circle. Those 2 large boxes to the right of the project are all residential areas within that area of town. And so this is an appropriate use and to turn this into a residential type unit because of the proximity to the other existing residential. So looking at the project site, like I said, this is off of Corn Products Road, off of IH-37. There are actually 3 parcels of land in this area, the way that it was platted. So the intention is to redevelop the proposed phase number 1, or the parcel to the top of the picture, and then move into the phase number 2, which is to the bottom of the picture. That middle part there in the red is owned by a different owner. It is not owned by the developer. And there are continued negotiations trying to negotiate a purchase price for that. But they have not been successful on being able to settle on that yet. The developer has worked with their bank, and the bank has agreed to move forward with financing, even though they don't own that middle section there. And there is a plan to make sure that that is being kept separate from the other 2 parcels. So the concept of this is the Casablanca Village apartments. And so this would be the adaptive reuse of both of these 2 vacant hotels. There would be up to 400 studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom apartments. The studios would be approximately 370 square feet. The 1-bedrooms would be 740 square feet. And the 2-bedrooms would be 1,111 square feet. Because this is a hotel concept, and we'll look at a site plan in just a second, it really lends itself to be able to do those 1 and the 2 and the 3 bedroom, or the studio 1 and 2 bedrooms, depending on the number of bays that are included within that unit. So depending on what the mix of studio 1 and 2 bedroom units are, there'll be up to 400 units, and then up to 200, or approximately half of those, will have rents set based off of those HUD annual fair rent limits. And so those are adjusted to be able to fit within that 30% guideline. The occupants of the rent set limit of units will be income qualified and will have to be at least 100% or less of AMI. And then the other remaining units will be at market rate, and there will not be income qualifications for those market rate units. They anticipate that the units will contain all utilities, so the utilities will be included in those rent amounts, with the exception of cable or internet. And these units will be offering long-term and monthly, long-term, and furnished leases. So some of the apartments will be furnished, some will be unfurnished, but there will not be a short-term rentals allowed. It'll be a minimum of 30 days for the rentals there. So moving into the concept plan for phase 1, so since this was a hotel, it really lends itself to this adaptive reuse. So you have all the units are around the outside or the exterior of the building. It has some great amenities to the interior because this was a nicer hotel at the time. And so there is the amenities, there is the courtyard area that is within all the units. In addition to that, the areas that would have been the lobby and some of the restaurants and things like that amends itself to be able to use for amenities for the people, for the apartment renters there. And then the phase 2 will be a similar concept. So this is what the apartments, our concept would look like. So because of the hotel room or the bay structure, a studio unit would be a 1 bay, the 1 bedroom unit would be 2 bays, and then the 2 bedroom unit would be 3 bays. And so it lends itself to be able to expand from that studio to the 1 bedroom to the 2 bedroom. And these are just some renderings of what those apartments would look like. So like I said, it does lend itself to have the amenities, and so the amenities that have been included within both phases would be the courtyard, lounge areas, gym facilities, recreational courts, the swimming pool, dog area, on-site, laundry, and co-working areas. And the amenities would be available to both phase 1 and phase 2 residents. They'd be able to be interchangeable between the 2 phases. So Al Rajabi is the developer of this. He is a proven developer and has multiple projects, not only in the state of Texas, but also in Illinois, Arkansas, and Mississippi. He has been focused on hotels primarily, but has done several projects recently with partial conversions from hotel into residential units. His pride and joy is the Arlington Hotel, which is in Hot Springs, Arkansas. This was a historic hotel that was a total of 550 rooms, and he actually is the 3rd owner of that hotel since 1875. I believe is the first owner outside of the family, and so he has had, this has been his passion project in converting this hotel, or renovating this hotel, not converting it, renovating the hotel back to its original glory. He is utilizing the historic tax credit for the renovations, and he has kept the hotel operational during this construction. So the project economics for this. So the total investment in this project is estimated about $60 million. The development will generate $2.6 million in taxes over a 10-year period after that phase 2 completion. And not only will it generate the taxes for the city, it will also generate taxes for the school districts, Del Mar College, the hospital district, the emergency services district, and Del Mar College. I think I may have already said that, to the tune of about $7.2 million over a 10-year period. Like I said, and this is right now, it's currently valued at $750,000 and generates about $4,500 for the city in taxes. Like I said, this is the redevelopment, so it redevelops a longstanding vacant property. It brings that back online. It also helps once you activate vacant properties. It does help with the crime and eliminates the blight. And then what the benefits of this is that it provides for hopefully new residents within the city limits. Will be able to pull some of those people that maybe weren't able to afford to live within the city limits back into the city limits. It does put an additional 400 units for living units online. We consistently have a shortage in rental units within the city. And then we hope that bringing those people into the city will also have them spend their money in the city and help with increases in sales taxes as they live their daily lives. So like I mentioned, the project investment is estimated about $60 million. The current taxable value, like I said, is about $750,000. We estimate that the taxable value will be about $27 or $28 million at completion. And then as that grows and then as the rents are figured into it, we feel like at the end of 10 years, the taxable value will be close to $50 million. So the developer requests for this an incentive of $25,000 per unit for each income qualified unit up to 200 units. The incentive is estimated to be paid out over a 10-year period. And for that, the city will receive up to 200 workforce residential units with those rents set on the annual HUD rent limit. Those will be targeted at 80 to up to 100 AMI, but any income below 100% AMI is allowed. And so those between the 80 and the 100 for a one-person family would be someone making between $44,000 and $55,000 a year. A two-person family would be $50,000 to $63,000 a year. A three-person family would be $56,000 to $71,000, and a four-person family would be $62,000 to $78,000. We would most likely not have a four-person family in there because there will be occupancy restrictions due to the Studio One and the 2 bedrooms. And why is the incentive necessary? So we are asking the developer to limit rents to an artificial rate below market. And so that affects not only the annual cash flow, but the overall value of the property. As a council, we have talked about the challenges with affordable or artificially reduced housing prices, and that it's really hard to make those numbers work for construction and for operations. And so this will help bridge that gap for us asking for them to keep those rents lower than what the market normally bears. So based off of the reduced rent, so it's almost $240,000 annually just in rent cash flow that will be forfeited by utilizing those lower rents. So looking at the growth in the taxable value and the tax that is generated, this is a little bit different in the fact that the taxes generated will not pay for 100% of the incentive, so there will need to be a supplement from the general fund. And so we estimate that over the 10-year, actually it's almost a 12-year payout because of the way the phases are, that we will rebate $2.6 million in taxes back to the developer, and the general fund over that 10-year period will supplement at $2.3 million. And so it is required to have that contribution from the general fund, but it is minimized by the rebate of the property taxes that are being paid and generated. So that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. And we do have the developer here if there's any specific questions for the developer.
Councilman Pesley.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Heather, you hit on the question that I had, and I have a series of questions here, not in any particular order, but so talk to me again about because in our presentation, our attachment here in red, it said that based on the estimated completion date, first incentive payment will be paid out during fiscal year 2027, will be a rebate of taxes paid by the developer with remaining funded through the general fund. So
that is correct.
Explain that again now.
Okay, so based off the estimation, because we have used a conservative valuation, because even though we have an investment of $60 million, that does not equate to tax value. Okay. So right now we're estimating the tax value is, I believe, about $27 million. So the taxes generated off that for the city would be about around $200,000 to $250,000 as it grows. But we are committing to an incentive representative up to $500,000 a year. So there will be the need for a contribution from the general fund over and above what the taxes are generated.
Okay, and that's going to come back to us how?
So then after 10 years, 100% of that taxable value will go into the general fund.
Okay. And so I'm going to go to my next question. With respect to the ownership, is there some sort of, because of the financing of this, some sort of requirement that the owner has to continually own this property for X period of time?
I believe we did include that. I'll double check. I believe that we did include that in the development agreement, that it would have to be I don't know that the agreement is assignable.
Good afternoon, Jason Alanis, Redevelopment Officer. The agreement is only assignable by city manager or council approval. So he can't just sell it and then we have to go with the new.
Yeah, because we go to all this trouble and then they flip the deal and the next owner operator isn't quite as concerned about, the appearances and whatnot. When we're putting this kind of money, of taxpayers' money into a project, we need to be assured that we're going to have reliable ownership and maintenance for the project. Okay. And again, these are questions or comments are not in any particular order, but Councilman Roy and I have both stood on our soapboxes and preached about this. Corn Products Road is worse than horrible.
Yes.
And so we have to do something about that.
Okay.
To go along with it. We can't go in and invest in a project like this and not have the road fixed to where it's at least drivable. And
yes.
This is Corn Products Road is a heavily used road by all the industry vehicles that go in and out of those refineries and all of the heavy industries that are located along Valero Road. And so we have to address that somehow or another.
Okay.
With respect to the separate ownership property that's shown on the draft here, I know we've had some difficulties with code enforcement with those properties, and I brought this to Miles's attention once before, and I don't know where we are in it, but there was some report from the code enforcement department that when they would issue a code enforcement citation, that the owners were transferring ownership to another family member, and that started the clock over with respect to the code enforcement issue. And so I don't know where we are on that. And so we're going to try to fix up a phase 1 and a phase 2 really nice project, and we've got this property in between that is, at least at current date, is not properly maintained.
And so that's something the developer is working through. There is requirements.
This is not a developer issue, though. That property isn't owned by this developer. They're trying to buy it, but we have to figure out, and Miles, I'm kind of waiting for you to comment, is that true? Can they change ownership like that and deviate from our code enforcement?
Well, I think what you're saying is deviate from code enforcement?
Well, or
they can't
ignore it.
Can they use property transfers to effectively evade some levels of enforcement? Yep, that's done pretty regularly as properties are transferred to try and make enforcement more difficult.
Okay, then how do we prevent that from happening? Because I know, for example, and I've brought this to your attention too, we issue a tear down order for a piece of property, and they will go take out the permit to tear the property down, and that is a 60-day or 120-day permit. And when it gets to that point, they just go and renew the permit, and they keep renewing it for years to evade and get around our code enforcement.
You've indicated one of the challenges of the demolition permit, of the demolition process.
Yes.
We could go through the process of criminal enforcement against the existing property owners. That would probably be the most effective means of falling back and pursuing the incentivization of the property owners to properly take care of their property.
Okay. Well, apparently we've chosen not to do that for the last 20 years. Okay, I'll move on. Start time for this project.
Within the next 6 months? Yeah, within the next 6 months.
Okay. Parking issue. There was originally a parking issue with not enough parking spaces for the number of units. Is that still a problem?
I don't believe so, no. I think we worked through that. There will be secured parking. The whole thing will be gated,
Okay.
and there will be secured parking in the backs of the buildings.
Okay, and the amenities will have to be in place before we put in our financing.
Yes, they would have to have, this would be, the clock would start with the issuance of the C of O, which would include all of those proposed amenities, yes.
Okay, swimming pool, everything. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Hernandez.
Out of curiosity, were there any other government entities that are participants in incentivizing this project?
We didn't approach anybody else, no.
Why not?
We just didn't. I didn't think to.
Okay, so, I mean, we're the only ones going to be incentivizing this project.
Yes.
Okay, why did we not use Type B funding or CBDG block grant funding or any other forms?
Because this is 80 to 120 AMI, for Type B, it has to be 80% or below AMI. So this has been the challenge. This workforce housing really kind of falls in that middle kind of no man's land, and the fact that most of the housing incentive programs are for 80% and below. And so this is a targeted, the 80 to 120 AMI or the
Okay, so
workforce.
this, I mean, a lot of our projects have a blend, right, to where you have some that are at market and some that are below or
Yes.
below that 80. Why not have that type of project instead of something like this?
I mean, this is what we approached with this is what the developer approached with, and this is what we worked through, is that this really is a workforce. These are a little bit nicer apartments, and we wanted to be able to have like I said, this is a mix of market rate and then that workforce, the 80 to 120. This is not an affordable housing project.
Okay, well, I mean, the problem is that you're asking for $2.35 million out of the general fund. That is not, I mean, this is something out of the norm for us in terms of incentivizing projects. I don't have any issues with refunding taxes over that 10-year period under a 380 agreement, but to take funding out of the general fund, which we're already in this next fiscal year going to be kind of negative in that funding aspect, it makes it a very difficult thing to obligate future years of the general fund associated with it that is not designated for economic development.
Sure, understood. You know, we are very fortunate in the fact that we have really focused on economic development within our TERS areas, and so there has been dedicated funding. This is not uncommon in other areas to be able to fund economic development out of your general fund versus having designated funding for that.
It's uncommon for us, though.
It is uncommon for the
Okay,
cities.
so, you know, so we have to account for between 300 and 350,000 per year in an obligation for the next 10 years.
I mean, the contract is subject to annual budget appropriations, just like all of our contracts are. But yes, that is something that it is commitment over the next 10 years.
So is there an option to extend the reimbursement out to 15 years as opposed to take funding out of the general fund?
To make the numbers work, the request was for a 10-year. Actually, it was for a shorter, and we pulled it out to a 10-year.
So how do you make the numbers work if it's for 15 years?
Actually, the numbers won't work for the project if it's a 15-year rebate.
Why is that?
Because you're paying out less per year, based off the incentive.
But I mean, you don't even start until 2027, right?
At the opening of the project, yes.
We're making assumptions on the value of the property.
Very
Right?
conservatively, yes.
So, you know, we don't know what that value of that property is going to be. So you're making a conservative assumption. So if it's beyond the conservative assumption,
Then it's less of a subsidy.
Yeah, but we don't know that. We don't know if it's going to be less value than that. Will we have to increase the subsidy if the reimbursement's less?
Yes.
I think there's a lot of unknowns here with this, and I'm not comfortable with providing funding out of the general fund that is not designated for economic development, as we have it set aside for either in our TERS or other type B or that type of funding that can only be used for that. I have a hard time supporting this out of the general fund, considering all the concerns we have with, road reconstruction, residential streets, and that stuff. So if we're obligating this for this economic development, there won't be any fund. There will be less funding for those types of projects. So I will not be supporting this.
Is that something we can respond to in terms of, are we taking money from others? I mean,
well, there is a contribution from the general fund, so there is a rebate portion, and then there is a contribution from the general fund. So the payment for this would not start probably actually till about fiscal year 28, just depending on when it comes online. So there are several years until we would start having to pay that out. I mean, this is one of the first projects. We do have other 380 agreements that we are rebating money out of the general fund. It is not a subsidy, but it is a rebate of the revenue coming into the general fund. So this is something that is different, but it's not uncommon for other entities to do this.
Right. Okay, Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Heather, thanks for the presentation. I think this is a good project. We are in need of additional housing in the area. I would like to maybe see it maybe addressing lower AMI population instead, but I think that's good. The biggest concern I've got right now is the location of this. It's very close to Refinery Row. I still have concerns about air emissions coming from the refineries. And so, as I said, that really kind of cast doubt on my support for the project. Otherwise, I think I'd be willing to vote for it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Roy.
Mayor, can I just answer Councilman Suckley? Councilman Pusley. The Corn Products Road was evaluated by Public Works when this first came up, and it is programmed in our 5-year IMP to be repaved in 2027, and that would be from the limits of Leopard Street, I-37. So the whole thing is in our program for 2027 in advance of the opening of this facility, based on our last conversation and your concern that you had.
Okay. Councilman Roy.
Thank you for the presentation. There's a couple things I want to discuss, and so I'll start with this. I kind of want to use a comparison, a few weeks ago. I mean, affordable housing is a big issue. I know it's a big issue in District 1. It's a citywide issue. When we take a look at, and I'm not knocking this project, but, recently we decided to give basically land that was given to us and have some single-family and multifamily homes built, right? And if you look at the numbers in terms of what they said affordable housing was and what the monthly cost was going to be, it was crazy. You know what I mean? It was high. It was high. And the problem is that people that in the past would have had an opportunity to buy a home, there's no longer an opportunity. When I listen to some of the financial advisors and that come on the radio and they talk about it used to be, buy a home, invest in a home, but unfortunately that tune has changed. And there's a group of people out there that unfortunately right now they cannot make it to that point where they can afford a home. So when you look at projects like this project, which has the ability at a low cost to have good housing that's approximate to your work, because it's important. If you're looking at the percentage of people that work within a 10-mile radius, that's less gas, all those things factor in. And if you take a look at the type of work and the length of time that people are here. So one of the benefits that I saw on this project right away was the fact that they're not doing short-term rentals. Because I thought, okay, where are you at? If you're going to do short-term rentals, then I don't know if you're really behind this project like you should be. But they said no short-term rentals. when you look at this developer, I've actually sat down with the developer and talked to him multiple times on the phone. I've had the privilege of actually being in Jackson, Mississippi, and being at the hotel. One of the things I don't think the developer listed, I believe also, and correct me if I'm wrong, I know he's here, but I think you also built the Hampton Inn out there in Bernie, right? And I've been to that hotel. So we got an experienced developer that's coming into our area. But on the other hand, we're doing something that's a little bit different that we haven't done. But I want to break this down from a perspective in terms of what do we get. You know, yes, we're taking money out of our CIP to make this happen. And if you take a look at it, it's about $280,000 overall per year on average, which is about $23,000 a month. We get 400 units, affordable housing, true affordable housing. I guess 200 that are going to be actually
Workforce.
right, that are going to be considered affordable, but the other ones aren't. But still, they're reasonable when you compare it with other housing in the area. We have a blighted area that is in need, as Councilmember Pusley said, it needs to be revamped. It needs to be revitalized. There's been issues over there. I do have a concern, and I'm hoping that they can work it out, that the property in the middle, something can be done, because that is a little bit of an issue. But when we take a look at this project overall, it is a win-win. I do believe it's a win-win. The other thing I want to, some of the other council members may have a concern, as Councilman Klein stated, because it's within a radius, it's close to some of the refineries. But one of the things, I sit out here and listen at public comment all the time, and I hear some of the other people that talk about, we're going to rebuild Hillcrest, right? There was a reason why we took that Hillcrest had to be evacuated, right? Because the proximity of Hillcrest is a lot closer than this development right now. But you hear people that always talk about, you got to preserve Hillcrest, you got to build Hillcrest, we want homes in Hillcrest, and they're closer. I wonder right now if this project, for whatever reason, was in Hillcrest, who would oppose it? So really, at the end of the day, this is a win-win. This is the city and a developer thinking outside of the box. And I know that we have a 10-year period of time before we actually get a monetary reward directly with the city, but the county tax, the school tax, the retail, all the different things that this project brings to that area. Just the fact that I've preached density multiple times. I have preached density up here because I do believe that when you have density, you cut crime down. So, because, people don't want to commit crime when there's a bunch of people around. They want to do it in some dark alley or in some obscure location. So I really think this is a good project. I'm for it. I hope council supports me on it. I think for a small investment, that $23,000 a month out of the general fund, I think it's worth it. And it's going to be one of those things in 10 years that I believe in the developer. He has a track record. This isn't a developer that's came in here that hasn't had an accomplishment or that we have to question in terms of their financials. They've got strong financials, great developer with a great track record. So for it, I'm overwhelmingly for it. And I'd make a motion right now, but I know we have some other people.
You can make it.
Well, I'll go ahead and make the motion right now.
Okay, well, and we're going to, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second, and we're going to continue the conversation in open public comment. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. I just want to clarify something. I'm not against a project. I'm not against doing a 380 agreement to reimburse taxes. What I am against is using general fund. We don't have a policy on how we use general fund money for economic development. Are we going to continue this with other developers to fund it out of the general fund? We don't have any, guidelines. We don't have any guideposts. We're just doing this, pulling this out of our butts to do something like this without any guidelines. So what's the next one? Are we going to turn down the next guy? Because we're not, we need to have strict understanding of how much we can utilize out of the general fund to do this kind of work that we haven't already designated in other avenues. Because we don't have a policy for this and because there's no kind of limit on this, I think we need to have something in place before going forward with approving a project without any guidelines, without any policies, without anything in place. We can just say that it is a certain dollar amount. No, it's not that much. Well, what about the next one and the next one? And if we don't have any of those guidelines in place, we don't even have a limitation on how much of the general fund we can use for these types of projects. I think we need to have some structure in place before moving forward on something like this. So
And that's how the TERS operates every time.
Yeah.
no, the TERS is designated for redevelopment.
No,
General
there's-
fund.
Something comes forward,
Yeah.
we make a decision on a case-by-case
Yeah.
basis.
No, but the overall use of TERS
No.
is specific for redevelopment. It's an incremental reinvestment zone. You designated for economic development and redevelopment.
Right.
Our general fund is for everything that we fund. We don't have a policy in place for use for the general fund for economic development.
Right, but Councilman, I think what Councilman Roy is saying, you can allocate $16 million to a project from a TERS vehicle, and from that same vehicle, turn around and allocate 23 million. And the point being, there is no guideline. You have all talked about it, meaning staff. There has to, and we won't get off of that because it's not on this agenda, but there isn't a guideline on how we allocate, how much funds we allocate towards each project. I know what you're saying, but
I'm talking about the overall fund, not the specific
I
projects.
understand, but it's really the same concept, because you can take, and we won't get into it now, but I'm thinking of two projects right now that we have all considered and allocated way more to one that was smaller, that was going to generate less tax base, and it was opposite.
Under a TERS?
Yes.
Well, under a TERS,
And
you
it
have
was based- and
multiple
it was-
taxing entities involved in this. This is just us.
Well, maybe so, but I'm just talking about our share. But anyhow.
Well, anyway, I just want to get across it. Like I
Sure.
said, there's no policies in place for use of the general fund in this. So I want to make sure that we're cautious on this because we set the precedent. Again, I've said this many times before, we set a precedent, and then there's going to be others' expectations on this kind of stuff. And then we're doing this alone. We're doing this, incentivizing this by ourselves. So like I said, ideally, you'd like to have a TERS on the Leopard Corridor that would encompass this area. I had been advocating that for a while. It's not my area, so I'm not the one putting that in place. But I just want to make sure that we're cautious and understanding that we don't have a policy guiding us in economic development use in the general fund. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Barrera?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think what this does is that, well, first off, I obviously support the project. I second the motion. And I say oftentimes, we're elected for discretion. I mean, we're elected up here to make decisions. So that way, when we see an opportunity, well then, if somebody wants to come and develop a blighted area, that's typically an area that does not provide any revenue, that has a high level of blight, that comes from a respected developer, then I don't think that we wouldn't be open-minded to do it again if we have the same formula. So, in this situation, we're going to contribute in year one. Of course, I like your statement of $23,000 a month, but $323,000, as you indicated, I guess it's on slide 20. So in year one, to get rid of this blight and something that it's been vacant for how many years?
10, 15, I think.
It's longer than that.
Yeah, 20.
Okay, so that was 40 years ago. I would say that. I think, you know what, now that I think about it, I think there was a prom there in '84.
I think it was active into the 80s, and then I think after that it's been vacant since then.
So in essence, we've lost all this revenue to a vacant property that has just basically contributed to blight and created more of an industrial zone to begin with, what makes it more conducive to an industrial zone. And then here we have a demand versus, when there's turnarounds, obviously there's already a demand versus man camps. I mean, we had that situation, what was it, along Upriver Road where this gentleman had a piece of property and just put up fencing and all of a sudden didn't go to code enforcement and started build up his own man camp, and we had to go back and go through that process. I mean, I know that goes drastically in the other direction, but here we want to provide a solution to a real problem, not a solution in search of a problem, as I say. So I just think it's very supportive. I think it's very innovative. I'm so glad that you came up with this idea. And if any other developer wants to come and make the same challenge, let's find them, because we haven't had a whole bunch of them knocking down our door to say, hey, I've got this idea, I've got this property. We've got 40 years that it's been vacant. We issued discretion just recently with a home with suites. Yes. That was in a TERS. But the thing is, utilizing the TERS, it's going to take, even if we utilize the TERS, then it's going to take years for it to develop the incentive to be able to have that money. I mean, right now, I know you're going up again, I don't mean to go too far ahead, but here we're looking at converting some of our type A to type B. I mean, I'm supportive of type B funds to be able to help the federal government, to help our base. But really, we're gonna go ahead. We're considering that now to take type B funds to go ahead and provide funds for the federal government. When 2 weeks ago we were asking Congressman Cloud to come with us, so that way we could get funds for a desalination facility. I mean, that's the thing. That we're considering all these type of issues because they're conducive to whatever that individual's agenda is. So right now, I see that once again, you guys have been very creative in trying to do this. We have an excellent developer who's got a good track record, and this is an opportunity to remove blight, and we've got this great opportunity. At first year, it's $323,000, and it's in a decreasing scale, well, exception of year 3, but it's pretty much a decreasing scale from that point. So obviously support the project.
Thank you. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, just real quickly, and I won't repeat everything that Councilman Roy and Councilman Herrera just went through. I support this project. It's a great deal, and that old building has been a piece of junk out there for a very long time, and it's a good thing we're going to get rid of it. We just now need to provide him a road where he can get in and out of it. But I do want to say, Councilman Hernandez brings up some good points. And it's not going to be my problem here in a few months, but if somebody brought a deal like this to you, that's one thing. But if somebody brings a deal to this council that's outside of these parameters, but they say to you, well, you took money out of the general fund to help them, why would you not take money out of the general fund to help me?
Sure.
And so I think, and the TERS does have some guidelines with respect to that.
Yeah.
And so I think at some point, if you want to do these kind of deals, you need to develop some policy and guidelines about how you're going to do it, because he makes a good point.
Sure.
Along with all these others that are great points too.
Yeah, and that is one of the things we are working on with the new, our economic development director just started yesterday, and so we're working through that process to provide that. Just for informational purposes, so the incentive of the $25,000 is based loosely off of what we're willing to incentivize downtown.
Sure.
Actually, downtown, we're willing to incentivize $30,000 for market rate with no income limitations. So because this is general fund, we did limit that down.
But those policies are in place in writing.
Exactly. But that's what this is based off of. It wasn't just a number out of the air.
Yeah.
It was based off of the programs that we have in place.
And that's good. And like I said, I support it. I think the developer's a great guy. He's got a great track record. I hope he does very well. I hope he's a great success at this. I just want him to stay around and take care of it. So
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Basically just saying exactly what Councilman Pusley said. I was going to say the same thing. As I'm supportive of the project, an accomplished developer. It's great. They're coming in, investing in our city. But to Councilman Hernandez's, his head is growing over there, but I think it warrants coming up with a policy to address these in the future. We're setting a precedent to Councilman Pusley's point. And I think there should be active collaboration with the other taxing entities that are going to benefit from this too.
Sure.
We haven't done that in this point.
Yes.
In this case.
Sure.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos? Oh, hang on, I'm sorry.
I too agree that it is a great project, but I also look at my own neck of the woods, my district too, where what I represent, and I'm thinking about the developer that is developing the 6 Points area. He didn't come and ask for any kind of incentive. I don't know how many apartments he's building, but it's progressing. It's doing a good job, or he's doing a good job. And yes, I do worry about, why are we making exceptions to this particular developer? Is it why? Because he came directly and asked you? Or, is that how it works? Is that it has to be somebody coming and asking you directly, Jason? I remember when I was asking you about those projects at 6 Points, who is this developer, and did he come up to you? And he said, no, he didn't want to wait. He wanted to move on this right away. So I'm just interested or curious, how does this occur?
So this project was brought forward through to economic development, the Office of Economic Development. We walked through it with the developer, looked to see what his goals were, what our goals were. We know that we needed workforce housing, and we felt like this was a great project to be able to do that with.
Well, it's the same thing for this other developer that is developing those 2 6 Points buildings. It's been vacant, for decades, I think.
And we did discuss the possibility with the developer, like Jason had said. I think had told you, he was not willing to. He wanted to move forward with the project and not wait. We've been working on this project for almost a year now, so it takes a long time. If people are wanting incentives, it does take a long time to get through the process.
And that too, as others have mentioned about Councilman Hernando's mentioning that this is something that, we're in uncharted territory, and that it makes it just, for me, a little bit unfair. And also, the mention of that we are pulling this money from the general fund. I know that I personally would like to see sidewalks, for my district. But, every time that I mention these kinds of projects, what I'm told is there's no money. Or if I want to get, we want to get certain streets done, no, there's no money. But yet we're willing to incentivize this developer that has a good track record, that seems to know, what he's doing. And I'm just wondering, does he actually need this in order to move forward? If it's such a great project, why?
So the reason for the incentive is because we are requesting to be able to receive the incentives that he's having to artificially lower the rents on half of the apartment complexes. The developer could have come forward, done all of these at market rate, and at that point we would not have seen the necessity to do an incentive. But this is the reason behind this, is that the city is getting up to 200 units that are set annually, market the rates based off of the HUD guidelines. And then also those residents need to be income qualified. So there's additional work that needs to go into it, and those rents are being artificially lowered. So like I mentioned, in the downtown area, we give incentives for downtown living, but we do not require any. Those are market rates. We don't require any type of income qualification. So this is the give and take on this, is the city is receiving workforce housing rent, basically limited, versus just having a market rate apartment complex.
Okay. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote, but I'm still listening. Am I going to be the last one? If I am, then yeah. I'm trying to have an open mind, but I just see this as a little bit unfair to some of the developers that, choose to come here and invest in our city, that we're sending mixed messages, I guess, right?
Yeah. I understand that sentiment, but like I said, we're asking the developer to do something. I think the other projects you were talking about, I don't know that the developer would have been willing to to limit the rents on those apartment units. So this is the reasoning behind that.
Right, and I guess, Sylvia, remember, this is helping a lot of people that would not be able to live there or can't even, get housing. And it's such a need, and not every developer is willing to do that, because you need it must be a partnership. It's harder. It's easier to just build market, if that. But anyway, thank you, Heather. Is that all, Ms. Gumbels? Yes. You good? Okay, Councilman Hunter. Oh, hold on, sorry. Hit that.
Sorry.
Hold on. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor. So if you go back to the slideshow, you give us 12 years, and on 11 and 12, it starts paying itself off like
Yes.
170,000 or something like that. I don't know.
Yes.
How many years will it be until the incentive pays itself off?
So it pays back the 2.3 million. It would be over, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my numbers here. So it would take a little over another 10 years for it to pay back.
About 17 to 22 years?
Yeah.
That's what my guess was.
Yeah.
Mine was a little lower, but thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Bennett. Councilman Bennett.
Yeah, I just want to add, once again, I guess that's the thing. What this leads to is us developing a policy.
Yes.
That's what it does, and I think that's a good thing. And then I think the other thing is that it provides it provides an answer to a demand that we can't fill. The other projects that Councilmember Campos spoke of, they're not, okay, what is that? I changed pages up here. What's the size of the project so that we don't have to hunt it down?
Which one?
This one. What's
The size of the project.
So phase
400, it's a total of up to 400 units.
No. So,
$60 million in investment.
yeah, so we don't have the other developers that, with regard to opening a club or a restaurant, it's not something of that magnitude. So therefore, once again, we want to be bold, and we want to we want to entice other developers to say, hey, okay, this is the first one that we did. The challenge, once again, if you go back to having a TERS, is that you've got to develop the increment first.
Yes.
It took over a decade to develop the incentive for downtown, and now it's been very successful, and it's continued to expand, and now it's when we're able to make those large incentives. So I think, once again, if another one comes up, then we may say, okay, then at that point we'll develop a TERS.
Yeah.
But it was very difficult to offer that, and typically it's when a developer comes to us when it's outside the area that they come to that. So
Well, and it is also something for a council philosophy on, do you want to create TERS for every single thing? This is, by having this being paid out of the general fund, it's a defined term, it's a defined dollar amount for a defined period of time. Whereas your TERS is you have those in place usually for at least 20 years and not longer. And so basically that is money that would have gone into the general fund, but it is actually going into the TERS and is only being able to use in that TERS area. So it's just a philosophy.
And I think there's times that we get creative, not to take a dig, but maybe I am. We get creative by saying, you know what, we're gonna add $750,000 to the audit committee's budget, so that way we can audit do construction audits now. We can go ahead and have a pool that, instead of putting it in maintenance and operations, we're going to go ahead and stick that first $900,000 as part of the project. It's just a point of being creative so we can get the project done. So anyway, but once again, I support it. Thank you.
Okay, Heather, thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Sure.
I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 21? Okay. I know we have the developer here. Hello. I don't know if you want to say a few words. Sure, come on down.
Hello, everybody. My name is Al Rajabi, and glad to be here in Corpus Christi. As you all know, I've actually developed hotels in 5 states. I've got about 8 or 9 active projects. And, when I looked at the Corpus Christi, and I live in San Antonio, so it's only a 2-hour drive. I don't have to go to Minnesota to do a project. I can just come down here. And it's a very lovely city, and I'm excited to be part of this. And I think there's a few other projects that I've got my eyes on it. One couple things. One is that, people say, again, I appreciate your comments. Why should we help this developer? I don't know if you all know Kit Goldsberry. He's one of the billionaires in San Antonio, and he developed the Pearl. right? Why did San Antonio team up with Kid Goldsberry? He's a billionaire. He doesn't need the money. But if you look at the area, the 27 acres where the Pearl is, at that moment, at that time, 20 years ago, it was drug infested. It was actually a motel there. It was filled with prostitutes. It was just a really bad scenario, drug, everywhere. But the city of San Antonio decided to invest in itself. And what they did is they teamed up with a developer that had a vision. And if you look at the Pearl right now today, I'm not saying that our project is anywhere near the Pearl, not even, I have a lot of respect for that development, but that's what it comes down to. It's about the city investing in itself. And really, in reality, I'm taking a lot of risk in doing this project. And if I don't deliver, you guys, it's not like I can pick up the hotel and just say, hey, I'm taking it to San Antonio, or take the apartments in San Antonio. So in this case, it's you guys are investing in your future companies that are coming out here. The current companies are basically priced out. The employees are priced out. As we know, the inflation has done a tremendous harm to people wanting to buy even their first home. So in this case, it gives them an opportunity to come in and save a little money and maybe achieve the American dream that we all look forward to. So, and then one other comments I want to make, and I'll pass it on to my architect and also our in-house counsel, is that regarding the center property, from my experience, when we develop this property, I expect obviously the value of the property is going to go up substantially. And usually a person who's a slumlord, they don't want to pay the property taxes. And I expect that property tax to also go up. So they're going to have to either sell or do something with that property. But I've already spoken to our financial institution, and they're comfortable with, with my development and how we're going to proceed with this. So again, we're excited to be here, and I appreciate your support. And this is Robert Luna, who's done a lot of projects he's based out of San Antonio and also DLU.
Yep. Thank you for talking to us about this project. It's an exciting project. When Al brought this project to me, I evaluated it, and we had to evaluate it to make sure that it was possible to do what he wanted to do. And again, when he brought it to us, initially it was going to be another hotel, but the size of the property, the overall competition on what hotels are currently, I think when he brought this other idea to me, and he brings me a lot of ideas. Some of them are pretty crazy, but we'll deal with them. But it was an exciting opportunity to, again, create something that could bring value in all the challenges that we've been talking about, especially with housing and how expensive it is. This is certainly going to be a benefit, and I see this as a benefit to Corpus as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think that at minimum, all the numbers here, of course, are what we can for sure prove out, but there's also additional benefits to the city in terms of reduction of crime and the money needed to fight that, of course, and battle those particular issues. And of course, just having closer residences to these job sites, which, that won't be downtown, that won't be in some of these other districts. And so I think it's a really great project. So, from like a lack of better words.
I want to add one more thing. I just want to thank the city staff for having patience with me. And I was born in 7 months, so I'm very anxious to get things done. As a matter of fact, I built the Hampton Inn in Bernie in 6 months and 3 weeks. So, I get very excited about projects, and I've been ringing their, phone nonstop. Hey, I got to get this thing off the ground, because I don't like to sit on projects. And, special thanks to Heather and Jason. So
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your words. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, and I will entertain a motion to approve.
We have one on the floor, Mayor.
Oh, forgive me. Yeah, who?
It was Everett, and Roland seconded.
Oh, okay. Okay. Great. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, please submit your votes. Well, you can. Oh. Okay, motion carries.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it all. Good
luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Okay, our next item, we go on to briefings, items 22 through 26. So our first briefing is an update briefing and action plan for the Mary Rhodes pipeline.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Drew Molly, Chief Operating Officer. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about the Mary Rhodes Pipeline project. This is sort of a sequel to a presentation that we gave a couple weeks ago. This is going to basically give you a recap on what's happened since we last met. So you're going to hear from a couple of folks today, aside from myself. You're going to hear from Nick Winkleman, our Director of Water Systems and Support Services, and you're also going to hear from Jerry Sneed, who is our Project Manager with HDR, who's been the key lead person on this project. Before we start going into the slides, I just want to say probably one of the most important takeaways from today is that the condition assessment we commissioned has provided great value to the city. As we all know, maintaining the infrastructure that we have today is one of the most important responsibilities that we have. And certainly the Mary Rhodes pipeline that provides almost half, sometimes half our water supply is probably one of the most important assets that we have. And so this condition assessment, I just want to reiterate, is really a best practice. It's an industry standard. It's not something that folks do all the time, utilities do all the time, but it's something that we've done, and I think we can be proud of what we've achieved from this assessment. So with that said, I am going to turn the next slide over to Jerry Sneed with HDR. And what Jerry's going to do is he's going to summarize the findings from the assessment. There really isn't anything new that we're going to present, but it's just basically a recap, and then we'll advance a little bit into kind of the next steps from here. So I'm going to turn this over to Jerry to summarize the condition assessment.
Thank you, Drew. Mayor, Council, I'll keep this relatively brief. You know, the discussions that we've had with the water leadership since the beginning have included risk tolerance, which varies by individual. Everyone's got a little bit different interpretation of what they're comfortable with on risk. And more recently, we've had even more discussions about risk and different ideas and opinions on, well, you should be doing it this way or you do it that way. The point being, no matter what you do with Mary Rhodes, there's risk. If you do nothing, there's risk. If you do something, there's risk. So just some of the bullets, just to summarize and remind, Mary Rhodes is in good condition for its age. It's not in great condition. It's not in terrible condition. There's remaining useful life in Mary Rhodes, which I think is really good news. There are some pipe pressure exceedance areas along the Mary Rhodes that were shared last month. I think those don't happen all the time, so to see those was a surprise, and we've had lots of discussions and analysis on why and what to do about that. And that's the third bullet. Schedule 2B, which is, I think, where everyone knows Mary Rhodes has been operating for quite a while, has some pressure exceedance areas. But there's also pressure exceedance areas in Schedule 3, which is a higher pumping rate. There's a lot of discussion about let's get more water down Mary Rhodes. So just to point out that there are some pressure exceedance areas in Schedule 3. We had relatively good news when we looked at Mary Rhodes, and that's it. There was only 3 leaks. Staff went out to the field. It says repaired, but I think the better description is they were addressed. Relatively benign, easy to address leaks. So really good news. That's not always the case with clients that we help around the state. The next bullet, erosion areas were identified, and CCW Ops is going to go out and kind of look at some of those areas, and if they field verify those, then those will be addressed. And I think just in summary, before I hand it over to Nick, this was a difficult condition assessment. The Mary Rhodes being 101 miles long, phase 1, That's the biggest one that I've ever tackled. And so that wouldn't have been possible without staff. These guys are amazing, and I'm not just blowing smoke. They call, text, nights, weekends, holidays. They work hard. So we're really happy with the work that we did, what we found. I think it's actionable. The condition assessment is not something that's going on a shelf. We got plenty of reports that are studies. This is actionable information. Here's what can be done, and here's some pricing. And then the final thing I wanted to share, and I just got this, I think it was yesterday or the day before. The American Water Works Association, a national industry organization. Drew, myself, Nick are members. Folks around the country are members. And so I get this and I look at it and I'm like, oh, look, it's a pipeline condition assessment article. Well, that's something I kind of nerd out about, so let me see what that's all about. So I open it up, and it was published by some of my peers. I wasn't aware of it being published, and on the cover it's got an engineer in a pipe looking at kind of some of the issues. The pipe's been dewatered, it's offline. That'd be great if we can do that, and maybe we can. But that's one of the challenges of looking at some pipes like Mary Rhodes. And so I shared this with Nick and Drew, and they can get it to you. It's not super technical. You don't have to have a PhD or 4 PhDs to get into this, but I think it's really interesting because it touches on a lot of the things that we did on Mary Rhodes. So I think with that, I'll hand it over to Nick.
Thanks, Jerry. Okay, so essentially the next step here is what happened since we last met with you a couple of weeks ago. And one of the things that we proposed the last time we met was based on the initial data. There were 3 sections of the pipeline that had some pressure exceedances. And so the approach was to propose parallel lines in order to maximize the amount of flow down the pipeline. Also, it would provide us with some ability to evaluate what's going on in those sections of pipe. Since then, and this is something that we've always planned on doing, the Mary Rhodes system, it's a pipeline system and it's a pumping system, and the two have to work. They have to work in concert. And so we always had planned to look at the pumping system to make sure that pumping system is well optimized. I want to reiterate that we're operating the pumping system exactly how it was designed 25 years ago. But we know that one of the things that we may be able to do when we look at the pumping system is to essentially optimize the pumping system to make sure that it's working exactly how we can work it so that we minimize some of those pressure fluctuations that we see. And so essentially what we're here to say today is after talking with some architects who were involved in this project many, many years ago, we've met with them, we've talked to them, we've looked at that. We are going to enhance some of the work in terms of looking at how to optimize that pumping system. It's a complicated pumping system. It starts at Lake Texana. There's 2 sort of repump stations that help get that water all the way to Owen Stevens. And so that complexity of that system needs to be looked at to make sure that there isn't something that can be done to optimize how it's being pumped. It may turn out after we do this additional analysis that even optimizing the pumping system, we still may have these pressure exceedances or these pressure fluctuations that may be unpalatable. That's something that we will find out, but that's nonetheless something that we are going to look at. I go back to the point that I want to reiterate, the point being that for a pipeline of this length, 101 miles, 25 years old, the condition assessment showed that the pipe is in good condition. And so at the end of the day, we all know that there is water that is stranded today. There's water that we're not capitalizing on, especially from the Colorado River. And so the next step in our approach here is to look at the pumping system and look at optimizing that. That's something that I've had some experience doing in other utilities, and so it's something that I think will provide some real benefit to us. In the meantime, there's some other things that we plan on doing, and so I'm going to turn the next slide over to Nick Winkleman.
Thanks, Drew. Nick Winkleman, Director of Water Systems. So we talk about the next steps. Let's talk about implementing these next steps. So the plan is to increase the pumping to Schedule 3 on Monday, June 24th. To make that happen, we're coordinating with LNRA, the Lavaca Navidad River Authority. We're also coordinating with LCRA, the Lower Colorado River Authority. We've notified our power supplier for the Bloomington Pump Station, that's AEP, because power demand will increase during that time period. We've contacted our emergency contractors just in case there is a failure so that we are ready and that they are aware of our change in pumping schedule. As stated in our previous presentation, CCW, we do have repair materials, emergency materials on hand, but we're going to proactively increase our stock, so say, of repair materials so that we are prepared for not just one failure, but potentially the next. As you know, the pipe, the 64-inch bar wrap pipe is not sitting on a shelf. We have 3 joints of that pipe currently at our Bloomington pump station, but we're going to order some more and get it on the way. Then, of course, critical aspect of all this is the operators. That's a coordination of the operators between CCW and LNRA. We had a coordination call earlier this week, and we'll have another one on Thursday this week. Both sets of operators are critical to this success. They will observe different things, and they will communicate directly in case there are issues that may arise. As Drew stated, we'll conduct our pump system optimization, and that will review all of the complete pumping system on the entire pipeline, which will include also the surge tanks, which we currently have at Bloomington and Woodsboro pump stations. We'll continue our maintenance work, and that'll include the monitoring of pressure. As we stated previously, we are installing and continue to install more pressure monitors along the pipeline. Those pressure monitors didn't exist before this condition assessment. They were installed on a temporary basis as a part of the HDR study, and they will be installed permanently. Like I said, we have a number of them installed now, but we will continue to install additional ones. We do have a bid coming up, bid date on July 24th. That's the Mary Rhodes Pipeline Pump Station System Improvements. That project's been in our CIP plan. That project will replace VFDs at both Bloomington and Woodsboro. It will add a pump for redundancy at the Bloomington pump station. It will improve our electrical controls there and also add flow meters at those pump stations as well. And lastly, we also have another bid coming up this summer. It's our maintenance and upgrade of our cathodic protection system. So that's not just in the Mary Rhodes pipeline, that's of our various cathodic protection systems throughout the city. That project, I like to consider it as more of an IDIQ-esque project where we have a contractor on board and can address tasks that HDR has identified in their report, but also cathodic issues that we've identified in our own maintenance on the lines throughout the system. Timeline's important to all of us, so we want to definitely put that up on the presentation. Again, proposed startup of Schedule 3 will begin on Monday. And then the implementation of our pump optimization program that has started. We're gathering information and providing that to our subcontractor. That process will take approximately 3 months, of course, starting in June. They will review the pumps, they will install equipment, they will monitor operations, and they will help our operators better run that system. And then we hope to bring those results back to you at some point in October for a debrief. And then as a result of this information of the pumped optimization, there as Drew stated and said in a couple of previous slides, there may be necessary infrastructure improvements. So we would bring those to the discussion during the briefing at that time as well. With all of that said, Drew, Jerry, and myself will stand by for questions.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, guys, for the presentation. I appreciate that. I just want to get a clarification on this for my own poor memory, but for the public as well. The difference between Schedule 2, which we're in right now, and Schedule 3.
Sure, Councilman. So currently we're operating about 43 to 44 MGD. Schedule 3, the original designed range is 55 to 58 MGD. We will propose to start operating it near the lower end at the 55 MGD on Monday.
So I feel the need to ask this question. We had them blow out the Mary Rhodes pipeline back in December, pretty serious. Isn't it, and that was at 40, we're at currently now 40.
It was at Schedule 2B, so it'd be about at that 43 to 44.
43, 44,
yes, sir.
Right. So isn't it reasonable to expect similar or even more frequent occurrence of that now if we increase from 43, 44, let's say, to 55?
So the interesting thing and one thing that the study showed us is, well, it showed us a couple of things. One, that our failures are predominantly associated with fittings along the pipeline, welded joints of the pipeline, and other connections or pipe fittings. The other thing it showed is like Jerry said, there's one area at Schedule 2B that has a pressure exceedance, and that was near that Garcetas Creek area that failed in December. When you go to Schedule 3 pumping, you initiate the pumps at the Bloomington pump station, and that actually it will decrease the operating pressure at that location. However, the operating pressure further down the pipeline will subsequently increase.
Right.
The thing just to remember, and you know, Jerry said it, Drew said it, we all talk about risk. There is risk operating the pipeline. There are, again, the failures were primarily associated with those fittings. The failure in December was at a pipe joint, so where two pipes are joined together. The failure that we talk about a lot, the last time we operated Schedule 3, that was in July of 2022, that was associated with a manway, so a connection on the pipeline that failed. It wasn't the pressure of the pipe that failed, it was that connection.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Can I, Mayor, if you don't mind, can I just repeat that? It's important. This is an important note. I know it's late in the day, but so today we're pumping 40 million gallons a day. On Monday, that will begin to increase to 55, so about 15 million more gallons, based on a change of pumping schedule.
It's approximately 43 to 55.
Okay, 43 to 55. So we're going to be, so that's, what is that, 12?
12, yes, sir.
12 more million gallons. This is a combination of all the work, the consultant work, talking to the original design firm, person that was on the design firm, John Michael, and Brogan, Frank Brogan, who was with the Port of Corpus Christi that oversaw the project. Those two engineers, confident in the pipe, and they said we just need to modify the pumping schedule. Former Councilman Greg Smith, we also met with him. So this is kind of a summary of what these folks have been saying.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Just appreciate all y'all's hard work. Well, thank you for the briefing, but I know y'all have put in a lot of hard work in the last few weeks, especially to Jerry's point. You guys work hard and it shows. Just one question. Is the pump optimization schedule we saw, it looked like it was going to be over the course of about 5 months or so. That's still the contractor from Georgetown that I guess we've directly engaged with. Is that correct?
Yeah, good.
Yes, Councilman, that's the contract with, the company is called Specific Energy. They're out of Georgetown.
Okay.
They specialize in this. They do it for many large utilities. I think you probably heard from Jerry, and you'll hear from some of the other folks in the industry. This is fairly complex. It's a long pipeline system. We had an operating plan, as I mentioned, that was developed in the late 90s when it was put into play. It's been 25 years, so I think it's time to take a look at that plan and to the point that some of the outside folks that we've talked to have said, it's time to make sure we look at that, and if there's a way to optimize it, the company that we're bringing to the table is one of the best in the business to do that. So over the next 90 days, they'll be doing that. Is it going to take 90 days? I hope not. I hope we can get it done quicker than that.
Okay.
But we do have a little bit of float built into that schedule.
Yeah, thank you. Because to my point, that's what I was getting at. Was it seemed like he thought he could do it a little bit quicker. So it's great to hear if it happens quicker, then we'll get that information even quicker.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Now, when you came to us with the briefing here, there were some projections of having to replace some of Mary Rhodes pipeline in order to accommodate the pressures. So what we're looking at here is adjusting the pump pressures in order to try and still get to Schedule 3 with some pressure monitors to see what the changes are and how you can modify it without changing the pipeline. Is that what you're referring to?
You know, another way to say what we're doing is we're just shifting the risk of where potential failure could occur. So right now, as Nick just described, Gracietas Creek is a location that has... Right. So essentially what we're doing is now Gracietas Creek likely is not a location at higher risk. It's likely a location a little bit further south, San Antonio River to be exact. The reality is that we're shifting the risk, but we're obviously, we're getting more water off the line. And I think we're well equipped to do this because just as was mentioned, we have more pressure data now than we've ever had before.
Who's doing this? Who's actually doing the optimization of the pumping of the pumps in order to get the water?
So the firm that is doing that is a firm called Specific Energy.
Which is the one from Georgetown?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So it's not HDR
No.
that's actually doing the calculations, or?
So HDR, and I can let Jerry speak a little bit, HDR has capabilities of looking at how optimization works. They have somebody who we've been working with on Jerry's team. But what we're talking about is we're talking about installing specific instrumentation on the pumping equipment that's out there today that provides us with real-time sensors that allow operators to see exactly where on the pump curve they're operating, so that they can make sure that they're running that system in the most optimal conditions possible.
Okay, I can see how this all can work together to optimize the amount of, pressure and flow that you get through the pipeline without overpressurizing it in certain areas like the San Antonio River or the other river you had mentioned. So it's a good solution. Is it a long-term solution?
Well, I think the long-term solution is that we're going to provide the operators who run this system every day, we're going to provide them with the tools to be able to understand how they're operating the system, because they'll have real-time information in terms of what the pressures look like, how the pumps are being run. And so that long-term information that we're going to have equipped with operators is good information. The other thing that's really good about this is that the operators and maintenance teams will now have real-time pump health index data that allows them to figure out which pumps and motors should be prioritized in terms of the maintenance schedules.
Okay. So a lot of this has to do with the condition of the pipeline over time, right? That's why you're doing the cathodic protection assessment as well, right? So I'm assuming it's just replacing zinc anodes as opposed to maybe an induced current system?
I'll let Nick take that one.
Yes, Councilman, it's a passive system, zinc anodes, that's correct.
Okay. That's kind of more isolated, so I'm guessing who's doing the assessment to determine the locations of those zinc anodes?
So a couple of points is whenever there is a repair that is looked at very closely and zinc anodes are installed at that time, the assessment that HDR did, they identified corrosive soil areas, and then we know where the existing stations were at during design. So they compared those to the corrosive soils and the corrosive environment, and from there established those locations.
Okay. And this is going to be, you said June 24th to bring this online?
Yes, that's the plan. And I will preface this by saying, that's the target date. If there's anything that suggests, in other words, if there's a sometimes there's water quality and water quality decisions that have to be made. So, if there is something, we have analyzers on the Colorado River. If there's something that may not be optimal, the operations teams may make the call, but we have every anticipation that Monday we are going to start bringing down the additional flow on the system.
Okay, hopefully we'll have a little bit more in the reservoir in case something happens.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Thanks for the presentation. So, I appreciate the fact that you guys are doing everything you can to optimize the amount of water that we need right now. That pipeline was created to be able to handle, what was the maximum?
Well, the pipeline, as I've read, the pipeline was designed for 100 million gallons a day.
Right.
And the pumping system was designed to be 72 to 79 MGD is what the design records show.
So if you're saying right now, I can't remember, was the number trying to increase it 12?
Yes, sir.
12 MGD. If you're successful, then in terms of then coming back and looking at adding the pipe, right? Or do you know this? You may not even know this at this point. Would that maybe give you another 5 to 10 MGD in terms of making you feel more comfortable so that you could get closer to that, let's say, 70 number?
How I would answer that question is I think one of the things that's challenging about anything related to a single pipeline, and that's the only one we have, is that we really don't have a thorough understanding. We have some suspicions about what's causing those pressure fluctuations at those locations. The best way to really figure that out is to take the pipeline down and make a manned entry in and look at it. And so until we have the ability to do that, we're only going to be sort of scratching our head and guessing. And so at some point, in the future when we have reservoirs full and we have another water supply and we're fortunate to have maybe a little bit of time and we don't have a parallel line, let's assume that a parallel line is not in our future for us, at least now, then at some point we are absolutely going to have to take the line down and do something to figure out what's causing those pressure fluctuations.
Yeah, it's interesting. I believe that what you're doing is the right thing. On the other hand, it's kind of like playing that game that you see, and not that I hang out in bars, but in a bar where you start pulling the little block out and seeing if the structure comes down. You pull another one out. What's that called? Jenga. Yeah, Jenga. But it's interesting though, because you are kind of flying blind in a way, and hopefully these apparatuses that you're going to add to give you better intelligence as far as the pressure will help you. But right now you're flying pretty much blindfolded, right?
There's data that we have. So we have data at the pump stations. There's some pressure data now that we have that we didn't have before. And so, I think our trajectory for all the things that we're doing are on the right path. We're gonna have more information to make better decisions. And I think that at the end of the day, we're going to take advantage of the fact that we have a condition assessment that shows that line is in good shape. And we're going to continue to arm ourselves with the ability to get more water down that pipeline. And so our plan is to start Monday, unless there's some reason not to, and we don't see any reason not to. And we're going to take advantage of that water that is out there that has not been utilized to its full extent.
All right. Well, thanks again. It's a great presentation.
Thank you.
Councilman Peston.
Thank you, Mayor. Drew, you guys, thank you very much. I want to echo what everybody said. Y'all haven't just been working hard on this for a couple of weeks. You've been working on hard for several months, and I sincerely appreciate your efforts. Drew, so the pressure monitoring stations, so if you will, are those in place, or you're in the process of getting those in place, or?
They're in place right now. They're in
So as
place
we
right now.
increase this 12 million gallons a day, we're going to be monitoring to see, if, like at Gracita Point, if we get something that goes off scale.
Yes.
And allow us some time. Are we okay at the treatment plant with an additional 12 million gallons a day?
We're okay, because what we'll end up doing is we'll take a little bit less pressure off the Nueces River, you know.
Okay.
So they're constantly every day matching supply to demand. So,
Okay.
you know, they'll make sure that the increase in water from Mary Rhodes, Colorado, and Texana will be offset by reduced take off the Nueces.
So I won't have so much land to mow at my lake house, right?
That's right.
So, this is a little off scale, but I get this question all the time, and I want to ask it. I had a lady call me, and we got into a conversation about this, and it was a very candid conversation. And with respect to our agreed order, and I know Esteban is our resident expert on the agreed order, does that agreed order affect both our reservoirs, or is it just the agreement was made because we borrowed the money to build the Choke Canyon Dam?
So I'll take a crack at that, and then Esteban will be quick to tell me if I'm answering it correctly. But the agreed order, as I understand, was done. The deal was created in the mid-'90s, and then it was amended in 2001. And as I understand it, the agreed order is very prescriptive. So it relates to both Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon. So it has very detailed information about what we have to do when those reservoirs reach certain levels. So for example, right now we're below 30%, so there are no releases that are required. At thresholds above that, there are releases that are required, and it's very prescriptive. And so Esteban monitors that very closely. He does not release any more water than we absolutely have to release. But that is part of what the agreed order, or is what the agreed order is.
So it really has nothing to do with the money we borrowed to build the dam. It is just what TCEQ and who else is requiring us. Is the federal government involved in this?
You know, it's if you look at the agreed order, it is a little
I've
bit
always heard the
complicated.
Bureau of Reclamation.
It's a TCEQ. It's a TCEQ, or it's a relationship between us and the TCEQ,
And that's it.
as I understand it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Well, and I just want to say, 12 million a day doesn't sound a lot, but putting that in perspective in some of the conversations we've had of late, that's worth about $200 million. If you look at what we would have to do to replace that, it's worth $200 million.
Yeah, more than that, because
Yeah.
that's just the infrastructure cost.
That's just the infrastructure cost. So,
Yeah,
you know, you're 200 to 250 million
to the good.
dollars to look at if
Yeah.
we can bring on that much more water.
That's a good point, Councilman.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions and comments.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, our next briefing is on Bond 2024 project list update.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Neiman Young, Assistant City Manager, City of Corpus Christi. As you all are fully aware, one of the departments I do manage is the Engineering Department, and the Engineering Department is the department of record for the development and the management of our capital projects and our bond projects. If we can bring the presentation up. If Council will recall, approximately 30 to 45 days ago, Council did approve a list of candidate bond projects that city staff was authorized to go take and utilize in our community engagements across the city. Since then, we have had 5 town halls in all council districts and an additional town hall in Padre Island. We've engaged with the West Side Business Association, ISAC, also had discussions on the radio. So there's been a lot of community engagement regarding the projects. In addition to those discussions that were had 45 days ago, city staff did advise council that we would return at a later date to give an update on the project list, and here we are today. There have been some recommended changes to the original proposal that was provided to you all 45 days ago. So if the council is so willing, we'll go through those changes and we'll get some feedback from council. So as a reminder, Bond 24, city staff recommends a program for $175 million as compared to Bond 22, which is overwhelmingly approved by the voters at a cost of $125 million. This is an updated bond program summary. Please note that it looks just a little bit different than the bond summary that was presented to you all 45 days ago, because this one does reflect the changes that we are going to go into detail with you all about. So here are the major recommended changes thus far. We're recommending that in District 3, we remove Baird Lane at a cost of $2.5 million and add a park projects in St. Andrews Park for $2.5 million. In citywide parks, we're recommending removing the Texas State Aquarium Parking Lot Improvements Project at a cost of $2 million and plussing up $1 million to District 1 Levante Park expansion and $1 million to the Cheryl Veterans Memorial Park project. In the District 1 facilities, what we're recommending is removing the Little Martin's House at a cost of approximately $400,000 and adding that $400,000 to the Levante Park expansion project. The reason that city staff is making these recommendations for Baird Lane specifically, we went to the Type B board and started discussions with the Type B, looking for Type B to actually fund the design of that project. And if Type B does recommend that approval, then naturally that funding would be freed up in the bond and we could repurpose it. For citywide parks, we also took a request to the Type B for the Texas State Aquarium Parking Lot improvements. And again, if we are funded in the Type B's budget, then that does free up that money. And we would recommend that we continue in on our investment in those facilities at Cheryl Veterans Memorial Park and Levante Park, because we do know that those are some complex projects that's going to be very resource intensive. And that money is going to be needed, whether it's in Bond 24 or if it's later on down the road.
Councilman Preston.
Yeah. Dr. Johnson, when will we know the answers from the Type B Corporation on these requests?
Yes, sir. As stated, it's in its
The next meeting in July, right? Yeah, their next meeting in July.
So it would be in time, if they didn't approve that, then we could come back.
Yeah, that's Miles just stepped out, and Heather was I was taking care of the weather situation, so there was a little hesitancy. Heather, is that right? So the council may want to call their appointees. These are legitimate projects for economic development and fitting with the Type A/B. So Heather was there. She may want to come up, Heather, just because I was, yeah.
As you know, I'm on the aquarium board, and my CEO is sitting out here. And
yeah, we do appreciate them being here. Thank you.
And he's not here just because he likes us. So.
Right. We understand, and we've been briefing him on the weather, so he knows that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we did address it we introduced the projects to the Type B board. I think there were some more questions that they had asked and that we will bring forward back in July. I think that there seemed to be a greater consensus on the streets project than the aquarium project. And so their question was, why can't we look at either hotel occupancy tax or another funding source other than Type B? But we will bring that forward for more discussion in July.
Okay.
Yeah, Councilman, if the Type A board, right, is it the A, the B? If the Type B board denies it, we'll re-recommend it in the bond program.
Okay.
But we think it's a solid recommendation. So again, the city council's appointees, the 7 members that sit on the Type B board, city money, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make some phone calls.
Yeah. Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Neiman. Appreciate the presentation. So I want to return to this again. I mentioned this before. I still have concerns about this. Of the large bond project, I think the largest ticket item on there is the reconstruction of Alameda Street from the geography. I believe from Texan Trail down to Doddridge.
Yes, sir.
And I'm still not convinced that is really a high need. I think that the northern stretch of Alameda from Louisiana down to Texan Trail certainly needs a lot of help. I think from Doddridge south on Alameda needs a great deal of help as well. I just don't think that that central section, even though that's the largest single ticket, biggest ticket item on here, is needed this year. I think it could wait 2 years or 4 years down the road as well. It's my understanding that even though the design has been done, that designs don't fall out of date, at least not that quickly anyway. And so I'd ask you maybe to reconsider that. I know Councilwoman Campos has mentioned before that she would like to see some money put into the bond devoted to sidewalks. And I know that there has not been a great deal of support on the council from that. But when we did the public input sessions, in the District 2 input session, there was a great deal of discussion about that, not from Councilwoman Campos, but from the other residents of the district instead. And by contrast, I didn't see nearly as much discussion about that in the other 4 districts, the other input sessions. And so it does seem to be an issue that is of more acute, I guess, interest in District 2 than maybe in the other districts, right? Sidewalks, that is. So I'd ask you to maybe kind of consider that again as well. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to that parking lot, there's also the opportunity to go to the TERS for that funding as well. I mean, I don't know if it has all the funding in it, but maybe it could be a combination of Type B and the TERS to achieve that. I mean,
It can, but we need some certainty, and there's limited meetings at this point. The TERS in the North Beach has about $1 million in it today, and I think about $1 million, but I think some of that may be.
Well, also, I was going to ask, before you respond, I mean, we're kind of throwing all this out there. Don't they already have a set budget and plan? So how do they incorporate all of this?
Yeah.
So no, I mean, we'd bring it forward for the fiscal year 25. If we were to use it out of the TERS, we would probably have to pay it out over a couple of years. We wouldn't have sufficient balance to be able to pay the full $2 million along with the other commitments we have within the TERS. So it'd be something that we could, just like we do with other development type agreements, is if it would work for the aquarium, is pay it over a couple of years for reimbursement. So
it wouldn't be excuse me, it wouldn't be we're not kind of throwing a wrench in their plan or what have you.
Exactly.
It's for the future. Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Councilman Hernandez, sorry about that.
right. I'm just saying there's options.
Yes, sir.
And I think it falls right in line with the TERS, the goal of the TERS for economic development and reinvestment into a particular area, Type B similar. We'll see how that all comes out, but I mean, it could be multiple solutions there. Question on this. I know we state that it's not going to affect our tax rate, but is that the statement for this particular fiscal year and the next fiscal year, right? Is that?
That's, yes, sir. Yeah, that's for the life of the program.
Okay, because we don't actually sell these bonds for 2 to 3 years until we're ready for construction on these particular projects, right? With some exceptions.
Yeah, you're right. About 2 to 3.
Right. So the ones that you go right into construction for the firehouses, maybe the substations, and a couple of streets that we're going into construction.
Right. That'll be the next bond program.
Right. So you're not going to be selling them all, but it's going to be over probably the next 3 years in terms of how it affects our general fund, right?
Our debt service portion, yes, sir.
Right.
Debt service funds.
In looking at these things and making decisions on them, we need to have kind of a projection for our debt service.
We have that, Councilman.
Right. Okay, so maybe they could share that with us when we have these presentations on the bond on how it affects debt service over the next 3 to 5 years.
Okay, yeah, we programmed it out. So Victor Kioga, our financial advisor, did show that to council back in our earlier meetings in the spring, early spring, but we can bring that back for our next meeting.
Yeah, just continue to have that on there so we can, if we have to make an adjustments or anything like that, you have some aspect of it.
That's a good point. Let's bring our next scheduled meeting for this is the final one to have council approve the project list. That'll be in July, about 4 weeks from now. So we'll have Victor, our financial advisor, here to present that slide again so council can see.
Okay.
Yes,
also, in looking at that, we may have like to see that as well as for any of our of our bonds going forwards with revenue bonds and how that affects the debt service for the enterprise funds.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilman Hunter. Thank you, Mayor. You're good. Okay. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out that that there was actually a survey done. I don't know how many residents that they contacted, but one of the top two issues was still streets and of course sidewalks. And as you know, or well, you may not know, but earlier today I was accused of not standing up for the more bond projects for District 2. So I was looking at the rough, proportionality of it, and I'm looking at it, and most of the money that's going into District 2 for bond proposals is for streets, right? For I don't know if you are aware, but for District 2, we have 26 million up for bonds.
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, so, which comes out to about 16.229% of the bonds. Again, because the major issues that affect District 2, as Councilman Klein mentioned, is that I did try to attend more of the input sessions so that I could hear what some of the other constituents were saying. And he is correct that the majority of the discussions in District 2 did have to do more with streets and sidewalks. So even though we, it looks like a big portion of it is still, dedicated to streets, evidently it's still not enough. I know for a fact that sidewalks is still an issue, and as these the survey that was being done, of course, I think we also came across the possibility of using a different type of sales. Well, this would be for sales, not for bond. But again, I don't want the people of District 2 to seem or to I don't want the people of District 2 not to understand that I have been trying. I hope that my co-council members will see that the people in District 2 do deserve, I call it, I've always referred to it as the heart of Corpus Christi, because we are the oldest, we have some of the oldest neighborhoods and some of those sidewalks. And I know that everybody's got these same issues, maybe have the same issues, but I can tell you, and I'm sure Ernie can tell you, how many calls that I receive, and even through the code enforcement calls, you can tell how many calls District 2 receives. So I would hope that we can still try to find some money to be allocated for sidewalks for District 2. I'm still going to continue to fight, and I hope that my co-council members will support the people in District 2 and find, at least a couple of, at least $2 million. That's what was the original project for my district, was proposing that we have at least 2 of the streets repaved, and that's all I want. I mean, at least I have a start. I know that the city, at least the conversation has started, and I understand that there's going to be like an index, just like they did with the streets, but we know that we have sidewalks already ready to go. And I know that, all it takes is the manpower. So it's not going to take like a lot of equipment. I just, again, I will continue to fight for sidewalks. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Presley?
If I may respond, Mayor?
Yes, sure.
And yes, ma'am, I attended the District 2 meeting, and a lot of the concerns that were conveyed to us at the District 2 meeting are very common themes across all of the districts. It boils down to what's going on with our streets, what's going on with our parks, what's going on with our sidewalks. So I definitely understand, ma'am. And a lot of time, at least me personally, when giving presentations at the different town halls engagements, I spend a lot of time educating our citizens on the different pots of money that are being invested. I mean, for Bond 24, yes, funding for sidewalks is quite lacking, and even streets is quite lacking. We're always going to have more needs than we are going to have funding. But I do spend that time educating them on our rapid pavement program, on the SPMP, on the RSRP, and explaining that there's a whole lot of different pots of funding that's being utilized to be invested in our roadways. For example, in District 2, the Public Works team is addressing a lot of the residential roadways, and I'd be happy to get the center lane miles of roadways that's been completed in District 2 and across, the city. We're currently at 57 center lane miles of improvements that's been made absent any bond funding. And I think that education piece really goes a long way in helping our citizens understand that, yes, we're talking about Bond 24 today, but tomorrow is going to be another pot of money that we're going to discuss, and another pot and another pot. And, that's how we try to tackle, the challenge that is our infrastructure in the city. We're definitely sensitive to the sidewalks. Had multiple conversations with you and multiple conversations with Ernie. And we did send a memo to council explaining that we know that sidewalks is not only a District 2 priority, but a citywide priority. But what we're recommending is that we do have a very deliberate and strategic program put in place before we just start throwing money at it. Because if you throw $1 million or $2 million at it, when Ernie and his team actually did the cost estimates based off of that price point, it didn't go far. And if we're really going to seriously take on a sidewalk program for the city as a whole, number one, it's going to have to be deliberate. It's going to be strategic. But I highly recommend that we understand that it's going to need recurring funding. If you just utilize this $17 million and you think it's a one-time fix, it's not going to work. And it's not going to go far. And we're just going to end up making more citizens angry than actually addressing the solution. So we can actually put, a program in place, which we're going to be working on in fiscal year 25, identify a recurring funding source, identify a published strategic list, just like we do with the IMP. I think that is definitely going to go a lot further in the community than, trying to tackle this with one-time funding.
And I understand that, Neiman. But when you're continually, receiving these calls, like, as a matter of fact, I received, I don't know how many calls from the street on Meadowbrook, and they were determined to come here. And of course, they have every right to come and petition the whole city council about how their street, and the other streets have been repaved. And I try to do my best to explain that, we have a process, and that, it's not in the next 5 years, God willing, their street will be on the next. But it is difficult, and I appreciate what we're all trying to do, which is approach it on a holistic way, that we're not just going to, throw money out into the into the universe. But what I am trying to say is that we are we've already voted last year to remove the $5.38. We've already decided that $12 million is going to be removed from the funds to dedicate it for our residential streets. And I'm trying to figure out how are we going to recover that money. So I'm thinking the way you are, which is, where are we going to, I know that we have a lot more streets and sidewalks that need to be addressed, and we have money for. So I'm trying to figure out how we're going to do that. So hopefully maybe with this other, the 327, maybe tax, 1/8 cent tax, we might be able to approach it that way. So I know that would be another conversation, but I just wanted to make sure that I stated that.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilman,
Rebecca, I'm requesting a timer by Robert's Rules of Order.
I thought you do it.
It's just, there's a lot of great ideas out there, but this is our 10th bond meeting, and we need to focus and
Yeah.
let's get going. But I do appreciate every comment Mrs. Campos made.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I'll just be real quick. We had another presentation on the island last night, and you were there, and the city manager was there, and Dan and Councilman Suckley, Councilman Klein, and myself were there. And I've been to some of the others, and I just want to say this, guys, and if we don't get the message out there better, we're going to get our hat handed to us again. Because if that was any indication last night of the support for anything related to the bond or the sales tax or anything else, it was not favorable. And so, and after the meeting, I was visiting with a number of the people who were there, and I would bring things up to them. They said, well, we didn't know that, we didn't know that, we didn't know that. And I know you all put a lot of work into going to these community sessions, and I know you put forth a lot of effort to do that, but I'm sorry, it's just not getting the word out.
Right, Councilman, we're going to, next week at the City Council agenda, we're going to have nearly a $2 million consulting contract to help us with that.
Okay.
We need to modernize how we communicate, and so we need help. We know how to do it, but we need help.
Yes.
So next week on your agenda, on the City Council agenda, will be about $2 million with a local firm.
Good.
Who has worked for the former Army-Navy Credit Union, who does work for the Texas State Aquarium, who does work for the Port of Corpus Christi, and many other local entities, as well as in Houston and San Antonio. So your concerns will begin to be addressed next week if the council approves the contract.
And I'm just saying that for the benefit of
good
whatever
point.
we all say, and Councilwoman Campos is correct and all that about many of the things she says, but the problem is
right.
The people out there just don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why we're bringing that contract.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Councilman Barrera.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Wait. No, there you go.
Okay, my apologies. You know, I guess this whole deal on the sidewalks, I mean, you know, mind you, this council supported the rapid repavement program, which basically took sidewalks out of that, so we could expedite the paving of the streets. This council voted to remove the street improvement fee from the utility bill. So I understand, I mean, it's a demand issue, but, you know, we've made decisions and we just have to live with our decisions. You know, it's a matter about resources. So we've eliminated resources so that way we could expedite it. And that's really part of the issue that I have with putting it on the bond, because all we're doing is robbing Peter to pay Paul. You know, we had resources that were available and we said we didn't need them. So that's really where my challenge is. It just contradicts, you know. One thing I learned about running for state rep is there's a thing called situational ethics. You know, it's popular to remove a fee, you know, it's popular to expedite something, and then all of a sudden now we just want to put it back. And it's just, we just need to be cognizant of the decisions that we're making, that they have consequences. And now we were going to ask the entire city to vote for $2 million, which is just you know, just a drop in the bucket. So I just want to be cautious about what we're doing. You know, once again, I say we're elected for discretion to make difficult decisions. And so right now, to placate a certain demographic, which they are, but that's the hypocrisy, is that we voted to take money away that was specifically for that resource. So, but I'd like the changes that you've made. So I like the changes that you made. I know I've already spoken to a lot of people in my district with regard to the Andrews Park. You know, it used to be they'd say, you do everything for the south side, you know, but we've been devoting a lot of funds to Salinas Park and a lot of the inner city areas, which I'm very proud of. And now, you know, that's another demographic and it's a highly used park. So thank you for the consideration of moving that project over.
Yes, sir.
And I really like the aggressiveness now where we're going with public safety, the 2 fire stations now, you know, that's on the border of District 2. taking it out. My apologies, it makes me look good now. But it did two things. That's a great thing that you did. As a council, is we said we're recommending a fire station. We removed decades of blight that created a homeless problem. So kudos to you for that decision. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. And, on the rough proportionality thing, I mean, the citywide projects, I mean, that's, really don't need to say they're citywide when they're in specific districts. I mean, to her point, I mean, and I don't have an issue with it. It's wherever the projects are, they land. I just don't think that, if it's going to look difficult when you have somebody accusing a council member for not supporting their district based on this proportionality when they can actually do math and see that it's not necessarily proportional in terms of where it's at, where the projects are located at. So I want to make sure that we're not trying to gaslight anybody with that aspect. Let's just be straightforward with where these projects are and what district they're in. To me, it doesn't really matter. I got the benefit of the citywide projects in the last bond cycle, so I'm not complaining about what, I think I have the smallest amount going to my district this cycle, but that's okay. It's not an issue. But I just, like I said, and to Councilman Pusley's point, we got to make sure that they trust us in what we're doing and trying to accomplish and put these projects forward. If there's any semblance of trying to do a shell game, it's going to look, we're going to have egg on our face, right? And this goes to the next thing that we're going to discuss as well. We got to be as forthcoming as possible and letting people know what we're doing. There's certain requirements that we have from this whole thing with the bridge and the park projects over in the Hillcrest area, Washington Coles area. We can perfectly say that that's what we're required to do that, and this is part of the plan, and that's what we're going to accomplish. I just want to make sure that we're communicating accurately and as transparent as possible. And that goes, and you're going to bring something in terms of communication. I think what you're really thinking about is how do you market what we're trying to sell.
Right, that's what it is.
Right? Well, my experience is marketing is mostly research and understanding who your target audience is.
That's what they have on their firm.
Okay, it's not how you communicate, it's what you communicate.
They have both, so we'll have the company owner here to explain that next week.
We'll see.
Yeah.
No, he'll be here. Yeah.
I came from the #1 marketing company in the world, so I know exactly what I'm referring to.
Okay, we'll make sure he's ready for you.
They have openings, Bill. They have openings.
Yeah, we'll tell him today.
Okay, we're going to move on.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir, Councilman.
Yeah, we're moving on, and we still have 3 more presentations. Thank you, Dr. Young.
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 24 is the city sales tax reauthorization update.
Heather's
Okay, so we wanted to provide an update on the Type A sales tax reauthorization. And so just to kind of bring everybody together, so what we're specifically talking about is the local sales tax, and it is the 2.18 cents that are currently authorized. Yes.
If I can, please. Okay, has anything changed in this since the last time we received this presentation?
Yes. I'll go to the end where we have something different.
Okay, well, why don't we do that? Because
Yeah,
I
we
don't
can
need to
skip to
see the whole thing again.
Right, skip this part,
Let's get to
Heather.
the executive
Yeah.
summary of this.
What Heather can do is go over the survey results that we've done. I don't know if it's on the slide, and then show you where we're at.
Page
We have
12.
Yeah.
Okay, well, one thing I did, so I did want to talk about, there had been some questions on what the ballot language could look like. These are, and Council, I guess you could read it on your own time, but this is some of the proposed, what the ballot language could look like. This is not specifically in support of any specific one thing, but how it could, we could break the projects out, or we could not break the projects out. Also, if we are proposing to, if we want to consider repurposing it as type B, this is what the ballot language would look like, or could look like. So to the city manager's point, so we did do the citizen survey that did go live June the 7th. This was the, I'm sorry? We can reauthorize the sales tax under the type B statute.
Take it all over from A to B.
Yes, just
Right.
Because it is a different statute, and so it does provide some different flexibilities, or some to be able to do multiple types of project within one proposition versus having to list it out separately. There's some advantages to it. No.
She's just giving you options. She has to share what's available.
Yeah, because
We could move on from
the ballot language is very similar whether we authorize it under A or authorize it under B. So, anyway, so the citizen survey, like I said, it's been open since June the 7th. We've received over 1,000 responses to date. And this was the third part of the planned outreach, which was in addition to the stakeholder input meetings, the community input meetings, and then now the community-wide survey. So the survey is available in English and Spanish, and it will be open until next Sunday. Like I said,
Sunday?
Yes, this coming Sunday.
This coming Sunday it closes.
Okay, so
Yes.
we don't have anything. I thought y'all were going to go.
No, we do, yeah. Heather will give you the
do.
summary of how many responses to date and kind of what we're seeing.
Exactly. So just a few of the things. So we have had over 1,000 responses to date. And hold on, let me go back to this real fast. So in looking at just a section of the responses, so one of the aspects of the survey was we asked to rank different aspects of how we could utilize the sales tax. So right now, the 4 uses that are the top 4 are residential streets, crime control and prevention, flood protection, and commercial streets. So those are the top 4 uses.
Can you repeat those?
Residential streets, crime control and prevention, flood protection, and commercial streets. And then specifically on the question, so that we posed 2 questions. One was, would you support project number 1 as proposed, which was in support of the American Bank Center, the museums, and the water garden. And right now it is 46% say yes, 54% say no. On the question about would you support project number 2, which is the seawall, the flood control system for downtown, along with other flood control projects across the city. I don't have those percentages, but it was overwhelmingly yes, and a smaller percentage in no.
On flood.
On flood, exactly.
What was was it 54 you said?
Right now it's 46 to 54. So 46% would say yes, 54% say no, that they would not support
ABC.
the project number 1, which is the American Bank Center, the cultural and entertainment facilities downtown in the C District.
Okay.
So that is just what has come in to date. That is not the completed survey yet, so.
Okay. And we have until
Sunday.
This Sunday, and the surveys in both Spanish and English. We've had a few Spanish survey
Yeah, about 6
takers.
or 7, but yeah.
Yes, but it's both Spanish and English. The link is on our website.
Yeah.
Yes,
Councilmember
yes.
Presley.
Yeah, and I would say probably the results of the ABC question is a hangover from how badly we got defeated. So I'm surprised we're doing that well. But I don't know, guys. It's just our inability to get the word across about what we're trying to do. And at the same time we're asking those questions, we don't present the information about what our street project looks like right now and how much money we're spending on streets right now. I mean, we're spending millions. The largest, in our last 2 bonds, the largest percentage of those bonds went to street projects. And so we just don't tell people that, and then we ask them the question. So I just think it's false information.
Councilman Barrera.
Yes, a lot of times I think that what we do, well, first off, how many respondents so
A
far?
little over 1,000.
Well, it's no doubt that, I mean, if you were in the parade, especially in 2019, the Buck Parade, you hear, fix my streets, I mean, overwhelmingly. And I think we've answered the call. But once again, I go back to, if we'd included a little footnote, by the way, did you know that this council voted to reduce your fees so that way we could, we could cut your fees so that way we cut funding in $12 million in streets. Did you know that this council, I go back to what I said earlier, we voted to accelerate the street program and we eliminated sidewalks and curbs and gutter from that. I just think it's dangerous is once again, we're elected to be able to make difficult decisions. And as Councilman Pusley has indicated, I mean, if we're doing it just for the sake of passing a bond package, then do it all for streets. Just so that way we can get reelected and say, hey, we put in $9 million a year or whatever the case is, or $10 million a year into streets more when we eliminated $12 million. I mean, I understand it's very sensitive. I mean, my son lives on Allen Crest and he lives off of Allen Crest. I've had a house there since 1986 and I drive there frequently. And I know all the neighbors there on Allen Crest and Camargo. And they're always getting on me. Aaron lives on Rivercrest, which is another horrible street. I mean, it's a demand issue. I mean, I don't know for how long, for the 4 years after we had approved Airport Road, everybody said, when are you going to get to Airport Road? When are you going to get to Airport Road? I mean, it's always going to be a sensitive issue, so, right now, I mean, and so that's the thing. I just cautioned what I say the survey should be is that way we understand how we're going to have to message ourselves. It's not enough information to be able to make a decision because then we're letting 1,000 people make decisions with very little information. And the thing about the American Bank Center is it's a revenue generating asset. It's a revenue generating asset. As I've said before, and I won't belabor it. Am I on a timer?
You're on a timer.
Yeah, well, good. Well, that's the thing. I mean, I don't want to belabor it, but I just think that, we're going to rob Peter to pay Paul, and then we're going to have a years of neglected asset that all of a sudden now is falling into disrepair, that we have a responsibility to maintain it. And if we do this, then all of a sudden now we're going to have to find the resources from elsewhere, and we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. So I just proceed very cautiously, and I urge my colleagues that once again we're here to make decisions, and they're hard. They're hard. That's why we asked to be here, and we get criticized regularly in public comment. Mayor, you're lucky you had a meeting at noon, because one of us is a sociopath. I'm wondering if it's me or Mike. So anyway, with that, I guess I've said my opinion.
Yeah. Well, and I have to say, and Councilman, I agree. I think that I know what the need is, but we're not making that decision. It's not a vote. It's what do the people want? And I am hearing streets. She just told you 54%. So let's really think about, and it's, believe me, I am supportive of the American Bank Center and that package because I know it's desperately needed. I just told Peter, the Art Museum had a
fire graduation.
An event,
Yeah.
and the chiller's out. Last year, my State of the City, I was praying to God the chiller was not going to go out, and so I understand there's great need, but this is not a vote. This is not up to us necessarily. We need to be listening to the people. We need to make sure we know, and I get it. I don't know, 1,000 people, right? I mean, anybody can do any poll on anything, but that's why people do polls, you know, and it's a difficult one, but that's why we're having this discussion. So we'll move on. Councilman Roy.
So I want to make sure I understand. You're saying in the poll that was more people are they're okay with the downtown seawall.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, and you're saying you hired a company, and they're going to come out and part of the problem is that because of the first go around, I mean, it's tainted fruit or spoiled fruit or whatever. I mean, that's going to be a big thing to overcome, because I believe that the first thing that they hear, anytime we say arena, and that automatically they go back and they start thinking about the hotel and all this, and there's no trust level there. Somehow they're going to end up getting a hotel, I know it, or somehow. But the bottom line is that this is a situation that we may not be able to win. I face that every day, because what's going to happen is if we don't repair the American Bank Center and the chillers don't work and the roof's leaking and they're getting wet while they're sitting in their seats, then they're going to be like, what's wrong with those guys? Why didn't they do this? Or why didn't we, you know, how come this doesn't work and that doesn't work? So we've got to come up with a way, and I agree with Mike and I agree with some of the other council members. We've got to communicate this in a way that is very, very easy to understand and separates itself from the first go around. Because that's really what's going on. I don't think we had a problem the first go around. We had some good things in there, but because of the way the whole hoteliers, and the other thing is, and I could be wrong on this, but when you take a look at the fact that you had 1,000 people that responded, you shot it out to the general public, but the ones that were heavily invested in the first go around are probably the responders that you got for this go around. You know, it's all going to be up to marketing. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. It's how you say it and how you do it. And if it fails, it fails. You know.
And I'll pick it up when I get to the county.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Mike will get the 1/8%, and he'll go build a convention center downtown.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I took that survey, and I thought it was a little skewed in the amount of times you asked a question. So in any kind of survey, if you want to get an accurate answer, you ask the same question multiple times in different ways to see how they respond and see if it's consistent. I don't think this survey actually had that kind of consistency in terms of asking those questions. It was too brief of a survey, so I'm not sure how much stock we can actually put in that survey. With regards to how we reposition this, it was correct. And we had this conversation, Heather, about if we just did the C district by itself, it would fail. And you're, even with the survey that you have, you're seeing that that's the case. So you have to combine it with something.
Exactly.
And I hate to admit this, but I agree with Councilman Barrera in this aspect, even though he's been taking shots at me this whole time. Well, I don't know. There was a swimming pool. Never mind. In terms of robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? So I think we need to make the conscious decision of in making sure that we fund the residential streets through the general fund, and this is why I had a big issue with us giving that money away like we did in the last agenda item. But we need to make that decision. That should be policy. You know, right now we have policy specific to it of 4 cents out of our tax, property taxes, 1% of the general fund, 5% of the industrial district agreement. We need to make sure that we fund it to whatever that we need to be. Does it need to be 3% of the general fund in order to compensate for that $12 million? Probably, right? So, but we need to make that decision as a council to make sure that we good on our promises to fix those residential streets. With regards to this is specific to that. So if we don't vote if we don't take care of it through this means, we have to take care of it through another means. So you're either going to fund it through the general fund or you're going to fund it through this. Now, that being said, that's why I suggested commercial streets, and I suggested the military component of that, so you can gain support for that. You may not get all the money you want for the C district, but something is better than nothing.
Yeah. And I did want to say, so unfortunately, it looks like the corrected presentation didn't come out. There actually was an addition of a recommendation slide. And so what the recommendation is for the consideration of the council is to reauthorize it under the type B and include not only those assets within the C district, but also consider possible inclusion of commercial industrial streets and possibly military infrastructure, so that we can combine it for several uses. It could be written just like we did for the type, when we took type B to the voters, it had 3 different purposes very clearly lined out. That was what the recommendation for consideration would be as we move through this process. So.
Right, and I would make that recommendation as well, specifically so you can garner the support. If it's just the C district, it will not pass. And to Councilman Pusley's point and Councilman Roy's point, we kind of lost that opportunity when we did Proposition 8 last year.
Yeah, and to your point on not moving, but reallocating to be able to utilize more of this for the industrial district streets. And even if we don't include military, including another component on there, that would then open up additional general fund funding that could be put towards residential streets.
Right, but we have to make that decision as a council and prioritize that.
Right, in 4 weeks is the recommendation. So today's an update of where we are over these past couple of weeks to include community input, council dialogue, and then 4 weeks from now with the bond program on that same council meeting, I think it's July 18, we would ask council to approve whatever the propositions will be, similarly with the list of projects for the bond program, and then a couple weeks thereafter you'd call for the election.
Okay,
in
thank
August.
you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, when you ask a question about, are you going to support streets versus ABC Center, what you should have under that is the question or further to that is, well, if you support streets through the sales tax, are you willing to support fixing the ABC Center through an increase in your property taxes?
Yeah.
Because that's what you're talking about.
Exactly.
We're not going to close the ABC Center. We're not going to close the arena, I don't think. I think there would be a real backlash if you even talked about doing that. Now, we might close the Harbor Playhouse. We might close the museums.
Yeah.
You could live without those, and I know our museum director sitting out there is not really happy to hear that, but we're not going to close those things, and they have to be funded and they have to be maintained. And one of the things that this city has been beat up for years is the fact that we don't take care of our assets. And so, you got to be really careful how you ask those questions, because if we don't fund the ABC Center through this mechanism, we're going to have to, just like Councilman Barrera said, we're going to have to go find the money to fund it some other way. And are we prepared to do that? And where's that going to come from? And so, and Councilman Barrera, I have to defend my, I'm the one who started the discussion on removing the money that we were collecting for the city streets, and then the mayor supported me on that, and you did too. But I just want to say, I did that at a time when we were having year-end fund balances that were in excess of $20 and $30 million. And I just thought, with respect to that, we need to tighten our belt just like everybody in this community does. And so we may not have that reserve this year, but in past years, for multiple years, we'd had large fund balances at the end of the year. So I think it was a goodwill gesture, and $12 million a year was not really fixing a lot of streets.
Okay.
I mean, it fixed a few.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, the streets. And just to be clear, there were actually 2 surveys done, okay? The city did one, and then there was an independent. And both of those surveys did have streets. As much as we think that media campaign may or may not change the minds of the residents. I don't know if that's going to happen. I do know, and I do support the arts. I mean, I believe me, robbing, Paul to pay Peter. I mean, this is what we do, right? We make these difficult decisions. But I also know that the hotel occupancy tax, there is at least some way, some opportunity for some of these assets that we have to get money from that hotel tax. Isn't that possible?
We could use it on the American Bank Center. I don't know that it would be eligible necessarily for the museums, the Harbor Playhouse, and for the water gardens.
Okay. And is there any, I thought there might be another mechanism to try to borrow money for these? No, there's not another
But
avenue?
we would still have to have revenue to be able to pay the debt service. I mean, borrowing would be a short term, but we'd still have to be able to pay that debt back.
Okay. But again, as much as if we have been investing in our streets, I think it's because we have neglected it, just like we did, a lot of the things that we own or we're supposed to be responsible for decades. So, we're trying to get over what other councils have done. But, the bottom line is that I feel that the residents, and I also did vote to eliminate that $5.38. I also want to go on record, and people can check it. But the reason that I voted on that is because at the time we were trying to get the water rates, more equal. So I thought, all right, let's see if we can balance this out somewhat. But we're looking at having less taxes in our budget, and we're going to have to find ways. And again, I don't know if this media campaign is going to work or not, but I still think that our residential streets deserve the priority here. So, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
So the last thing I want to say is that I agree with the other council members that we got to sweeten the pot. I mean, we've got to change this. At this point in the game, we're close. I mean, look how close we are till November. I think it's great. We're going to hire somebody to get a second opinion, but I think the other thing is we've had, whether somebody else did a survey, we've done a survey, we've got it, and the results seem to be the same almost. If we continue to go down this road and we don't change what we do, isn't that the definition of insanity? We need to change. We got to do something here. And I think the people are telling us that. And it is what it is. I'd rather see several areas get some money than not get any money and, give it to the county. So, thank you.
There you go. Okay. That's all the questions and comments. And Peter, I think
That's good.
You mentioned we have 4 more weeks.
We have 4 more weeks, and then we're going to come back to make a final decision on what would be the 2 1/8 propositions.
Okay.
And I would add, Mayor and Council, that we have been talking about this and good work since February. So the survey that we did and the other privately done survey, those are just one of many devices that we're using to gauge community sentiment. Right? We've done numerous, probably over 30 stakeholder meetings. We've had 6 community meetings where people had a chance to speak to us. We've had numerous meetings with the council. So we're not basing everything on one survey. Rather, we're basing it on, I think this is 4 or 5 months worth of work.
Yeah.
A lot of work, a lot of dialogue, a lot of stakeholder dialogue, a lot of community dialogue in person. The survey was one tool. It's not the end all, and we're putting everything in the survey. So we'll combine everything, Heather and team, and we'll continue to talk to the council, and then we'll come back in 4 weeks for a final vote.
Right.
Yep.
And Peter, not to belabor this, and I know you're, staff, we're just kind of going by we're going to do community input meetings or gatherings, but we have to change that.
The consultant will,
You have, District 5, you have a lot of people show up. Okay, great. But District 1, no one showed up. There was like
There was a few people there, yeah.
This was the last one. What?
Yeah, that was
forget about the issue. The
right.
last one I was at.
Yeah.
And that means we have to change that because you have different districts call for different representation or a different level of representation.
Right.
And so if we know we're not getting people there, we can't say, well, we're doing all these meetings. Well, but who's coming? And so who are the people in these districts? So let's start customizing. We got to get creative back to the firm next week. That's part of their job to say, well, if this is your population here, then let's reach that population. Free pizza. Let's go. Come grab a piece of pizza and then listen to us. It's different. You've got the island. It's more of a retired community. They have more time. They have more time to listen to what's going on. They're not running around taking 3 different kids to soccer and baseball. So I really want to see us change that moving forward. It does nothing now. It's like, we need water today. Well, that plant's going to take 3 years. Great that we're doing it. We need to do it, but it is not going to help us today. And you can't do anything about that now. We can do something about the way we reach people, and you've heard that earlier.
Yeah.
It's not all about social media either. What are we doing today? Perfect example with our seniors. I mentioned, or where was that? Oh, we were
Yeah, that was
upstairs.
today.
We were in the weather meeting, and I said, what are our Meals on Wheels people, our seniors, not people, our Meals on Wheels customers, what if something happens to them? Are we checking on them? Yes, we are. Well, but what if they need something during these next few days? Because my mom I'm forgetful now. And so what we're doing is we went back out. Thank you, Robert. He was on the phone with Sergio and they were figuring it out. We're going back out to our 800 seniors who need a piece of paper to say, here's who you call. If that roof leaks or if 2 inches of water comes into your home, we care about you.
Yeah.
I mean, here's what you're going to do. So anyway, that should be part of the protocol every single time we have a weather event. We have to change the protocol. We have to customize it to see how do we get people here and listening. And that's just one. The other stuff is mail and the utility bill and the social media and so forth.
Right.
But you're spending a lot of resources. You got the fire chief there, you got everybody there. And it's a lot of resources for, 3 people to show up.
There's more staff than people, right?
Last night, you said 8 people were there. So I really want to see that change. So I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying sometimes we get used to doing something, and every person on this dais represents a very different district. There are no 2 districts that are alike. So we should probably be doing something a little different for each one and making certain that we're reaching people. If we have to do them at 7:30 at night, guess what? You do them at 7:30 at night. I mean, I don't know, or you do them at 3 in the afternoon.
Right.
I don't know. But anyway, we got to put some thought into it.
Yeah.
And that's, again, back to your point.
Yeah.
The firm, though.
Your point is excellent. The largest voting block in Nueces County is in Cal Island.
In Cal Island? I thought it was the island.
It's the largest voting block in this county, and we've never had a meeting out there. We always have them in Tolosa. We have them at the library.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
Tolosa
Right.
people, but the people who vote are west of 5 points.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different things to look at. I mean, there are. That's a great point.
Yeah.
When I did my little listening tour, a couple of them, I would do 2. In a district like 1 is huge. I can't just go to one time and say, okay, let me listen to you. I did 2, and I would do 2 in Rollins. Anyway, all right, moving on. Got the point. Thank you very much. We're moving on to item number 25, and that is a briefing update regarding the federal sea turtle release program. Thank you for waiting all day. This is very important. This is very important to us and to this community, as you well know. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely, Mayor, and thank you for the invitation. Council members, thank you too. Staff, I appreciate your patience with us. And I will again, discuss our public hatchling release program with you, as well as the economic contribution we bring to your community. I think that's relevant to this conversation as well. Let's see if I can make my way through this here. Amazing. All right. I'm going to start with some generalities with this. We brought you a slide stack, but I think many of these things you already know. I know it's late in the afternoon, so you give a ranger a toy like this and we'll talk all day. So I'm going to dial it back a bit. If you have questions, please bring it up, but I will stand for questions at the end of it. Very good. I think we all understand where Padre Island National Seashore is located, so we have our map. Thank you. This represents about 22 years worth of operational research at the park, and I can sum it up this way. With the Kemp's Ridley nesting program, our latest data tells us 98.7% of those sea turtle nests for Kemp's Ridley are in Mexico, and the other roughly 1.5% are here at your national seashore here in Padre Island. A little view of what we're looking at. Our program has remained the same over that time period. Our rangers, our seasonals, go down island. They collect nesting sea turtle eggs and then take them back to two facilities. One is down island towards what we call our cabin right around the 40. And the other one is here at our headquarters area, which is our largest hatchling facility. When we do have a hatchling release, a public hatchling release, those sea turtles, those hatchlings that you see are coming from this facility. This is one of the slides that I wanted to bring to your attention. I stand out there in the morning when people are coming into the park, and I greet just about every one of them. And one of the things I hear is they thought that these releases were free. They are free, and this is not semantics. They are free, but you have to pay your introduction, your fee to get in the park. We are a fee collection park, so I put the law up there as well. We have to, under our Federal Lands Recreation Enhancement Act, collect the entrance fees for everybody coming in the park. At that point, they can go to the sea turtle release, they can walk the beach, they can collect seashells, they can go fishing, whatever they want to do. But that's the obligation I have to the taxpayers and to Congress. Okay. And just so you know, we don't get a one-on-one. Some of the visitors that come in say, here's my $10 for coming into the park. I'm glad it's going to the sea turtle program. No, it doesn't work that way. These monies go to the federal government, and they go into our recreational fee program. And then the following year, we receive 80% of those fees back. The other 20% go to other Park Service units that don't collect fees. For the most part, those fees that come to us, that 80%, we use them for deferred maintenance. And as you know, you've lived on these islands, you know how it is with rust and rain, ants, and everything else that gets into our system. We use those for our trails, our boardwalks, maintenance, restroom improvements, everything else. The National Park Service is always amazed that our things seem to degrade faster than anywhere else on the mainland. Well, that's just life on the beach, so we have to recognize that. Prior to 2020, we did have between 22 to 30 public releases, hatchling releases. And after 2020, we've had less. 7, 5. This year, we're hoping to have more. There is a reason for that. And that has to do with staffing limitations. That's our first issue in the park. Most of our staff have to arrive at the park right around 4 a.m., even 4:30 a.m. if they have different tasks within the park. That means they have to get up usually around 2 a.m. to get ready and come in for a release. When we had 30 releases in the park, they were not staggered. It was one after another, after another, after another. So what we were looking at was massive burnout by our other divisions. We have all of our divisions. It's just like you when you have a public program within the city. We have a program that involves facilities, our law enforcement, both of our resource divisions. We have our interpreters, our fee collectors. Everybody has to be on. So we can pull a day that's 12 and sometimes 16 hours long, not to mention our sea turtle staff that have to prepare the night before. So some of them stay there the entire night. We can't keep asking that of our staff, and it's starting to show in terms of morale. And this is the point here, our 12 to 16 hour days. That's just not sustainable any longer. So we did a little bit of math. Prior to 2020, we recognized we had 5,000 to 17,000 attendees each year. Then we looked at post-2020 with our 7 or fewer releases. We were getting 4,000 to 9,000. So we did the math on our 2020 through 2022 and determined we were looking at about 3% of the population that comes to our park are coming for sea turtles. And that got us looking at the overall statistics of the park and its visitation. And we wanted to graph that for you. So what you're seeing here in the orange, that's our annual visitation, and it ebbs and flows. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's not. We get between 500,000 and 600,000 a year, which I think is a good number. If you look at the bottom, the very bottom row there, I'm also showing you the number of sea turtle releases, hatchling releases. And to make this point a little clearer, I'm going to go to this graph. This, to me, kind of says it all, because I listen, I hear what people say. They're saying, well, we're not having enough releases, and we know you're losing about $10 million a year based on this. Where are they getting that data from? We do macro studies every year about the kind of economic support we bring to communities at all of our National Park Service units, including yours. And what we're seeing in this graph, I got it from 2012 all the way to 2022, we don't have last year's yet, is if you look on the left side, we have all those sea turtle releases, hatchling releases, 29, 25, 24. Then you look on the right side, 0, 4, 7, 0 being COVID, recognize that. And we went from 24 million on the left side, and we're still bringing in, on average, about 31 million on the right-hand side of that graph. We are getting a good population of people that are coming to the park, and it doesn't stand to reason. We tried really hard to find a way to look at the numbers from the point of view that, well, are people, not coming? Are people not coming to the park? Is there a correlation between sea turtle releases and the money that comes into the park? And we're not finding it. We just don't see it. And that's why I said at the very top of this slide, there's no correlation between public hatchling releases and revenue to the community. Again, working at the macro level, I would like to hear from people that are telling me, well, they came to the hotels, they spent a certain amount of money, they came for a hatchling release, and they were disappointed and left, or something of that nature. But we don't collect that kind of data, and we haven't been able to find that data. So I'll just give you these numbers and let you know that I'm not seeing a hemorrhage of $10 million. I'm just not. So I took a snapshot of the last 5 years, just to give you an idea of what we are bringing into the park, 2018, 19, 20, 21, and 22. And we're coming in right at around $31.9 million of contribution to your city. I think that's good, solid numbers. I think this year we'd like to have more than 5 releases. And I do want to explain last year. We had 5 releases last year because we didn't have law enforcement in the park. We have all of our operations in the park. It's all hands on deck. But we had about 2 rangers on our force last year. They are our EMTs. They weren't there. We had a huge lapse in our hiring. This year we've made up for it, and we've actually quadrupled that hiring. So we have rangers, we have EMTs now, we have all hands on deck. So I'm looking at a better year. And I would add this as well. It's not just about our staff, it's about the sea turtles. I keep talking to them. I keep telling them to hatch all together, give us a better production, and they don't listen to me. So we work with our sea turtle program. So it's between not only having a large number of sea turtles for a public release, but it's also about having the staff to do this work and taking care of our staff. I'll skip through this and go to this one. I presume all of you or many of you have come to a hatchling release and say prior to 2020, I'm sure you have. This is an optimum photograph, but that's how it looked. We had one venue, and we had upwards of 500, 600 people packed around one area that's roughly 30 yards long, maybe a little bit longer, and that's a scary thought for managers like ourselves. All those people packed in one location. And you can see a few people here, they figured it out. They're, they're on each other's shoulders trying to see. You know how big those little sea turtles are. You can't always see them. That was the biggest complaint that we got, is you couldn't see anything. I'd like to show you the face of the sea turtle program now. We learned something from COVID. Remember when CDC said, spread everybody out? So we did. We made 3 viewing areas, and we were able to break up the crowds a little bit more. Our law enforcement was happy. If somebody has an issue, maybe it's hot out there. We had 2 people go down last year at one event, and that kind of took the rest of the afternoon. But at this rate, we can see them, we can watch people, we can help them, they bring their dogs down there, so we take them away so the dogs don't get involved in fights. We have all sorts of things we have to do on the beach. And this looks a lot better. We like the control. We like the fact that people have come up to me and said, we can see things now. It's really great. So we're happy for that, and we're happy to present these programs to you. And I invite you back to another one. And then I'll put this slide up here too. We also have something we didn't do before. We bring people up on the deck afterwards, and we have exhibits. You can see the mama turtle here is what they call them. Next to it over here, we have another, it's kind of a side view of the eggs and how they're hatching. We do this interpretation so that people can not only see the sea turtles on the beach, but then they have an educational, they have an informative, I guess, moment with our rangers up on the deck. And we're also getting a lot of parents that just want to stay up there and let their kids go down to the beach. It's a good place to sit now. So those are some of the things we're working on. I'll be glad to take questions from you.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Superintendent, thanks so much for coming. I appreciate this presentation.
Thank you. Well, I also appreciate you were very candid in some of our meetings about some of the things you're seeing and hearing. And we thought, well, we're going to sharpen our pencils and look at this. And so many of these things, I like to believe we're addressing some of your concerns.
I appreciate that. Yeah, we met back in March about spring break.
We did.
Yeah, right. I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Good.
So I did have a couple of questions, several as it turns out, so kind of bear with me. You said that you didn't see any evidence of economic change, I guess, or impact, I guess, on the city because of the reduced number of public releases.
Right.
Right. And so I think you said that before 2020, I guess, there were, 5 to 7, I guess, 5 to 7 per year since then, but before that it was...
Upwards of as many as 30.
22 to 30,
On
something
average,
like that.
we saw about 25 releases.
So I did some rough math, and this may be off, but by my calculation, before the reduction in public releases, there were anywhere from 112,000 to 528,000 people attending annual releases. Annually, I should say, a release annually, at least one annually, between 112,000 to 528,000. And now, under the reduced number of public releases, the average number, the number of people is going to range now from 20,000 to 64,000.
I'd never heard of numbers that high, what you're saying.
I'm basing this on the number of people you said that you estimated had attended the releases both before 2020 and then now since.
I'm sorry, so your question is?
So if the numbers, let's say, I'm going to go with, I'm going to use the extremes, let's say the high end of the more recent release numbers is 64,000, and the low end of the earlier release numbers is 112,000, roughly twice that. I don't see how that cannot have an economic impact. And then if you go the reverse direction and use the high end for the period before 2020 and say 528,000 people attended the releases, and now it's only 20,000, low end, average, low end, the impact is getting far more drastic. And again, unless you're going to come by boat, there's only one way to the Padre Island National Seashore, and that's through Corpus Christi.
That's true.
So the people who are attending the releases, because it's so early in the morning, I presume that they're not driving all night to get to the releases. They're probably staying somewhere in the area here, most likely either in Corpus Christi itself or in one of the surrounding communities. Once the releases are finished, I assume that they're not going to leave the community right away. They're probably going to go and eat somewhere as well. So I mean, this is what we're talking about when we think about economic impact of all this.
Excuse me, sir, may I interrupt?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wanted to clarify.
And I'm sorry, could we introduce you?
My name is Kelly Taylor. I'm the Chief of Interpretation and the Public Information Officer at Padre Island National Seashore. The numbers that you're referencing, Eric spoke of.
Right. Here you go.
Oh, yeah.
The numbers that you're referencing, you spoke of 500 to 600,000. Those are not the numbers of attendees to the turtle releases. Those are the attendees to the park annually. The numbers, if you take a look at the PowerPoint at the bottom of the slide, it indicates the number of attendees to each of the slides. So if you could reproject the slides.
Back to that slide. I was looking, but I couldn't get to it. If you just bring that up.
We can put the slideshow back up, and Mr. Bruneman, help us what slide number you're talking about?
Yeah, when I said we have an attendance of 500 to 600 attendees, 600,000, I'm sorry, that's our gross number of attendees at the park. And that's, I believe, what you're referencing.
Yeah, no, actually not. I'm really looking at the number of releases per year and the estimated number of people attending each one of those releases.
Okay, and that data is also on there. Let me see if I can.
No, it's on.
I think it's on that one.
Go back to the other.
There it is. Here, you can see it here. The number of attending is, prior to that, you're looking at the attendees, which is in a gray box down there. And you're seeing 5,000 attendees in 2010, then 7, then 12, 16, 11. So, no, we're not in the hundreds of thousands like you just said. The numbers are much lower.
Yeah.
At most, coming up to 3%. And then we did a percentage here, the percentage attending a release. And you can see from the left side, it was 0.83% of our total visitation. The highest we ever got was 3.1% in 2013. But most of the time, they're roughly 2.5%. So, no, the numbers are way too high.
But the drastic change, drastic reduction in the number of public releases would indicate that the number of people attending the release is going to drop dramatically. I mean, from a high end of 30, or let's say 22, the low end, 22, down to a high of 7.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at here is the people that are coming to the releases are less than 3%. We're still getting 97% of the population coming to the park. And we're not seeing a change in the overall revenue that comes to you or the region. We're still coming in at 31%, and in the last 5 years we have 31.9%, I believe. $1 million. I'm sorry.
Right.
So I guess what I'm getting at is we're just not seeing the micro data that you're talking about. I mean, I think based on these numbers, if I was looking for a $10 million hit, I'd see it. And I'm just not seeing it.
All right, I'm going to move on from that. A constituent asked me about this as well and asked me to pose this question. General assessment of risk. Was a general assessment of risk, a GAR report, prepared to demonstrate the need for emergency vehicles, maybe additional law enforcement officials at the releases?
The general assessment risk?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're familiar with that form or not.
I'm not, no. What we have at our releases, what we need to have at our releases are EMTs, and that comes with our rangering program. Every park is assigned, they did a scientific analysis throughout the National Park Service of how many law enforcement that Washington thinks every park should have. And we're on paper anyway supposed to have something like 11 or 12 law enforcement. We were down to 2 a couple of years ago.
Wow.
So we put funding back into law enforcement. So that's what we didn't need to do a special analysis. We already knew what our budget range was and what we were required to have. So that's what I've been hiring from.
How long was the turtle release in place before you arrived at the seashore?
Oh, that program began as early as the program was established, like roughly 2002. But, you know, another issue with that is that they were much smaller operations. We might have a few dozen people that showed up, a few hundred, but it became wildly popular, and it did. It's really a success story that people are this interested in this species. So we're at a point now where we have to acknowledge that we've just outgrown the ability to take care of that kind of operation.
Right.
So yes, we're doing less, but we are doing a quality operation. And that, I think, is the one point I want to stress with you. I really want a quality interpretive experience more than I want to measure all the people that are showing up. When people tell me that they got to interact with rangers, when people tell me that they were able to see things on the beach, to really embrace the science of it, that to me is a success for the National Park Service. And I'll leave you with this thought. Sometimes I repeat this one. A previous director that I worked for once said, we in the Park Service, we're all about the mission of, you know, preservation, interpretation, the science, but we don't balance our books on the backs of wildlife. That was a fancy way of saying we don't make money off this. You know, we're not here for it, but it's a collateral that you do, that people can come here, that can benefit from our national parks. So I hope my tangent makes some sense there for you.
Yeah. Thank you. So I know you said that there's been staffing issues, maybe with burnout as well, with the staff as well. If the program's been in place since 2002, has that burnout been, I guess, I don't know, simmering for 18 years until 2020?
Well, in fact, it has. And we kept working with it anyways. And I have to talk to my predecessors. Many of them have actually passed on. I tried to call one of the superintendents that started the program and started our sea turtle program, and I truly missed him by weeks. He had passed away. But what I heard is we had a commitment because they were smaller, they were more manageable operations. When it became as popular as it is, then we started hearing it from the other divisions. We can't keep up. We can't do it one day after another. It was really the repetitive nature of it. When you would have 5 in a row where people are doing 16-hour days, it's just not possible anymore. I mean, I would have been here regardless, you know, explaining this to you. It had to happen.
So I'm hearing from volunteers at the National Seashore that they are being discouraged from assisting in these turtle releases. And it seems to contradict the comments about staffing limitations or shortages.
Yeah, we've talked about this even in our management teams. I don't know where this information is coming from. We have a dedicated group of volunteers, but I do think some of our volunteers have been concerned about some of the newer policies. We have been asking now for the Park Service for a long time, and we just haven't implemented it here for background investigations. Everybody that comes into the park, that goes into a building, and if they're unattended, they have to have a background investigation. I don't know how you do it in your branch of government, but I mean, think about this. If we've got a volunteer and they're with children, if we have a volunteer and they're with other groups of people, we want to know that they're safe. And I think that put off some people, that they thought maybe we were leaning too hard on the volunteers. But we love the fact that volunteers want to come, but they want to come with happy hearts, if you will. They just want to give. But then when we start asking for things like this, they back off. So, and it's not that they're saying they're guilty of anything. They just don't like government telling them, you know, we're gonna check on you. And I can understand that. But that's the only possible hypothesis I have. We did this year hire, well, we've got a hired position, don't we, for it's coming out of your division, for a volunteer coordinator. And volunteer coordinators we have never had in the park. We decided we have enough people that are volunteering that we should have a coordinator in a paid position that does this kind of work to make sure they're getting people into the park, they're going to all the divisions. You want to make a comment on it since it's your division? Sure.
Yeah, so that is one of the, I approached the management team with a request to have a collateral duty volunteer coordinator to help manage. As you know, the Sea Turtle program is large. It's extremely large. The person who is the volunteer supervisor needs some help. Our law enforcement division needs help with their volunteer program. Same thing with the outreach education program. So I have the certificate, the names of the individuals who qualified for that job. So I will be making a decision about who will fill that position here very shortly, because it is much needed.
Thank you, Kelly. And one of the issues we really got hammered in a different audit. We've heard about the 2020 Sea Turtle Review, but we've had 4, maybe 5 different audits and different programs while I've been here. That's what we do. We audit all of our organizational programs. And one of the things that came out of last year's program was we don't have a volunteer coordinator. And we really got beat up on it. So that's why we're doing this. And we think it's important because we get, unlike other parks I've been at, this is a big volunteer program and it's very complicated.
Right.
So
I just have 2 more questions and I'm going to be thrown to the mic. This pertains to Dr. Donna Shaver. Because of her decades of expertise in the turtle program, will she remain active and visible part of the program into the future?
Well, she is our specialist for sea turtles in the National Park program here. She is respected, as you already know, nationally, and as long as she wants to be here, she will be here. It's beyond that, I can't tell you what she wants to do because I don't know.
Yeah. So again, because we all advance in age, are there plans for a handoff at some point as she perhaps maybe nears retirement?
She has never discussed that. No.
Okay. And then lastly, just for the public's benefit, as much as anything else, to your knowledge, there are no plans to either reduce or end the turtle release program.
The turtle release program is stitched into the fabric of this park. It's not going away.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Hunter. Oh.
Sorry, Mayor.
Okay. Is it on? There you go.
Yes, thank you. When is the next release date?
We just had that meeting today where, speaking of Dr. Shaver, but the staff also showed us a spreadsheet. What we're trying to do is find, the Arabatas, where we have a big laying of eggs. We're trying to find those dates where we know they'll hatch, roughly 50 some odd days to 60 some odd days out. The division knows we'll have a hatchling release. So we want, in other words, the biggest event we can, the most hatchlings out on the beach. So we're looking at our first date we believe will be this Saturday. So that'll be our first one, and that's as far as we've been able to commit right now. Because if we etch that in stone and the little guys don't show up, we have a problem. We've got a lot of people there to see all of nothing.
Sure, thank you.
So I can only go that far right now.
Is there a website that we can check out for your calendar on release dates?
Yeah. We actually had to join the modern world. We used to have the hotline, which is great. But then we moved into social media, we moved into Facebook and all the other social media platforms. Go ahead.
So our Facebook page, our Instagram page, N as in national, P as in park, S as in service, .gov /P as in Peter, A as in Alfred, I as in igloo, S as in Sam. And so that's PAIS, which are the first two letters of Padre and Island. Yeah, so Yellowstone is YELL, Everglades is EVER, et cetera. And then there is a section on that landing page that has turtle releases. You can click on that and information will be posted there. And we'll be doing that tomorrow.
Thank you for the information. I really appreciate it. Just a suggestion from one government entity to the other one. You might want to make it easier to get to your website. But y'all do a great job with your releases. I've done them before. And it's a great place to take some nieces and nephews that have never seen it. And it's quite an exciting experience. So I appreciate what you do. I wish you did it more just because of the experience of doing that one time. And it's very eye-opening. And it's quite exciting, especially when you get a good release day. But anything we can do to help, please let us know.
I appreciate that. And I would also say this, invite me back. We are more than happy to come and talk about other aspects. I know you have a lot of questions on your mind. We will do that.
Absolutely. We have a couple more questions, though.
Very good.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for being here. Appreciate all the information. I know time is short, but I was hoping you could give us a few minutes of time to update us on the beach management outreach that happened, about a year ago, I guess?
Right, this time last
hosted
year.
by the State Aquarium, and would like to kind of know an update as to what that process is and when we would expect to hear something back.
Right. I have the answer here, but I have a timeline for you because I did get your message. I did understand this would be one of the questions. I also have to give you a little quick background on it. NEPA used to be a very long process. As you know, many of you have done National Environmental Compliance work, whether it ends in an EA or an EIS. However, the federal government has now told its agencies, you will do it within a certain time span. In other words, get it done in our lifetimes. So that makes sense. But we still have so much work on it that we have to figure out a way, how do we get all this other work done and then feed it into NEPA. So that's what pre-NEPA was about. That's what last year was about. We were collecting information, we had ideas, and we're very careful because words mean everything. If we say we have options, we've just triggered NEPA. So we went out to the public, we looked for ideas. We don't have a beach management plan yet. But what will happen and what we learned from those meetings is that we need to design a pilot research project. One of the things that came out of it was, the strongest thing that came out of it is we realized we have sea turtles on that beach. Isn't that amazing? So with all those sea turtles, they will affect any decisions we make on how to manage that beach. So one of the scientific questions that was asked was, at what point can we let the sea turtles nest by themselves? So that question has to be answered. If we get that kind of data, we can feed that into a full NEPA analysis. So that's what's going to happen next year. We're going to work on a scope of work to define what that looks like. The following year, then we're actually going to write the compliance for this kind of research. Then the following year, we're going to have what amount to 2 years of research on what it takes to leave sea turtles on the beach. So it could take 2 seasons because we may have to actually experiment. We may have to leave some of these nests there and see what happens. So we may not see full NEPA until 2029 or 2030. And then we'll bring all of the other questions that we had to the table. Because I believe you also asked about the road behind the dunes.
Yeah, that was one of the things that was,
Those,
so I'm sure you heard, one of the most probably concerning issues with a lot of the folks that were there and people that reached out to me about it was beach access.
Right.
Our community is concerned about beach access and any potential closure of beaches. Yeah. And so then we saw the diagram at the meeting with respect to I think it was a 5-mile bypass that was an idea, to your point, But folks were curious about how that would affect, their ability to get out to the beach, to access the amenities they're used to, and that sort of thing.
And as an idea, it may never go anywhere. We may never see it again. But the way I heard it from the conversations at that time during pre-NEPA was the people that are on the beach from about the 0 to about the 5 are welcome to be there. It's still a road. It's still a pathway. But some people were saying we have to go really slow through there. We've got kids. We've got dogs off leashes. We've got all this thing going on. Give us a back road. That way we can get better access and shoot us down the beach. So in a way, it's addressing it.
Yeah, that's great. And that was exciting to people, I think, to know that there wasn't going to be a closure or a restriction on that access.
Right.
It was really a byproduct of trying to meet the need of people to maybe get further down the beach and avoid some of those areas.
Right, our high density concentration areas, yeah.
So just finishing up, so it sounds like over the next 4, 5, 6 years, there will be some other community engagement milestones that the process will come back to the community and say, all right, this is what we're honing in on.
The research portion, the scope of work and the research about leaving nests on the beach is all going to be science. It's all going to be people on the beach doing that. When we get that information, however it plays out, we will bring it forward and then go with NEPA in either 2029 or 2030. And yes, at that point, when we pull the trigger on full NEPA, yes, there will be public meetings. Yes, there will be comment. And then we will be talking real options.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Well, listen, great job. You guys do a wonderful job, and we appreciate your dedication to this. My wife and I travel to Mexico quite frequently, and it's amazing what a great job they do there as well. And last summer, we actually got to see the turtles come on shore and lay the eggs and all that at night, so it was pretty cool. I wanted to ask you about, I know you put radar detectors or tracking devices on some of these turtles as you on the adults. So with all these releases, are you tracking the results of these releases? Or are you seeing numbers increase, decrease, stay the same, or are you collecting any information on that, on how successful the releases are being? And I know that's hard to quantify in a small area.
Yeah, and it's very hard for me to quantify. That is a good question for the Sea Turtle program.
Yeah.
I do know they put those tracking devices on them and monitoring, but a lot of what I hear from that program is they're looking at DNA as well to see if the sea turtles are in fact coming back. The hypothesis is if the sea turtles are on the beach, they know to come back to that general location. We don't know exactly where that's taking us, but we're encouraged, and the program is encouraged. We do believe sea turtles are coming back. But is that the reason? I don't have the full data set yet, but I understand what you're saying. I can follow up on that question for you, sir.
All right, good. Thank you very much.
And you're very fortunate to have been in Mexico to see that.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great trip. And actually, one of the resorts we stayed, you can actually adopt a turtle. So, which is a way to get money to support the program. And I understood that. So we adopted one. So anyway, yeah, exactly.
Total sidebar. We actually looked at adopting a condor when we were doing that kind of work. And the biologists lost their minds because they were always worried that what if the condor disappeared? Then we would have to tell people, your condor is gone. Yeah.
He's gone.
So we worry about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much for the presentation. And yeah, it is kind of late, but I just have one question that I was asked is, can you tell us what happened to the Facebook page to the Facebook page? Did you?
One of the things that happened, and I can't help but be a ranger, is many of our parks started Facebook back when it was in its infancy. And we just did them. We didn't know much about them. Over the years, however, they've grown, they've become convoluted. And what we also realized is we had to have Washington approval for those pages.
Oh.
And we had to live up to certain standards by them. And we could do certain things on them that weren't quite in line with what we were doing here. So what we did is we brought them into policy alignment. And the only way to do that was to make a new park service page. Do you want to discuss some of that? Because it fell into your, as our PIO, our information officer, I want to give you the right answer. And,
Okay.
there you go.
Yeah, so basically what Eric said, parks could only have one Facebook page, one Instagram page, one Twitter account, one YouTube. And when I got here and was asked to bring things into compliance, we had to have one Facebook page, one YouTube page, one, we actually don't have a YouTube page, but like we have one Instagram account now and we have one Facebook. And that was not something that we just did lightly. That, you know, we had guidance. Washington, our Washington office was involved with that process, and we didn't have a choice. We didn't have a choice.
So no Facebook.
Correct. And well, we have the Facebook page, the park-wide Facebook page, but there's no longer two separate Facebook pages, one for the Sea Turtle Science and Recovery Division and the park. The Sea Turtle Science and Recovery Division is now represented through the park page. And we have posts throughout, you know, particularly like Tuesday, we have our Turtle Tuesdays, even though we don't call it Turtle Tuesdays, during the nesting season. And as they pop up, you know, opportunities for posts about turtles or whatever else is out there. So.
Oh. Well, that's disappointing because I'm sure a lot of people want to participate in you know, what they see and what, you know, could work or doesn't work. But okay, thank you for explaining that to the audience. You know, I was asked that question, so
yeah.
I thank you so much for doing this presentation and for being patient with us. And thank you, Jim, thank you, Councilman Klein, for asking for this. I do understand that it is a money. I mean, even though we don't want to, you know, acknowledge that, but it is something that people come to Corpus Christi for. So it is wonderful to be able to have that kind of presentation. And with inflation, has that affected your numbers at all? These?
We don't look at that microscopic level, but if you get information or decide to work on something like that, let us be a partner with you.
Okay, because I know Visit Corpus.
We too would like to know some.
Well, Visit Corpus Christi has it on their page as something, you know, for people to come and experience. So anyway, hopefully we can.
In fact, our PIO routinely sits with Visit Corpus Christi.
Okay.
We are partners with them.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions and comments. Thank you so much for being here. This is very educational for us, and it's the reason we invite you to come and give us a briefing or an update.
I warmly invite you to our next release at any point. If you're there, you'll see me at the front. I'll be at the fee booth welcoming people to the park. Thank you.
We would love that. Thank you so much. This was wonderful.
And I'd also like to thank our PIO, Kelly Taylor, who keeps me out of trouble.
Thank you. Kelly, yes, thank you. It was very informative. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time. Well, yeah.
Oh, no,
I learned a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is my first Corpus Christi City Council meeting. So, and I've lived in the city for 3 years now. So I was actually, thank you for it. I learned a lot, just like Eric. Yeah, so thank you.
Yes, we're running in November. So. If you're interested.
Thank you.
We're not. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you both.
All.
We appreciate y'all so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Klein.
Okay. And our last item of the day is item number 26. And that would be Corpus Christi Museum of Science and History Annual Update presented by Karen Stevenson, President and CEO of the Corpus Christi Museum of Science and History.
Thank you all so very much.
Hi, Karen.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Your support has just meant the world to us,
But
in
we let-
spite of all the
We
challenges.
saved the best for last.
Thank you very much. Next time I come, I'm going to bring vitamins for you all because, oh my goodness. Snacks, wonderful.
Red Bull.
Yes, Red Bulls. Yeah, vitamin B. I have been fortunate to sit in on 3 of the Type A hearings. Hearings, that's the wrong term to use, but the conversations about the Type A tax reallocation, and I really respect and admire the way you have respected your community and listened carefully and thoughtfully. We have not been part of the Type A tax prior to this, so as we go forward, we will do everything we can to advocate for it for the whole community. But as I say, going forward, we have enjoyed your good support without that. It's been a little bit more than a year since I visited with you all. I was very green last time. I'm still a little bit green, but not quite so much. I've been here for just a little bit more than a year. I joined the staff in January of 23, so I'm really pleased to be with you today. One of our first acts when I came on board was to go through an American Alliance of Museums reaccreditation process that is required by the contract that we have with the city that we maintain this accreditation. It occurs every 10 to 15 years. So it really is, we call it a reaccreditation, but the museum business has changed so much that it was a full-on accreditation process. When I came in, I was so excited and so eager to meet the staff, and we were rolling down the road, and I asked the question, who can tell me what the mission is? Let's see if this will work. Nobody could tell me. We were alternating between interpreting the entire Western Hemisphere from Corpus Christi, or we were really focusing on our local environment. So the staff and the board got together and we parsed verbs and nouns and worked the sentences down. And really our mission going forward is to engage our community in science, history, and innovation in Corpus Christi and along the coastal bend. But a secondary mission for us is to take care of your assets, to manage, preserve, and protect the Museum of Science and History and the collection. Reformatting the mission into something that's bite-sized, that's easy to remember, helps all of our staff remember why we're there every day. We really work to inspire an understanding of the past, explore the present, plant seeds for the future. We talk about we're a history museum, we're a science museum. The two don't exist without future and past. So we're really working hard to do that. We are also very much committed to culture, community, trust, and stewardship. These are the things that drive us every day when we come to work. So, to remind you all, it's the building down the road. All told, it's about 100,000 square feet. 50% of that is exhibits and flex space, and then 50% of that is collections, archives, library, and offices. Now, the collections are all part of the city's property. We include natural history, material culture, which is the everyday objects that we use, that we make, that help our lives go well. We have images and archives, the McGregor collection. I think I talked about that last time. And then we also have a reference library. We have a small staff that works with all of these things. Excuse me. And together we work together to assure that our budget is within reasonable and affordable and sustainable parameters. Councilmember Suckley asked me about the historical perspective, and I apologize for not including that in this presentation. I will make sure that you all get that, what last year's results were. We had a clean audit and a clean 990. We had changed accounting firms, and we are really pleased and proud for that. I'll be getting into that a little bit later. So one of the priorities for us is to manage the city's museum assets and to deliver TEKS-aligned science and history programs to our community. Y'all own the land, the City of Corpus Christi owns the land, but the service agreement sets aside hot funds for us. We collect $500,000 a year as a base compensation that's defined in the agreement, and then $50,000 a year for marketing and promotion. We are currently in a 2-year contract. Well, it was a 3-year term. At this point, we're moving into 2 years left to go. And then we have optional extensions on that. We are working with the city manager's office on adjustments to that, what that might look like. I understand that we will have several conversations ahead, but we've got other priorities on the plate right now. So I wanted to talk a little bit about our impacts. General admission and public programs in 2023 increased to 62,000 visitors. About 75% of those are from the local community. We do zip code surveys on that, and we're finding that this is our primary audience are our neighbors. Our memberships are at about 550 students. We are increasing our student count. Last year, we had about 10,000 kids. We have a contract with CCISD to bring all 4th graders into the museum, and then we have received a very generous grant from the Rochelle Foundation to bring all CCISD 2nd graders into the community. We are already booking well into spring of 2025 for our field trip programs. We also welcome, of course, all the regional schools and private schools in the area, as well as field trips. We are nothing without our leadership. You all are important leaders for us, as are our board of directors, and I wanted to share with you some of those persons who are working to guide us. We have welcomed Tana Neighbor, Bobby Rodriguez, and Kimberly DeVisser to our board. They are wonderful additions. The board is recently engaged. Their engagement is perhaps reinvigorated, not recently. They've been very concerned about the organization, but now they're feeling a little bit better about things. We are in the process of planning programming for the next few years. We are also developing long-term strategic programs and plans so that we can sustain the organization. These are the city partners we've been working with. You can read them all right there. We are tapping into everyone with whom we might shake a hand. There are opportunities everywhere across this community to begin rebuilding that relationship with our community. So the things that we're proud of this year, as I mentioned, the American Alliance of Museums accreditation. There are about 33,000 museums in the country. 3% of them are accredited. That's 1,100 museums. It's a significant statement about the management and the collection and the quality of resource that we have here in Corpus Christi, that we were accredited. We were accredited with a report, one of which is they're interested in a longer-term relationship with the city between our organization for fundraising and for sustaining management protocols. We also developed a board-approved institutional plan that we have shared with City Manager's Office. We have recently been approved for a collection assessment for preservation, which is available to us through the Institute of Museum and Library Services. It's a federally funded program to really look at our collection. Several of you I know have been up in our collection area, and back in the day, you could just drop something at the museum and it would be moved into the collection, but we don't know who left it behind and we don't know its story. So we've got a lot of things in our collection that we really need to review assessments on. We also have just started on June 1st, we rolled out a program called Museums for All. It's another Institute of Museum and Library Services program that's a co-partnership with the Association of Children's Museums. That provides for any family that has SNAP or WIC benefits and a card to enjoy free admission at the museum. We rolled this out on the 1st of June. We've had more than 1,000 people take advantage of that opportunity. We are currently working for funding support from some of the entities in the community to make sure that we can sustain that program. We're also working on exhibit renovations. As I mentioned, the TEACS-aligned programs. We have gone through a process, and we are currently in week 2 of our state-certified STEM camp, summer camp. It's chemistry week. We canceled camp for tomorrow given the storm, and they were going to be making lava lamps. So we're disappointed for the kids, and we're working to make up for that. One of the other things that we're really working on, and the shift in the accounting processes that we're working on, the Clean 990 and the Clean Audit, are part of our effort to gain a 4-star Charity Navigator rating. One of those parameters is that we get a clean report, but that we also publish it online on our website, so we will be uploading that soon. So our institutional goals were really clean. They're articulated in this service agreement. We maximize the utilization of the museum for the benefit of the city. We minimize financial operating requirements required from public funds and the net cost to the city, and then we manage the collection. Our second goal, we had just 3, is to inspire discovery, exploration, and innovation. So what we're really looking forward to is enriching and outreach beyond the C District. The museum is a geographic location. We want to take the museum across the community. So we're beginning to work with other organizations to find ways that we can bring our programs into their communities, into their libraries, into other schools, into churches across the community. We really are interested in expanding our TEACS alignments. We are right now focused on Texas history. We would very much like to expand that to speak more about science, so that we really do have that science and history both combining. Our visitors are our everything. If we don't have our visitors, we just have a whole bunch of really cool stuff. And we do have some cool stuff, but our visitors are our priority. And so we work hard, everybody, from our custodial team to the educators, to the summer camp counselors, to the admissions team, to the back of the house. We really work hard to make sure that our visitors are having a good time. And we really work hard also to reflect the values that we espouse. So in the last year, we've done some significant innovations. Have any of you been to the Galvan Ballroom since we completed the renovation? Thank you. No, okay. It's a, if you remember the exhibit, and you may not, it was, we worked with Judge Galvan and his family to reinvigorate the story, to talk about why the Galvan Ballroom matters. And we talked about the impact of the family and schools, and music literacy, and civil rights. And we let the story tell itself through Caller Times articles that we were able to find. It's really a nice, small exhibit. But one of the things we did, we wanted to bring music into it. So we located a tape of Bobby Galvan Sr. playing the saxophone, a solo, jazz solo. And we put dance steps on the floor of this little gallery space. Now, the museums usually have a rule, no running and no yelling. And this little girl came out of that exhibit one day, just, Daddy, 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 come dance with me. It was just the simple 2-step in that little exhibit that charmed everybody, but it was the sign to us that we had done something well, that we had done something great. So that's the standard that we're looking for going forward. We are right in the middle right now of a renovation on the Kennedy exhibit. We're going to be talking about the Kennedy family and their role in establishing business and agriculture and oil, and their continued influence on our community in terms of philanthropy and sustaining education. We're looking hard at the Science Center. We received a very generous grant from the Port of Corpus Christi, and we will be applying that to bringing in traveling exhibits so that we can refresh a visitor's experience and provide compelling educational opportunities through STEM exhibits while we're still evaluating the opportunities to recraft the exhibits that we've got. Geology Hall is probably our first priority. That was finished in 1989. So we're a little bit out of date. Generally, exhibits are refreshed every 10 to 15 years. In big cities, it's faster. We're a little bit out of date on that one, so we're working hard to pull that together. We also have, as I mentioned, the Museums for All program, community engagements, the TEEX aligned. We have started having family fun days again. One of the other things we're looking at is taking the museum on the road. As I mentioned, the community outreach. We're looking at going all across the coastal bend with that. So this summer alone, these are the programs that we've got in place. On June 1st, we celebrated Weatherfest with KIII. They came in and basically took over the museum. We did live remotes from the museum. We had a studio set up so that kids could come in and do weather forecasting. We had green screens. We had all kinds of programming available. Their entire team was there. We did education about hurricanes. It was a great start. Coming up in the next couple of weeks is Valero's STEM Day by the Bay, and that'll be focused on STEM, industries, and workforce development. Our primary audience on that, again, is kids, families. It's a really good opportunity to talk about the workforce opportunities that we have in the community that you don't necessarily have to have a degree for. Water's Extreme Journey is a traveling exhibit. It's the first traveling exhibit that we've had come in for a while. We're also proud to present a program called Global Soundscapes. It's a project with the National Science Foundation that teaches us to listen to the vibrations of our place. My voice is a vibration. Your hearing is a vibration. Everything in our community is making noise, whether it's the wind or the water or the cars over the bridge. So this is how we can use sound to identify places, and they're working hard to capture these resources. And then, as I mentioned earlier, summer camp. We've got 8 weeks of summer fun, and it really is fun. Sometimes there are days you just want to say, kiddos, out of the way, I'm going to take over. I need to go play for a while. We offer 4 sessions over 8 weeks for a potential of 80 kids every week. So it really is. We've got groups from kindergarten all the way through 6th grade. So our third institutional goal, as I mentioned earlier, was the long-term sustainability. We want to protect the museum and its resources against unforeseen threats, whether it's poor leadership or a storm coming in, or something that can jeopardize the future of the organization. We want to continue every day to engage our community. One of my priorities is get that 4-star Charity Navigator rating that will assure funders that we have integrity, that we have transparency, that we keep effective records and track the reporting necessary. And then, as I say, we want to assure the sustainability from a financial standpoint. So to that end, I have been working with the Economic Development Office and the City Manager's Office. We are looking at a regional and statewide fee analysis. We are, the last time we raised our fees was in 2019. We are at this point, if you look at the statewide average, for an adult at $12, the statewide average for an adult admission in a museum like ours is $19. Similarly, seniors in $16, students $9 is where we are. Average statewide is $10. Children are $9. compared to 14, and then military is a kind of a standard at 9. So we are working with the city manager, as I said, to evaluate the fee proposal options, and this is what we're under consideration with, is just an incremental increase for general admission, presuming that our great, awesome, wonderful team pulls together and an effective strategic plan that builds development and provides funding resources for us. So, and finally, this is the promise we make to all of you, to all of our visitors, to our entire community, that we will protect, preserve, interpret, and share our collection. We will build bridges to our community. We will build bridges we can't even imagine yet. I'm quite confident of that. And then finally, we really are committed to sparking imaginations, to engaging people, and to inspiring curiosity. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much for the presentation. It's very nice. And thank you for all the hard work. I know you've been working really hard to turn the corner on our Science Museum. And, you know, one of the things that keeps a museum relevant and is you have to stay current. You have to change what you do. You have to think about the things that people want to go see, and that changes with time, as you well know. And so to do that takes money.
Yes, sir.
And we all appreciate that. So talk to us just a little bit about your physical plant and the issues that you have there.
Yes, yes. We have been working with the facilities management team with the city asset management to do a complete analysis of where we are with our HVAC systems, our fire suppression systems, our plumbing, our lighting systems, our electrical systems. Those are our hot priorities right now. They all have opportunities for improvement.
That's a good way to do it.
One of the key elements of managing a museum with a large collection as large as ours is to be constantly aware of what the effect of humidity and temperatures are on the objects that we are entrusted with.
Yes.
Because of the nature of the arrangement between the American Bank Center and the museums around, we are often we have opportunities for improving the conditions that we're caring for.
Well, I'll cut to the chase for you. Every time I go down there, it's hot. It's hot. It's very warm in the building because the air conditioning system is wore out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The HVAC system is, we are consistently concerned. We have, since I've been there, we have put up what we, in the museum world, we call them hobos. And it's devices that measure temperature and humidity, and we've got one of those in each of the galleries and all of the collection rooms. So we are daily monitoring the situation and working with the city response teams to correct things when we have a problem.
Well, what we need is a major overhaul, but I really appreciate what you're doing. But you know, when I go to our museum now, and I've been to some of the new exhibits, and they've done a really nice job. But I've always thought we were kind of one step behind, or maybe two steps. And to get there, we need to do some additional work at that museum. And that brings tourists in. I mean, if you want somebody to go pay $18 to go into your museum, you've got to give them a reason. It's no different from what we do at the aquarium. And we need to market our museum a little bit as well.
Marketing, communication, know your audience. That's our mission. Every exhibit, we have to know who our audiences are.
How are you interfacing with the school districts now? Are you still having field trips from the school districts?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have got all of CCISD's fourth graders and second graders are coming in, so we're hitting all the history highlights
Okay.
with them. So,
Very good.
and
Well, thank you again very much for the
Thank you.
job you do.
Thank you. I would be happy to give you a tour of the facility behind the scenes.
Schedule one for-
I would love to do that with you.
Schedule one, Karen,
Okay,
for
thank you.
Whoever can go.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Councilman Roy,
I want to thank you for your presentation, and, I have the same concerns that Councilmember Pusley has. I've been several times to your facility and looking at the exhibits, and I agree, we're just not quite there, and I don't think it's not because of your hard work.
Take it
You've
serious.
done some amazing things in your year that you've been there, and but we've just got to we've got to step up and help. I think that we have all the makings we're right there on the top of the hill, and we've just got to be able to get down the other side. I would like to see personally more things that people could do even outdoors or something related there. But so we have room to expand. And the area has improved. I think there's some, improvements that we've made. And as we continue to do that, you bring people over to the water garden and then, and hopefully they'll want to go, hey, look there's a museum, let's go check it out. But we're aware of your challenges, and I appreciate the fact that your stick-to-itiveness and hanging in there, and hopefully we can help. I know that you were listening all day, and I appreciate your patience, because, and I know you heard us talking about our 1/8 cents tax, and we've got to make some tough decisions, but I'm a big champion of what you do, and I'm hoping that we can do something that will benefit you. So thank you.
Thank you. If I may, and I have shared this with Mr. Zanoni, is that and Sarah Morgan and I have talked at length about this. There's no reason that Corpus Christi can't be known for its museums. We just have to pull them up. I think that we can absolutely do that. And I think that we have the resources in the community to do it. We just have some work to do to, if I may, build trust and confidence.
That's right.
That was part of the reason that we changed accounting processes. That's part of the reason that we're going through this with the Charity Navigator, is to really assure that those who want to participate with us are confident in doing so, and that they have that we have a strong enough relationship so that if that a donor would be comfortable contributing $1 million or $2 million. For more, if the museum is gone in 2 years, then it's hard to commit to that kind of money. So we're looking at those options.
yeah. Councilman Klein?
Thank you, Mayor. Karen, thanks so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
You have a wonderful facility, wonderful collection.
Thank you.
Your staff is very diligent, I think, as well. This is really a highly valuable asset of the city. I think that we need to take steps to make sure to maintain that value going forward. I would just put this plug in. I think I mentioned this to you last week when we toured the facility and the collection. The Doc McGregor photo collection is such a unique collection. It's not only documents the history of Corpus Christi, but it also gives you a photo history of a fairly typical, I think, city seaport in the middle of the 20th century, early to middle 20th century. And so to the extent that you can get that available to the public, maybe online, make it available, because researchers are constantly looking for this. If not researchers themselves, and publishers are looking for photos to include in research pieces. I used some of those photos myself in some research I did on the longshoremen's unions a number of years ago for a presentation that turned into a historical marker as well. And so it's a wonderful asset. I just think that people need to know about it. It's such a wonderful asset. Thanks so much for your work you're doing.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up. I think, sir, you asked me last time I spoke about the Rochelle Foundation and the digitization project. We are almost complete on that. So we're working to make sure that we're working also researching with other entities who, the Portal to Texas History at University of North Texas has got the state archive virtually for everything that matters in Texas, and we all feel really strongly that the McGregor collection is an absolute asset for us that we need to celebrate more.
They've essentially digitized all the Dr. McGregor photos.
Yes.
And hopefully we can get those back up somewhere so that if there were a catastrophic event, we would not lose that history.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Councilor
Yes.
Sanger.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for waiting. I really appreciate everything y'all do. I've always been a huge fan of the Science and History Museum since I was a second grader going there, putting pennies down the black hole, whatever it's called specifically, but it acts as a black hole collecting our pennies. It's a great donation machine. But I know that y'all have been going through a lot of struggles for the last decade or more. Really appreciate all the effort y'all have done. You can definitely see it, especially if you take a snapshot from 12 to 14 years ago.
Thank you very much.
So thank you.
It's our staff is incredible. Our community support's incredible. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, sir.
Ready?
Make it
Okay,
Councilman.
so, I understand some of the challenges that you have with the facility. And, one of the reasons why I was supportive of doing a C district component to the 1/8 cent sales tax is to address some of the issues, not only at your museum, but also the Art Museum, the Harbor Playhouse, and some other things that we have just neglected. With that, have you gone through with the facilities manager or LC as to what things that need to be addressed? Roof, HVAC, obviously, but you also have some other items, right? You have an area that's in the back of the facility that used to be for the Columbus ships that is just wasted space now, right?
Yes.
And you have infrastructure there. There's you don't have the largest amount of parking, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, so I would imagine they could probably have access to the other side where you have parking for the Harbor Playhouse. So there's a lot of challenges associated with just the infrastructure associated with the physical building. So have you gone through that with facilities manager or with Elsie?
Yes. Just within the last few weeks, we've put our heads down, we've put our teams together. Elsie, are you? I can see her in the camera. We have done a complete assessment of all of our resources that need attention now, and we have prioritized that list. So first things first, HVAC, human safety, and the fire suppression system.
Okay, so, and Elsie, I don't know if you want to add to that, or?
Elsie Borkstead, Assistant Director, Office of Economic Development. And yes, Councilman Hernandez, we have been working very closely with all of the team at the museum. Karen has been great. We have been working as well very closely with our asset management team to go ahead and conduct a full facility assessment. We got the list of priority stations from the museum as well. That makes sense. They're boots on the ground, so they see all the issues that they've been having with the facility. And then exploring that and really taking a systematic approach to develop a plan for tackle some of the deferred maintenance, the major equipment we do have in the capital program for FY25, HVAC replacement of the entire system so they can be decoupled from the American Bank Center. We've also put in the long-term range some of the major repairs, but even throughout this fiscal year, we have been tackling a lot of maintenance and repairs systematically and developing, like I said, that plan to make sure that we focus a lot of our efforts towards more maintenance of the facility. Clearly, life safety is a top priority, major equipment, and then the issues that might arise and that we need to fix in order to be ready for the summer camps that they're hosting at the facility, because we want to make sure that everyone's safe while they're there. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Speaking of your revenue models, I've been to a few events where they had fundraisers there, where you had, like tables, chairs, food service, that kind of stuff. How many do you do per year?
I'm sorry?
How many of those events do you do a year where you have?
We have one primary fundraiser every year. It is the September event.
Okay, so what I'm not referring to is your own fundraiser.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, site rentals.
So site rentals, and how many times do you do that per year? And is that some part, a significant part of your revenue generation?
The revenue for a complete museum rental is about $8,000. We have, over
What's
the
your
last...
maximum capacity?
1,500.
1,500?
Fire marshal.
Well,
If we put tables down, it's different. But we do site rentals. We also do partnership programs with KEDT. We host, they bring in the food and wine event, and then they do the classic brew there. And in exchange for that, we get year-round programming on their program.
Now, do you manage the food service and beverages?
No, they
or
do
is that,
all of that.
That's separate from you?
Yes.
So you
We're
don't,
not in the event business.
I know. I'm just looking at.
All right.
You know, you had mentioned that you were looking at increasing your fees
Right.
for revenue, you know, in terms of revenue, and I was thinking if there was other ways you find revenues so you wouldn't have to increase your fees, because I think you might lose attendance if you have your fees too high.
Well, and one of the things that we're looking at is that we, in addition to the Museums for All program, we are looking at outside corporate sponsorship for visitation for 2 months out of every year. So we are actively developing partnerships so that a local entity would offset those expenses for us. We also are expanding program opportunities. We bring in partners every time we can for every one of the events we're working on. the KIII event, we couldn't have afforded the amount of media coverage we got from them, so it's a trade. We're looking at all opportunities for that, but definitely everything we do, there is a little part of my head that here's a cash register ring every time we get it started.
There's other questions I can ask, but, you know, I'm getting my arms twisted.
We're trying to reel him in.
Apparently people want to go home.
Please come visit.
Trying to write your operational
Okay, well,
booklet.
ultimately, we need to have your facility up to a standard, and whether, however we pay for it, it's got to be in plan, and we got to do something, so.
Thank you. I
Not just
appreciate
your facility,
support.
but the other facilities we have.
Yes.
Thank you.
I understand. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Karen,
your support.
Sorry about the
okay.
sidebars
It's
there.
all right.
But we really appreciate it, and I'm glad you got all the
Thank you.
input that you did. You have certainly, you've taken it to the next level, and we see your leadership very
Thank you very
strong, and
much.
we see it moving forward.
Thank
We appreciate this. This was very educational, and it's important for the council to know what you're doing, where you are, where you're going, and so that was, what this was about. So we're going to invite you back.
Thank you,
But we
please do.
certainly believe in you.
All right. Well, thank you. And please come visit
Yeah,
anytime.
we will. We'll coordinate a little, a tour or a field trip.
Yes, we can do field trips.
There you go, field trip.
It's a wonderful facility.
It is.
And we
It
have
is.
great
Absolutely.
resources. We just need to do a better job with them.
Well,
And we're working on it.
Yeah, but that's
We're
why
working
you're
on it.
there. That's why you're there. So
Thank you very much.
It's an asset to this community. Every museum is. So thank you
you.
again, Karen. We appreciate you waiting all day. Yes, ma'am.
Stay safe.
Thank you. Yes, stay dry. All righty. Well, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.